down. And he steps another sweeper. Another try!
From Hangzhou to Colombo, 15 nations, 24 teams. The Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series sets the stage for the best of sevens rugby.
Asia Rugby is more than 500,000 players, coaches, and organizers experiencing the game in this multicultural region. Established in 1968, Asia Rugby has expanded from 8 founding countries to more than 36 member unions, spanning Lebanon in the west to Guam in the east, Kazakhstan in the north, to Indonesia in the south. Home to more than half the world's population and an incredible 80% of its youth, Asia Rugby has grown from holding just 1 tournament every 2 years to running more than 15 international competitions each and every year. culminating in the iconic Asia Rugby Championship and the Asia Rugby 7 Series. Asia Rugby continues to grow the game through initiatives like Get Into Rugby, initiatives that have helped us expand our player base by more than 25% per year, initiatives designed to empower our kids with the knowledge and skills necessary to develop great players and inspire positive social change. Asia Rugby is a diverse collection of cultures bound together by our core values of integrity, passion, solidarity, discipline, and respect, driving our belief that rugby makes a positive contribution to people's lives. Asia Rugby is taking our great game, its spirit, and everything it stands for to over half the world's population. And we invite you to be part of it. Asia Rugby. We can do better, but together.
Our world is growing, and so is rugby. There are more players, more teams, more matches than ever before. Luckily, our game is simple. We only really need one thing to play it, and we buy millions of them every year. Unfortunately, too many end up in the wrong place. But some balls are made better. Rhino's recycled range is made with up to 80% recycled rubber. We are still not perfect, but it's a step in the right direction. You only need a ball, make it a good one. For rugby, for you, for the planet.
A ball for the planet.
A ball for the planet. A ball for the planet.
The Rhino recycled range. A ball for the planet.
And he steps another sweeper. Another try!
From Hangzhou to Colombo, 15 nations, 24 teams. The Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series sets the stage for the best of sevens rugby.
Hello and welcome everybody. It is the Asia Rugby Emirates Sevens Series taking place in Hangzhou University in China, and the women's action is the first order of the day as we look to Pool D and the meeting of Malaysia and the United Arab Emirates. This year's series will feature 12 national teams in both the men's and the women's divisions, up from the 8 of previous editions, with the series consisting of 2 legs in China and next on to Colombo in Sri Lanka. The prize at the end of all this is qualification for the HSBC Sevens Division 3. Once upon a time known as the Sevens Challenger Series, this format is a one-off challenger event between the 8 nations, where the top 2 gain access to the HSBC Sevens Division 2, offering a pathway to compete on the Sevens World Championship Series in Hong Kong, Valladolid in Spain, and Bordeaux in France come April and May. UAE, they'll know all about it as the hosts of one of the jewels in the Sevens crown, the Emirates Dubai Sevens. And it is the UAE who get us off underway into the hands of Malaysia. Malaysia, we've got the hex on the UAE historically. Just the one win for the women in grey. And that dates all the way back to 2012. Malaysia coming out on top when these two met in Bangkok just under a year ago in the Seven Series, the 2024 edition. UAE with the put in and the first chance to flex their attacking numbers. Wrap around in the midfield, locks up the defence, frees up the space, and they release the pace out wide. Good low hit. Takes the legs away from the would-be attacker down the left, and a knock on in the tackle means that the UAE will retain possession. The game will restart from a scrum. Again, ball shipped away. That wrap-around play once again. This time a bit of footwork and offend. Out to their strike runner. Lovely show and go. Then lifted over the top. UAE letting the hands do the talking. Now they're letting the pace do the burning out wide. And that's the opening score of the competition and the match. And it's the UAE on the board. Conversion, no good, but certainly the first glimpse of attacking intent, very, very good from the UAE. 5 points to the good. Alex Cook goes long to test those Malaysian hands, and they're not up to it. Knocked on as the ball descended, and from a carbon copy position, Madison Mellish prepares to put the ball in again, and she create the same outcome. They break, no wrap around this time. There it goes. Sophie Shams out wide, fabulous runner. Played a bit of pro rugby in England. But then again, the delayed pass and a body slam of a tackle as Malaysia front up defensively. And the physicality has won them a penalty and a bit of respite as well. It's been all UAE the last few minutes. Just the one try to show for it, and right on the feet, sees the pass intercepted, and here come the UAE, a bounce back inside to the heavy traffic, now the hands, again, muscular hits coming in from the UAE, and Sadali, scrappy around the breakdown, and again, well, the penalty this time going the way of the UAE, surely the try begging to be scored, and it is. Tara Cooney from point blank range doesn't miss. And nor do the UAE. Second try of the half. They double the lead. Conversion again. Not added. Despite the body shape of Alex Cook looking to will the ball in. Back to the same drill, just drops it on the doorstep of the 22. Flying up indeed. And that pressure is just too much for Malaysia to deal with at the moment. They're being swarmed by the grey and black jerseys. A forklift clean out. And they are hungry. They are hungry, the United Emirates here, for possession and for a third try. Minute and 40 remaining. Again, the hand's good. Just holding the Malaysian defence, then switching play back right. Good low tackle, Lassu's the ankle, and the instincts are strong at the breakdown. Just about retain possession, the UAE. And here they come, down the right. Fen comes out, just keeping the defender at bay and the strength to stay on her feet. Cook goes to ground, the pick, the go, Shams on the shoulder. Try time again for the UAE. It has been a precise and ruthless start to this Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series from the UAE. Shams blown a bit. But she's got to try to show for her endeavours. Cook. This time, makes no mistake. And the United Arab Emirates lead Malaysia 17 points to 0. Final play of the half. Malaysia looking a little forlorn. They've got a penalty to help them on their way. This could change the complexion of the half-time huddles. There's some advantage being played for a high tackle. Advantage kicked away. There's no sweeper at home, and there's plenty of pace out wide. It's all about the pick-up. Good fight to the floor. Clobbered across the line. An advantage played. No score coming. And the dream half for the UAE, they lead Malaysia 17 points to 0 at the break. Half time here in China in the opening match not just of pool to eat in the women's competition, but in the entire competition. 12 sides, 12 nations taking part this year. And it's the UAE who started the brightest, steepling kickoff. Doesn't go the 10. Immediately, the UAE are back in command of the ball. This is where they've thrived. Leave their luggage behind as they try to take off again, though, on that occasion. Nice pirouette back inside. The defence is working hard, and Malaysia will have a platform here from the scrum. Should be noted, the second leg of the Asia Rugby 7 series this year will be taking place in Sri Lanka, marking a return to one of Asia's historic rugby grounds, the Racecourse Stadium in Colombo. Malaysia would like to be there with a bit of better health for their pool. Wow. That's one of the danger women, and that is precisely why. Pace to burn from Nur Alia Sabila, Sam Subaria. Electric down the right. Malaysia are on the board. They're on the board to the tune of 7 points. It's a 10-point deficit, and game on with plenty of rugby to play in this match. Another high-hanging kick, and this time it's an absence of communication between two UAE players, but they do resource the ball, and it's Sophie Shams who gets swatted by Sadali. Cook driving through, just a handful of jersey, denies her the full break. Shams breaks through two, gets reeled in by a second. Good hands, good continuity to keep the play going. Swiveling out of the tackle, Cooney dragged to deck. Now it's there for Mellish. Mellish packing herself out wide again. Those post-contact meters. But this time, Azizan has the jaws locked down, and, well, a bit of messing around there. This could be a yellow card, or it certainly should be. Instead, it is Azizan who's reprimanded for shoving the UAE player on the floor, who, in my eyes, was hindering Malaysia and their designs to make a quick break. And now, that quick break and the opportunity gone. It's the UAE, it's Shams, just gliding and ghosting into the 22. Cooney, long looper, misses everybody. Barber scoops it up. Fractured field here for the UAE. Two defenders come in, and a third goes to Jackal. Goes off the feet and knocks on. All of this eating into the clock and the time that Malaysia don't have. Lovely break from Cook. Scoops it out. Shams, one more. Support coming round the corner. 2-on-1. Perfect execution. Try number 4. And maybe the one to put it to bed for the UAE. Again, just the 5. Some challenging angles to be adding the extras, but conversions Much a little less when you're scoring the tries at will. UAE, who got a fair few minutes under their belt earlier this year, and taking part in the Women's Arab Championships. Defeats solely to Tunisia and Egypt. But otherwise, an impressive campaign. Counting for the likes of Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Lebanon, on a couple of occasions. But this will be a scalp for the side who hasn't defeated Malaysia since 2012. It's the most points they've ever scored against their Asian counterparts, and they could be in for more here. Shams arriving in the passing channel. Cook fighting hard. But again, those poaching instincts of the Malaysians causing problems on the deck. Lovely fixing, but the pass just fired at the knees of the support runner. I think that picture tells a bit of a story for Malaysia. A little bit defeated by their own inaccuracies, and the ability to make the possession count in the same way that the UAE have. Azar will be watchful over the shoulder of Shoot Ali. Replacement's half back. Almost loses the ball on engagement from the front rows. That is a devil of a ball, and how Cook has cleanly claimed that. I'm not precisely sure. Shams gets back, straightens. Really confrontational hits raining in from the Malaysians still. The game is lost, but pride certainly isn't. Ball knocked forwards in the tackle, just a feather. On bounds. Abdul Rahman. Sights being set on the next game for both these sides now. Squad rotation going to be key across the 2 days. Points difference too. 4 tries already. Is there a 5th in this performance for the UAE? Handling's a little loose. And after the knock-on, the swipe fly hack falls kindly for the Malaysians. Advantage being played and advantage being taken. Ball eventually presents itself at the base of the ruck. Again, exploiting the absence of the sweeper, but the touchline beats everyone to it. Hooter blows. After one final substitution, we will get one final play. China and Indonesia, the other 2 sides in Pool D. China, who have had a stunning few years, will be hotly tipped to be at the peak of the pool, but as it stands, it is the UAE with a 4-try winning performance to open proceedings here in China. They beat Malaysia for the first time in over a decade. The final score here is Malaysia 7, the UAE 22. Match 2, the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series, and it is the hosts, and for many, the hot favourites here, not just in China, but so too in Sri Lanka in the weeks to come. China, who were nigh on unbeatable on the World Rugby Challenger in staking a claim for the HSBC Sevens proper last year, taking on Indonesia. China in the red, Indonesia in the white. They are incredibly well drilled, immensely physical, and with searing pace as well. This will be a tall task for the Indonesians. Underway and collected by Indonesia. They build in attack but lose the ball. It's a series of knock-ons. Not the cleanest start from either side. So we restart with a scrum. Target the blind side before switching back. Yu sending it long into the hands of Ya Zhang. Called low and whipped right. Depth on offer from the Chinese, who explode onto the ball. Pass out the tackle, had to stoop to a knee to collect. A little bit of footwork, not much room to work with, and had to drag the Indonesian defender across the line with her. There was a lot to do there for Shinrong Du. But she gets it down, and China have the opening score of the match. Kick off long, pressure immediately on Sri Lanka. Playing within their dead ball, handling crisp though, and a lot of confidence as well, barreling into the challenges of the Chinese. It's a brilliant pickup, one of those dropping just before the fingertips. And now it might be on wide. Sri Lanka stretching their legs, breaking free from their 22. The Chinese have made them work for it. Now the depth brings them back towards their 5. This time the hands can't bail them out as the pass dies at the feet. Promising play from Sri Lanka, but it's always going to be tough when you're doing it with the try line on your back. And this presents China with a prime bit of attacking real estate. Zhuai Liu, wearing 27. Big blindside on the right to work with, goes open, pass isn't ideal as the run had to be checked, and it's followed up by one that looks to be tumbling towards the touchline, but some fine footwork saves the day. That one's off the shins. It's messy from China, but it's still in their hands. The try is still in their destiny. A beautiful start-stop. Wrong foot's the last defender. It's not one that's going to go on the end of season highlights reel, but it is one that is going to be chalked up to China on the scoreboard. 2 tries, lead doubled, and the conversion to come. Nice strike, but sails past the right upright. China 10, Sri Lanka 0. The hosts for leg 1 leading the hosts for leg 2. Again, China applying the pressure with a long kickoff, and Sri Lanka got the ball down, but they did touch it in their missed control, so immediately finding themselves defending a 5-metre scrum on the other side of the post on this occasion. Again, that big blind side to work with, albeit with Liu finding it claustrophobic, and set upon the second sheet, picks up the ball. Just a hint of a jackal. Back to the narrow side. China probe. Outside, inside. Big strength. Xiaojing Wang muscles her way across the line. Sri Lanka look to have had the measure of the tall Chinese back. But it's try number 3. And it has been all China in truth this half so far. It remains as we enter what is likely to be the final play of the half. Shin Rong-du, cleanly claimed on this occasion, fizzed into the path of an on-rushing centre, eager to make a dent. Ball lost backwards. China sharp to even a hint of a turnover. Lost at the base. And China in transition is a deadly prospect. Again, that stop-start from Wang. But on this occasion, not all the way to the line. Ball wobbles wide. Great claim. Slung wider. Bouncing back inside, and you can hear the home crowd roar and purr as Xue Liu gets on the end, running a trademark support line, as all good scrum halves do. Try number 4 of the first half, the last scoring it'll be, unless Shin Rong-du can slot arguably her trickiest effort from out wide. Pulled and short, so China will settle for the 4 tries, none converted, and they lead Sri Lanka 20 points to 0 at the break. Teams ready for the second 7 of the first game of the competition for Sri Lanka and China. It is the former who are trailing 20 points to 0 and kicking off into the arms of the Chinese, and 22 that they occupied for pretty much the entirety of the first half, and now they're looking to explore the other regions of the field in attack. The persistent, strong run from Li Xiang, and now China really expressing themselves. Rhythmic hands and elusive flowing feet. Another purr of approval as Ke Yi Shen cruises home for try number 5. This time, there is another pair of points to add to the ledger. China lead 27 points to 0. Eagle-eyed there, making sure that the Chinese chasers were behind the kicker and they win the aerial battle, but Sri Lanka are first to the bounce of the ball. Real hint that China have gone in at the side there. And Sri Lanka get the call. Tap and go, but not from the mark, called back. So that tempo that Sri Lanka are questing for, taken from them. Really seen their handling is strong. They've got some bruising runners out there as well. That's nice feet. And the presentation allows for the ball to move swiftly back to the right. There's the line against the grain. Splits the defence, but chasing back hard is Yu Hu. And then Sri Lanka forced to hold on the floor. Oh, it's silky. It's so smooth. It's Wan Yu Wang. And it's try number 6 from China's number 6. China moves to 34. The lead's ever more commanding. There's a lot to love about the tries that have been scored by the Chinese, but I imagine what would be most pleasing to their coaches is the way that they've stepped up when called upon to defend. It hasn't happened too frequently, but the determination, the hunger, look at the red blanket rushing up to envelop the runners in white. Driven all the way back deep into their 22, Sri Lanka. They rebuild from deep, and again, the hands being stressed. The eye line perennially with a Chinese defender in it, and there's the error. That's the pressure that pays. Now China will look wide. Along the chain, one more to go, doesn't need it. Gliding home once more, Wan Yu Wang. Makes it a 7th try. China are putting on a clinic for their home fans here. Kayi Chen unable to shake that kick in. China's back to the halfway. China seek to pile more pain on the Sri Lankans, leading 39 points to nil. Not a big name on it, but falls on the Sri Lankan side. China going hard at that breakdown. Forces Sri Lanka to commit to and ultimately adjudged to have held on the floor. Ian Chen is looking over to the sideline, looking for a bit of guidance, either from the coaches or from their teammates, and a call to go for the scrum. This is an opportunity for China to hone some of their attacking plays and platforms that they'll have to call upon as the competition progresses. Just a one pump. Good feet again. China's ability to stop and take off again and accelerate forward. This time, it's about the hands, it's about bouncing around and creating the room for the others out wide. And Zhu Min Wang is the beneficiary on this occasion. China move past 40. And they're scoring at will. Good effort, high effort, almost landing on top of the post protector. And committed Sri Lankan defenders strewn. China still able to make the score. Doesn't go 10. Arguably the only error coming from the Chinese in this contest. Again, a short line being offered by a big runner. Had joy from that. He mix it up and drop a kick in behind the Chinese defence. There's no sweeper at home. It's tantalisingly dribbling towards the line. Kayi Chen fly hacks it safe. There'll be no more tries, no more points. China have backed themselves plenty here in their opener. The hosts looking as red hot as their jerseys as they triumph over Sri Lanka, 44 points to nil in their pool opener here at the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series. Kazakhstan take to the field against Singapore for our third match of the morning here in China. Kazakhstan, the lights turquoise shaping up on the right-hand side, and Singapore, red with black shorts. Kazakhstan have a rich rugby history, and a rich one in sevens at that. They have competed in times gone by in the World Rugby Challenger, back before it was a series, back in Santiago. They've been re-emerging as a sevens force and a 15s force of late, looking to rebuild their programme. Singapore prepare themselves to kick off. Do so long. Ooh, and it's unforced error from the Kazakhstanis. We're looking to hit the Jets early, and real frustration. Andrienko, berating herself. The first opportunity to see the Singaporeans with ball in hand. Typically muscular defence arriving from the Kazakhstanis. They pride themselves on their physicality. And once again, not even hunting in twos, threes out there in the midfield. Forced to hold on to the floor, the Singaporeans cough up a penalty, and the Kazakhstanis aren't hanging around. Lovely show and go, and the offload was there, but it was flung low and knocked on. Singapore, their turn to come up with the handling error, and well, either advantage played or maybe coming off the shins of the support runner of Kazakhstan. As it'll be Kazakhstan put in. Aliona Bobovskaya, powerfully framed, in, out, ships it wide, stutter, and then the advance, drags in three defenders in red. Some penalty advantage is being played all along, and Kazakhstan not opting for set piece, happy to tap and let their hands and their feet do the talking. Just lots of footing. Almost undoing the good work, but it's there again for Kazakhstan. Dummy switch in the midfield, surely that pass forward, but still they forge ahead. Penalty against Singapore. Kazakhstan firing themselves at tired red jerseys, and eventually the defensive resolve breaks. Too many attacks, too many tests of the line, just gliding through that gap for the opening 5-pointer. It'll stay at 5 points as well. No conversion. Kazakhstan lead Singapore 5 points to 0. Just the promise of a bit of room out wide was enough to distract. And a clean take, unfortunate knock on, as it had been worked wide well. Kazakhstan lead. try beckoning. That is beautifully timed. The arrival from Kamenkova. What about the delayed lift from Drabovskia? Oh, it was exquisite timing. Undefendable. And the conversion to boot from Tatiana Krujkinka. Kazakhstan 12, Singapore 0. Singapore, continuing to be the architects of their own downfall. They're waiting for the whistle there, but Kazakhstan happy to swoop upon the advantage. Mindset shift required from the Singaporeans is now they're in defensive mode, and they've managed to thieve it from the grasp of Kazakhstan. Now it's on. First few meters. Puts them on the front foot. Bit of an adjustment, and Kazakhstan reorganise themselves. The switchback play doesn't get fired. Singapore passing themselves into trouble. The wits, though, to release and get up and go back for more. Oh. Pichugina was responsible for the turnover and didn't hesitate in tapping and going for the third. The try is maximised. Kazakhstan have 19 to Singapore's 0. And again, that defensive desire proving to be the genesis of that try, and Singapore need to sharpen up because Kazakhstan are well at the races. A loose offload scooped up, and Singapore are going to get their opening score of the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series, racing away after gobbling up a loose pass. A lung-busting run, but one that delivers Singapore their first points in the match and a lifeline in this contest. That's the room that Jingyi Jane Chan and co have been craving. They haven't been afforded any by Kazakhstan to this point. 6s and 7s after the quick kickoff from the women in blue. But the try backed up by a kickoff not going 10. So another roll of the attacking dice for Kazakhstan. Kamenkova dishes it up to Drabovskia, who promptly gives it to Kuchinkina. Now they'll launch the set play. No one at home for Singapore. The blue jerseys winning the foot race, wonderfully picked up. And then the call coming from round the corner from Stepanyaga. That was all about identifying the space, communication to move right, but not finished cleanly. And Singapore get a let-off late in the day in the first half. But Kazakhstan still have the lead. Half-time here, Kazakhstan 19, Singapore 5. second half. Poised to get underway, and Kazakhstan in the box seat. They've had the lion's share of possession, and when they have had it, they've shown a ruthless edge in seeking the Singaporean try line. 19-5 they lead. Singapore, their solo score coming from a breakaway try, courtesy of the pace of Jing Yi Jane Shan. Nice handling. Fashion's just half an opportunity. Victoria Chu thrashes through almost free of the 22. Good ball to Sim. Has it in. Well, felt for a long time that the tackle was coming, and it never did until two came at once. Good offload under pressure. The feints of the kick, almost the undoing of Kazakhstan. But they scramble, the call coming from Ong. Switch in the midfield. Well, almost going forward. Brilliant ball retention from the Singaporeans, and they're just waiting for the chink in the Kazakhstani defensive armour to open up, popping the ball around nicely. Ball travels backwards from the mishandling. Just 6 Kazakhstanis in shot at the moment. Low hit, just sides down the ankles of the Singapore attack. Penalty comes, and Singapore contemplating calling a scrum. I think we're going to have a stoppage at the moment whilst a player receives some treatment. Big shove coming from Kazakhstan, but illegally so. Sevens really has been their main focus in women's rugby over the years. And they took on Japan earlier this year, Kazakhstan in 15 aside. It was just their 11th test since the turn of the decade. Such has been the emphasis on sevens, and they're showing it here. Acceleration and real venom in the fend. Singapore are making some inroads here now, and Kazakhstan and their defensive durability is being asked some questions. Bouncing back into the heavy traffic. Singapore go toe-to-toe. And they're seeing these blue jerseys rush up and picking them off with some astute dummies. Oh, just for a handful of jersey, Singapore were away for try number 2. Trailing by 14, lovely directing of the traffic. Pass doesn't go to hand, and that is brilliant work on the floor. The jackal needed to come in from Oksana Shadrina. Kazakhstan now take a bit of the sting out of the game. Also try and pitch a couple of meters for the tap. Singapore a back 10 and then some. A huge amount of room here for the Kazakhstanis, and as they rush up, the kick comes over the top. It's the right idea with no sweeper. But ultimately, far too much on the kick. More reinforcements arriving from the benches. Ching Shuan Pazel Po wearing 8 for Singapore. There is still plenty of time for this result to swing Singapore's way. A try now would be timely. A try now would make things very interesting. Side entry from Kazakhstan. Their MO has been to turn penalties to scrums. This time they tap and do a double midfield switch. Kazakhstan really are being a nuisance at the breakdown. And that pass was a poor one to Tingyu Chloe Chen. Moment. Half that's very much been in Singapore's hands is just petering out at the moment. Kazakhstan and the score now would put the game beyond any doubt, and that's how you do it off first phase. Flying forward. Kamenkova screeches home down the left-hand side. It's another assist from the impressive Aliona Drobovskia. It'll just be 5, but no doubt about it, it's enough to seal the deal. 60 seconds remaining. Kazakhstan 24, Singapore 5. The bounce unkind. And finding its way to the touchline. Aliona Drobovskia makes way, and Diana Andrienko returns to the field wearing 7. Disruption in the line out. Brings a knock on. Kazakhstan again travelling from the base of that scrum. Nowhere to go but down Adir Mali. The handling, beautiful. It looked like Kazakhstan had nowhere to go, but they picked the Singaporean lot with some sumptuous handling. Another try to bookend this performance. They started strong, they're finishing strong. And they wrap up an impressive victory against Singapore. 31 points to 5. Japan and Indonesia up next. Japan on the left in the red with the iconic blossom crest on their chest, and Indonesia whites, blue and red bound out to take on another one of the front runners. Japan play a scintillating brand of rugby sevens. They have really developed so strongly over the last few years and really are a match for any side out there on the HSBC sevens. A real joy to watch. Diminutive but deadly in their deeds. And they will kick off. To Indonesia. Indonesia making their debut in the top tier competition for the very first time, so a historic breakthrough for their union, and up against one of the established women's rugby nations, the Sakura 15, competing in the Women's Rugby World Cup in England in the 15-a-side format. Knocked out of the pool stage. It's certainly a very mature programme comparatively to Indonesia, but debut of Indonesia, who so too as well with India. We're breaking new ground here in the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series. And at the moment, Japan can't break the Indonesians down. Landmark moment this for Asia Rugby as it continues to quest to grow the game in all parts of the region, and an enormous one at that. Increasing number of unions, huge youthful population as well, playing the game out in Asia. It's an exciting time for the game and the manner in which it's developing. But for Indonesia, they are up against it here early. The turnover ball, the sheer weight of numbers out wide, and the opening score for the Japanese. Beautifully struck conversion as well. Japan 7, Indonesia 0. Real contest as the ball jumbled around amongst the hands and the shoulders, and it's broken kindly, and it's broken deadly for Mizutani, side down, just as the line was beckoning. And it's a brilliant turnover as well, the fight to get back and resource that ruck. Indonesia still under the pump though, in the shadow of their uprights. Mizutani, who made the break, makes the hit, and it's not a bad exit strategy. No sweeper in for Japan, but collected and gracefully danced away. Japan keeping the ball alive, looking to avoid these bruising hits, but Kiyosuda unable to. Now it's on, straightening the line. Sakura Mizutani demanded the ball be placed in that gap. She's done the rest. Mizutani in for Japan's second. And a chance with this conversion. To double the lead. promptly done. And Japan lead Indonesia 14 points to 0. The hit came in from the blind spot. The challenge ridden well. This is Maurice Yuitua Olua. Rugby Yamin gets the tempo going from the base. Slung to the midfield where there's plenty of Japanese on hand to halt Indonesian progress. The fringes though, left undefended. The dummy, the dish, the weave. Now time for the support. Good defensive read. Picked a moment to bite and shut down the move. That was Savannah Bodman. Japan scrapping for everything, and Indonesia have been dispossessed. There's some bouncing feet. There's some more. Oh, chasing shadows and then just popping it into the path of the support runner once more. Headguard unstrapped, but matters not because there wasn't any contact near Mikio Suda. Accelerated onto that pass after some fine footwork. 3 conversions maximised. 3 tries maximised, I beg your pardon, and Japan lead 21 points to 0. You can just see as well on the right arm of the Japanese jerseys, the HSBC 7s emblem, evidence of them doing it right at the very top tier of the game, not just the top tier of Asia Rugby, but against the likes of New Zealand, Australia. And they are battle-hardened and razor-edged in their finishing. Savannah Bodman doesn't blink on her way to the try line. Came up with a key defensive intervention minutes ago, and this time she's punishing Indonesia in the try-scoring stakes. First conversion of the day, not slotted, but Japan a commanding lead against the tournament debutants Indonesia. Last play of the half. Bodman wrenches the ball from the grip of the Indonesians, but a knock-on in the tackle draws to a close the half, and it's one that Japan have owned. They lead 26 points to 0 at the break. Indonesia preparing to kick off the second half of their first ever match at the top of Asian Sevens rugby. It's always going to be a tough outing. Look at the physicality of Bodman. Sits another down. Then the support, then the offload. Japan racing away. The Trabi chalked up to Natsuki Uchida. But in truth, it belongs to the brutishness of Bodman. Lovely strike. The points deserving of the quality of the conversion. Savannah Bodman is taking names out there. He's out there lurking wide left. Indonesia will do well to avoid her channel. They're perilously close at the moment. Ball moves left. Everywhere they turn, there's Japanese players hungry for hits. Hana Nagata on this occasion lifting the leg and driving Indonesia back. Penalty surrendered. Japan thinking quick. There's too much space for Indonesia to adequately defend, especially when the zippy heels of Haruna Konishi are out there. Japan racking up the points. But not racking up another pair. Just 5 on this occasion, but you can see there the urgency to get back and get playing immediately. High hanging kick invites the chasing pack. Bodman has just emptied another poor Indonesian. Beginning to think that one of the Indonesians scratched Savannah Bodman's car in the car park. She has come out with such menace in everything that she's done in this match. And just enough of a hand in there from the Indonesian halfback, Wardana Nurul Fajrlin. Forced error. And a chance for Indonesia to launch an offensive of their own now. Few hijinks at the scrum, proving timely or time-consuming to iron out. Indonesia, a tricky kick in behind, but they've got to watch themselves now because these feet love open planes. Konichi dances to the doorstep of the 22, just as Indonesia thought that they'd executed a bit of a breakdown burglary. The call back, Bodman on the edge. There's only one outcome here. The Kiwi-born winger does the rest. Plays a rugby for Tokyo Sankyu Phoenix, Bodman. Oh, going to latch on there. Play call back. Tokyo Sankyu Phoenix, who won the league this year in their final against Me Pearls. Japanese club scene thriving. Oh, players streaming around that right-hand corner, but Indonesia straying offside. Was that knocked on? Might just be an escape there. But the best thing to do is pick it up and scorch through the defence. Marin Kajiki. A little imprecise initially, but absolutely deadly in her reaction. Japan notch up a half century against Indonesia. Oh, and the ball sits up like a dream for Bodman. Everything has gone the way of the winger today in this match. Every bounce, every hit, every carry, worthy of a hat-trick. And not the most aesthetically pleasing conversion, but it's one that counts. And Japan will get yet another opportunity to add to their haul. Indonesia have been very good off kickoffs, bar the one that just undid them. Good communication from Japan as they decide to not put any women into the breakdown. Instead, they fill the defensive line. They go hard at that one, but Indonesia retain the ball. Again, the kick comes in, backing their pace. But again, Konishi first to slide on it. Bit of danger offered as Japan travel round the fringe. Trickle through the touchline to win the race, but Japan will win the match. There'll be some sterner tests ahead for the Japanese, and Indonesia on debut have been introduced to the unforgiving nature of sevens at the top tier of Asia rugby against one of the fancied nations in Japan. Final score here, 57-0 to Japan over Indonesia. Thailand taking on the Philippines. Thailand in yellow, the Philippines in white. Thailand, a mean prospect when it comes to sevens. They play a really technical and tenacious brand of sevens. They're really enjoyable to watch in attack. A lot of variety. Their physicality is not to be underestimated as well. And again, another nation who will have benefited from their time on the World Rugby Challenger last year. Some marquee scalps claimed along the way against the big nations that sit below the HSBC Sevens. And immediately they pin the Philippines back, and the error comes from Lauren Nazareno. Thailand just showing that accuracy and that skill set on the drift, on the glide. And no one is stopping Wanari Michok from there. Key was her winger, held her width, and Wanari just drifted and drifted and drifted, and the gap stayed wide enough for her to go through. Adds the extras herself, and it's the dream start for Thailand. Another challenging kickoff that isn't particularly well dealt with by the Philippines. They will throw in though, in the hands of Raciel Sales. Scrappy ends in the hands of Thailand, who offer plenty of depth immediately in transition. The dummy switch isn't bought, so the power comes in, fended away by Thanaporn. Oh, that's a bruising carry, but sadly for Dion Akwaja, the error had already come. She is without doubt one of the danger women in this Thai side. A lot of good playmakers out there as well. Thanaporn, Witta Yaranayat. But it's all about Laura Monique Marie Mateo here. Just a little glance up to see where the space was. Oh, it's a nice ball inside, coming from deep. Kind of move you see too frequently in sevens. It wasn't pouched securely. Thailand looked to punish through Ruxina, but errors upon errors leave little choice on the whistle. Philippines, for what it's worth, nicknamed the Volcanoes. We've given them in attack to this point, and wow, that's some pretty archetypal scrum half agitation right there. Thanaporn Wandi just getting an arm in there to disrupt. Wanari takes it off first phase and instinctively was looking for the wraparound. Well, it's not the move they planned off the training ground, but it's the try they desired. Thanapon Hwankid rounds off a fractured move, but it is a try nevertheless. Thailand double their tally. Conversion sells wide. Thailand lead the Philippines 12 points to 0. Allowed to bounce a number of times before Mateo lays claim to it. Flat passing almost opens things up out wide, knocked on, and there is advantage, but Pampasa Jaijarim opts to go back for the scrum, and why not? 5 metres out, 15-metre blindside on offer for Wandi. Early shove, free kick, and away Thailand go. Not hanging around. Maybe overcomplicated things, had so much room to work with out wide, but at the second time of asking, Dion Akwaja won't be denied. It's a good attempted scramble tackle to make life tricky for the number 16. But ultimately, you can see right there, so much power to work with. Try number 3 for Thailand. And unsuccessful conversion number 2 for Wanari. So the damage limited to 17 for the Philippines. They need to get a bit of time on the ball here. Well, makeshift effort to keep the ball in play, and it's worked out well for the Philippines, who again find themselves with their own try line breathing down their necks as they look to fight free. Thailand blitz. No sweeper, great option and great pace too. It's on here for the Philippines. Hacked through, but that's offside. Just an over-eagerness with the opportunity arising. Lauren Nazareno getting herself in front of her own teammate who'd fly hacked on. And from a breakaway opportunity, now Philippines find themselves defending once more. Can they keep Thailand at bay before the half-time whistle? Akwaja shovels it into the hand of Mani Sai. But now there's space and there's pace and there's Jai Jarim. She runs down a cul-de-sac. Good tackle from Sylvia Tudok. Oh, gorgeous dummy. It was the mere presence of Akwaja that caused the confusion in the midfield. And the silkiest of dummies leads to a fine, fine finish underneath the uprights. Wanari inflicts further damage with the boots. And at half-time, Thailand lead the Philippines 24 points to 0. Philippines kick off into the arms of a Thai team who are leading 24 points to 0 at the break. It's been a really nice blend of physicality and just elegance in the handling. Akwaja can deliver both. Popped off the floor. Continuity there for Thailand, but the connect just missing. Good pickup from Mani Sai. Then the wrap around. It's the connection, it's the telepathy that is so impressive amongst these Thai attackers. The race is on, but Hwan Kid was always going to make it. And just as they did in the first half, Thailand crossed the Philippines whitewash within the opening 60 seconds of the half. Thailand 31, Philippines 0. And Wanari Chop, who is so instrumental for this Thai side, kicks off into the arms of the Philippines. It's not cleanly taken by Vanessa Cifuentes, and the resulting melee sees the Philippines holding on. Akwaja sort of looked to the referee to say, did I tap it? Can I go? And after being given the assurance, play continued. Mani Sai finds herself crossing for yet another try. Oh, cannon off the upright. Salinda Faikwamdi just with the points radar off. First choice kicker, Wanari Michok, does retain the kickoff duties though. Once again, bang on the money. Oh, deleted by an on-rushing Ruskina. Brilliant shot. Impeccable timing. And here come the Thais, who are really looking in the mood and in the try-scoring groove. This time it's Faikwamdi. Salinda delivers. Again, no conversion added. Thailand home and hosed here. As expected, you look at these pools and you can identify some historic matchups and some nations who've already been exposed to top-tier opposition on the international stage. That was Tantira Chaiket, who was going on less of a mazy run, but more of a bulldozing one, but giving away the penalty. Nice switch starter play from the Philippines. Bit more route one, using their size, using their strength to try and batter down this Thai defensive door. It's not an easy one, I can tell you that. And it's watchful, it's committed. The game one, Thailand will be determined to keep their side of the scoreboard unblemished. Good retention though from the Philippines. Trying to skirt through that gap, and in a bid to keep the ball alive, it ends up in the hands of the opposition. Thailand again, just zipping the ball out of the tackles. Jolting hit, ridden well by Salinda. Wanari, gone. And this time, she shoulders the conversion kicking responsibility. Doesn't miss. She gives herself the easy ones. Class act. Wanari Michok. Well, somehow kept in play and then somehow pilfered by Ruskina. Just everywhere the Philippine players look, they see a yellow jersey, they find Thai hands and Thai feet that are so elusive, so pacey and so difficult to wrangle in once they wriggle free. Brilliant footwork for the initial break. Then she needed the burst of pace. It came. And then it sustained. A half century up. Salinda adding a couple more. Thailand leading the Philippines 55 points to 0. The seconds remaining of this match. Horrible kick-off to claim. Almost came down from outer space. So high was the orbit. Philippines have toiled, but they're also tussling their way forward. The release and go again. Into the line and pass late. It's tricky for the recipient, Mateo, to then take any other option. But into yellow jerseys. The loose bouncing ball falls into the grip of Ruxina. And after a couple of extravagant dummies, finally decides to dot down as Thailand reach 60. And in truth, they've done it probably somewhere in third gear. There is more to come from this richly talented Thai team. A chastening opening round defeat for the Philippines. There'll be plenty of opportunities for redemption as the competition develops. Final score here, Thailand 60, the Philippines 0.
Ladies and gentlemen, this game has come to an end. The result is 60-0. 女士推手本场比赛结束，比赛结果是最后成绩。Up next is the Hong Kong China against India, 3-2. 即将进行的比赛是中国香港对阵印度队的比赛，请持续关注。Ladies and gentlemen, the game will start soon. 女士们先生，比赛即将开始。The match officials of this game. 为您介绍本场比赛的。
So, one of the most fancied and fated sides in the competition, Hong Kong China, in their white jerseys and blue shorts, bound out to take on India, who are in blue, and they are making history today. They, along with Indonesia, dining at the top table of Asia Sevens for the very first time, and you can see the beaming smile there on the face of Sandhya Rai. A momentous moment for these Indian women. One to savour. India, who recently hosted the RPL, new franchise Sevens League, bringing some of the biggest stars in the international game to India. IPL style, they may just get on the front foot here right from the get-go. Brilliant claim from the kickoff. Can India really rattle some cages with an early try here against Hong Kong China? But just as it was looking good, the Hong Kong China hand has come in there somewhere. And India will get the first put in. Hong Kong China, of course, synonymous with sevens. The Hong Kong Sevens up there with one of the greatest life experiences that one can ever enjoy. And regulars on the Challenger Series in the last number of years. And pretty eager to get stuck into this scrum. They're putting the squeeze on India. The ball somehow washing machines its way out into the hands of the Indians. A good carry from Bhumika Shukla. It's determined and direct and confrontational from India. And there's a bit of zip in the hands and the feet as well. Sandhya Rai. They're getting embroiled amongst the pristine white Hong Kong China jerseys, and now it's them levering their bodies over to steal the ball. India can't help themselves but to kick it away. And it's not just a penalty, it's a yellow card as well. Real ill discipline there. King gets the ball away, and this is try time. Long, rangy strides, just eating up the turf. One sniff, one kill. Hong Kong, China, ruthless from range. And Julie Umba Oyana getting the score. Kickoff from Hong Kong, China is good. It's a really fierce chase, but India have stood up well to the challenges coming in. Now they're free out wide, and there's a lot to like about the way they go about their attack, but a shuddering hit from Natasha Olsen-Thorne puts paid to the break as Kakade looked to burst free. It's thunderous. Penalty comes. Melody Lee just looking up saying, can we tap, can we go? No. We'll go to our playbook, we'll go to the scrum. Ball just slipping from the grip of King. Gets it the second time of asking. Now they break free. Stephanie Chan looking to create something there in the midfield, but it's a little sloppy. And India don't just survive, they end up with the put in, and they can rebuild from their 10. Korea Kumari with the put in. The work cut out to get clean ball to work with, and well, it's in the tunnel, out the tunnel. So we come back for a scrum reset. Evident early shove from Hong Kong, China. Quite unnecessary. India won't hesitate. They'll take any gift they can. This their first time here competing in the Asia Rugby 7 series. And they're coming up against a slick Hong Kong, China, whose crisp handling has carried them all the way to the hearts of the Indian 22. Natasha Olsen-Thorne, oh, just not quite on the same wavelength as Oyana. Wasn't expecting the big number 4 to come in on the switch line. India, for a first showing, can be pretty pleased with how they've gone toe-to-toe with a vastly more experienced side in front of them. Well, the hook wasn't clean, and it squirted out in favour of Hong Kong, China. Natasha Olsen-Thorne, pure power, and it's a piercing line, hurdling over would-be defenders. Tackled as she arrived at the paint, an imperious presence in the midfield. And the final say on the scoreboard for Hong Kong China of the half. They lead India 14 points to 0 at the break. Teams back for the second 7 of this final instalment of the first round of matches as far as the women's competition is concerned here in China. It's the opening leg of the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series. Leg 2, Colombo in Sri Lanka. But at the moment, it's the Sri Lankan neighbours, India, who are playing with some purpose and trailing 14 points to 0. The second try coming from that woman there, who is wrestling the ball free from the grip of the Indians. But it hasn't been one-way traffic, that's for sure. Hong Kong China continuing to have to work for their opportunities, work for any chink in the defensive armour of the Indians. Oyana, the other try scorer, unable to thrash her way through. It's the late arrival and the line that was so good, but how about that for a try saver? India fighting for every inch, fighting to keep Hong Kong China free from their line, and they have miraculously done so. They owe it all to Guriya Kumari for an unbelievable last-ditch tackle there in that phase. Oh, and just as they get their hands on the ball and they get a bit of breathing room, they pass themselves into hot water. They get lucky, though, from the knock-on. Then comes the offside as Chloe Chan reacts instinctively to that error from Maggie Ar-Yung. And in amongst it all, Arti Kumari has done herself a mischief, and it looks like an awkward one. Going to get a look at what happened here. There was, well, it's an awkward coming together, isn't it? malice in any way, shape or form. Oh, and a painful end to her routing against Hong Kong, China. Historic day here for India. She is part of it. Landmark moment this for India. Hopefully she can shake it off in time for round 2 that's coming up in a few hours for Arti Kumari and her fellow Indians. Play back on. There's been a spring in the attacking step of the Indians when they get the ball in their hands. Oh, wipe out. Oyana swallows up. Oh, but then knocks on. It was brilliant defensive work initially from Julia Oyana. Came flying out of the blind spot. Cleaned out her opposite woman, but then the knock on from the resulting turnover. Hong Kong China aren't hanging around on this occasion. Wow, at pace, Gabriella Rivers. Run up that seemingly started in the car park. Oyana receives it out wide. It's a big long fend and her tentacles get working hard to try and swat away some Indian defenders. Gets the ball free and Hong Kong China get it wide. Chloe Chan pinning her ears back, but another terrific last-ditch tackle, but this time there's too many white jerseys pouring through in support. Gabriella Rivers on hand to round off a very well-worked move, but once again, stubborn India tackling all the way to the death. Hong Kong China 19, India 0. Feel that there are tries in this Indian side. They look lively in attack. Certainly not overawed by the occasion. But just the most minor of inaccuracies can turn the tables against you so dramatically. And right here, that penalty is just going to feed the try-scoring ambitions of this Hong Kong China side. Who've not been at their best so far, but Stephanie Chan doesn't miss those from there. A gift really for Hong Kong China. And they can begin to breathe easy knowing that they've got this game in the bag. Take from Tudu. And then the challenge coming in to take down Mama Neg. It's a real policy of disruption from Hong Kong China when it comes to the breakdown. Pouring the bodies in and making life incredibly uncomfortable. It's forced the error. Chong Kai-yan just explodes from the base. No one was quite on her wavelength, or certainly at the pace of her wavelength. That is handling the ball on the ground. A penalty all day long, and, well, in the haste to tap and go, it's been knocked on. The final 30 seconds of the half of this block of women's games. Next to follow will be the men's competition. 6 of the best, just like we've had here in the women's competition. And finally, India do get the penalty that they've been begging for. There's that acceleration, there's the speed and the heels, and here might just be the first try for India. At the highest echelon of Asia Rugby Sevens. Desperate defence, racing back, utter commitment from Jess Eden. And she's not done yet. Eden, the try saver at one end, the fend off on the halfway, the thrust inside, the support from Forrest. And India have scrambled to repopulate their defensive line. Utter commitment from the debutantes. But Hong Kong China fancy some tired legs and some fatigued minds. Gabriella Rivers uses her physicality before bailing out to Nam Karman, who finishes the job. For a moment, India were racing away for a historic score. For Hong Kong China have ultimately made them pay. They get the final points of this contest, and they best a plucky India 29 points to 0. Real green shoots, auspicious ones of optimism for India going forward into the competition. But Hong Kong China, as expected, emerged victorious in round 1 of Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series.
Hello everybody, and a very warm welcome to you wherever you are watching on from around the world. It's great to have your company in Hangzhou in China as we move into the men's side of the competition. We start with the United Arab Emirates facing Malaysia. After 6 matches from the women's side of the draw, it's now the turn for the men to show us their stuff. Malaysia out in the tunnel early on, and we are still relatively early on in the day as well in Hangzhou. Just past 11 a.m. local time, and we will be moving into the heat of the day. The humidity will start to ramp up at this point. And these are the two teams. And what they look like squad-wise here at these Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series 2025. Well, the UAE and Malaysia having a moment. They are in Group A. Group A consists also of Hong Kong, China and Uzbekistan. So one very established nation in Hong Kong, China on the Sevens circuit, of course, and a newcomer to this stage in Uzbekistan. They competed in the trophy last year, and it's their first time stepping up to this kind of level. So with a nation to aim for in Hong Kong, China, and a nation to be wary of slightly underneath them in Uzbekistan, this match may well be the one to decide who goes through from the group between Malaysia and the UAE. So Malaysia in the red, kicking us off. First match in Hangzhou for the men's competition. Malaysia try to retain and get it. UAE with some hefty, sizable fellas from their 15-a-side team in this sevens outfit, aiming to land shots early on. Malaysia well set. Nicely through the hands to open things up for Mohamed Azwan Zawari Matzizi. He wears the number 11 shirt, taken nicely and taken quickly. 4 Malaysian players around the ball, taken straight into the white jerseys of the UAE. Bouncing around for Omar. He gets it back to Barudin. Straight enough drive, good possession early on in this first minute, 60 seconds accrued. Little tantalizing show before the go. And Barudin gets it again, the number 12. This is on the toes, tripped as he goes through. UAE will have this, and the referee's happy with the kind of contact he saw. Good following in from Matzizi. From their try line, UAE happy to work this nicely through the backdoor efforts of Emosi Ratu Carnival. And that was just forward. He was away. It was certainly on for the United Arab Emirates. Well, in world ranking terms, in 15-a-sides, this matchup sees Malaysia 54th in the world, up against the UAE, ranked number 40. That is in the big format, that 15-a-side version of the game. So dropping down to 7-a-side. Things are tight, as their ranking would suggest. Looked like a trip coming in, and Malaysia are going to open things up here. Quickly taken and scooting over, and that was smart work from Wan Omar. He has clocked into work early on to get the first score for Malaysia. Scrum was a mess, and Wan Omar did the tidying faster than anyone else. Knocked over. Good start for Malaysia against the UAE. The UAE last year came 7th out of 8 in the Asia Rugby Series. We're up to 12 teams this year. Focus, it seems, for UAE at present has been more of a 15-a-side effort, because they have been going great guns in 15-a-side recently. Huge hit right from kickoff. Perfectly aimed. Zaidi right into the ribcage of the UAE. They keep it. Needing a bit of time on the ball, Evan Matthews, who wears 2 for the UAE. Big step through the middle, and then the power comes on as well. Breaking the line, the sweepers ahead of him. Keeps it alive, taken by the UAE. Good support after the run, and that was Ratu Vanikal. Nice eye. Number 5 for the UAE. Now stretching and opening up their playbook. Kept alive well, down to the Gunnels, and this could be run in. quite comfortably on the edge. UAE showing their wares and selling Malaysia all sorts of trouble. Through the middle, then round the outside. Nice try. So Aaron Dubois will get us going again. UAE right down Main Street, and that's almost taken out of the air. We'll have the scrum, just a knock on. But that's a threat from kickoff, and Malaysia needing to shut that down a little better. They were well set to have picked up the ball on either flank, but down the middle, that needs shoring up. UAE finished second at this year's Asia Rugby Championship 15-a-side competition, and their forwards here have minced Malaysia up front, and they've going through the usual processes here. The forwards will soften up Malaysia, and there's space out wide. The draw and give is good, and the wheels are right on cue. Skating home. Muhammad Ali to touch this down, landing his first punch of this match. And that is a stinger. To come right from the turnover scrum too. So much height on this. It's once again right down the middle, bouncing around. Malaysia are going to get away with it, but it's a scrum, and that means Emosi Ratuvikanal is going to be packing down against this Malaysian outfit. The size difference is significant here. Not always possible to see from our camera angle, but this UAE team are a bunch of monoliths. There's some chunky pieces out there on the field. Let's take a look at the first half highlights. A minute to spin the cogs between coach and players. for Malaysia. Getting hold of this restart is job number one. Because the UAE's threat from the air, from kickoff, is promising quite a lot for them. Twice they've come close to regathering this kickoff. This time it's rather more comfortable and Malaysia can reset. So chance for them at the start of this second 7. And they work it to the edge. Good spade here. Sweeper comes across to close down that alley. And they're looking for new spaces out here in Hangzhou. City just 2 hours inland from Shanghai. Eastern coast of China. And Malaysia making it a familiar place for themselves and looking for opportunities here. Down the field, good pressure, and the chase is there too. UAE get back with enough numbers for now. Malaysia raiding through the ruck and getting the advantage. It's a super chase. Cards coming. Down to 6 go UAE. Flash of yellow from the referee's pocket. And that breeds optimism for Malaysia. They're going to go for the scrum here. Interestingly, taking on the heavy pieces of stonework that the UAE have brought onto this sevens field. And Mosi Ratu the Canal packing down again. Creative out in the backs when he gets the chance. He set up the UAE's first score, but here he's asked to wreck this scrum for Malaysia, but they've held it well. Importantly, getting it back. Zizi, the try scorer, zips it over to the outside, and Zamani picks and goes again. Support from Sudin. UAE have pinched this on the floor, it will seem. And they get it back. They have done that. Great defense. First test of the defensive measure in the second period. UAE standing up. Haven't made that much out of that kick downfield, but that will matter very little. Saeed Saad is told to get into his jumping gear and go up for this line out instead of throwing it in. Throwing from Bradley James. Stolen Malaysia, brilliantly done. They threw their man up here and they're away. Moving it through Zizi again. Now the handoff from Sudin. He's keeping his feet well enough. 5 meters from the UAE line. 3 away. Great beginning this. The 7 against the 6. The overlap spotted. Kasim has burnt through the middle of it. Holding their shape, stressed UAE, and Malaysia take the lead. Turnover from the line out. That was so sharply executed. And Zizi knocks it over. 14-10. Malaysia finished above the UAE in the Asia Sevens Rugby Series last year. It's a 3-legged series last year. One of the legs in Hangzhou. Just a 2-legged series this year, as the whole format has been reinvented, reimagined. It allows for the winner of this competition, the champion, to go through to Division 3 of the 7 series. And that can give you a pathway to qualify for Division 2. And that offers a chance to head all the way to the World Championship and play against the big dogs, the likes of New Zealand, the likes of Spain, Ireland. And playing the last 3 encounters of the 7 series, starting in Hong Kong in April next year. Good offload here. The UAE away again, stepping to avoid the comeback tackle and heading for home. Aaron Dubois in support after a burst from Ratuvi Canal. Straight back in front. No dice with the extras, but a slender 1-point lead, enough for the UAE at the moment. 2 minutes to win it. Things are potentially lining up well though for Malaysia, having got those 2 conversions. 2 tries to 3, but the extras being added both times by Malaysia. So this is a long kick downfield, and that is reckless from the kickoff to go that long. The breeze here in Hangzhou is not enough to send that further than you would have expected. So they come right back to centre field. And Zizi, little break on the edge, kept alive nicely. It's good supporting numbers from the red jerseys from Malaysia. 70 seconds remaining on the clock for Malaysia. Any score gets them back in front. It will probably be the match-winning score in this first encounter. Lovely break through the middle, and then the support comes. Red jerseys swarming. Opportunities on the right-hand side. The fend is there, pumping the legs, 5 metres short. Malaysia with the penalty. Ill discipline from UAE. And Zizi goes, he powers into contact. Metre away, they'll look to stretch this. 30 seconds to run. And the step back required. UAE getting round the ball, making this more difficult, sending Malaysia back towards the halfway line. And they reset with Zizi. Little burst of speed from their engineer of opportunities. That is a thumping hit in midfield, illegally so though. Again, they can't stay the right side of the referee's whistle. Malaysia with seconds counting down, and the burst through the middle. Then the fend, then the offload is picked up once more. And they'll have to take a look at this. Now this might stand, actually. The offload was tapped back by the UAE. That's where the knock-on, in inverted commas, seemingly occurred, but I don't think it was. Match rides on this. Decision incoming. A check required, I think. Now a full review being asked for. Well worth taking the extra time to get this right. What seemingly happened was Malaysia aiming for the offload, and the UAE tapped it backwards. So therefore no knock-on from Malaysia, no knock-on from the UAE. It was then picked up again, the loose ball by Malaysia. and put down. The TMO, of course, running all the angles on that. Nothing more to do for either sets of players than wait for the numbers to come through. Now let's read some body language. This looks like a try is going to be scored. Malaysia have the win against the UAE in the throes of the final whistle. They conjure the try, and it's richly deserved. Great beginning to their time in Hangzhou, Malaysia. They have beaten the United Arab Emirates, who looked the more ready side to be able to score whenever they wanted to. But Malaysia made the most of UAE going down to 6 players, and they scored at the death. Hong Kong, China, next on the slate against Uzbekistan. Hong Kong, China with some familiar names rocking up for work here in Hangzhou. James Christie, Callum McCulloch, Alessandro Nardoni, Caddo Lee, James Christie, Brim Phillips, Fong Kit Fung, Liam Herbert. It's, as ever, a strong selection from Hong Kong, China. And they're the favourites for Pool A. Without a doubt, they are the favourites for the title on paper, because they are the defending champions too. Asia Rugby 7 Series winners from 2024. They won all 3 legs, including here in Hangzhou. So they get us underway again, and the quality on display. For those of you maybe tuning in to Rugby Sevens for one of the first times, maybe you're following the fortunes of Uzbekistan and this fantastic moment for rugby in Uzbekistan, competing at this level for the first time, and they've won their first line-out against the throw against Hong Kong, China, the champions. So this is exciting to see what Uzbekistan can do. Hong Kong, China have pinched it on the floor. Working it to the left, Nardoni. He knows his way through tacklers on the world stage from a short-range run-up, and he does that again. Coming back is Sayers. Harry Sayers keeping his options open either side, and then Nardoni again. Fong Kit Fung, really speedy operator wearing 12. But everyone in this Hong Kong China outfit has the skills to pay all sorts of bills, and they're through early on to open things up. Uzbekistan wrestling and writhing to hold this up, but Julien Boron, the man to touch it down. And they don't die with the ball, Hong Kong China. Calm day in Hangzhou. The willow trees in the background providing this wonderful setting. It is such a green city, Hangzhou. host of the Asian Games 2 years ago, where Rugby Sevens featured, where Hong Kong China won that as well. So they are formidable in Hangzhou. Asian Games titleist in 2023. Then they won the Asia Sevens leg here last year. Back again. Good start against Uzbekistan. But Uzbekistan, just in the way they're going about the contact, not at all in awe of their opponents. They are having to track them here, and it's not easy with Fong Kit Fung accelerating. Taken over the line. But they are giving their best early on against Hong Kong China, but this outfit so fluid and smooth on a sevens field. And to give them their full introduction, Hong Kong China, it's not just last year's Asia Rugby Sevens Championship they won. In all, they've won 6 titles in a row. Asia Rugby Championship, 15-a-side winners earlier this year against Sri Lanka, UAE and the Republic of Korea. Just a 4-team competition these days. And on the 15-a-side things, they've dominated Uzbekistan, taking contact with Nardoni. They've been competing in the trophy, which is the tier below the Asia Rugby Sevens series until now, Uzbekistan. And although they didn't qualify outright in the usual sense for this year's competition, there's been an expansion from 8 to 12 teams for this year. So Uzbekistan have benefited from that expansion. They're one of the 4 new teams to come into the competition. Great scrum, wrecking through Hong Kong China, but a penalty. There's nothing wrong with the physical side of Uzbekistan rugby, is there? They are well tuned up for the rough stuff. Country which is main sports of football and then wrestling, and maybe not in that order actually. China going through here, Hong Kong China, and that's beautifully done. Pass into Michael Coverdale's hands, and Coverdale so athletic and fit, he just keeps his engine ticking over for every single second of every minute on a sevens field. He's been around the block too. Hong Kong knocking this over to extend their lead. So the restart not going 10 metres. Uzbekistan with good chance here to puncture the Hong Kong China line. And so they work it to the left hand side and give some of their powerful runners time to get ahead of steam up. Bakhtiarov, the man who took that into contact, but he's had the jackling attentions of Hong Kong China on the floor. Karoli. And the throw in, and then he'll wrap around and fire this into teammates' hands. They'll come onto things at speed. Uzbekistan pressing out of the line, but Sayers decides therefore to straighten. Coverdale Nardoni, good speed from Alessandro Nardoni, and he goes again around the sweeper. Big fend in the end. Signs this one off all by himself. Nardoni. Showing Uzbekistan what his physicality is like. He'd be pretty useful in a wrestling singlet, this man, facing Uzbekistan in one of their national sports. Half-time, Hong Kong, China, as expected, hitting the high notes early on and just looking every inch a typical Hong Kong Sevens team. 24 points to 0. Seven season starts here for Hong Kong and Uzbekistan. And for Hong Kong, there is a very real chance that it could conclude by being in the World Rugby Sevens Championship, a three-legged phase of the new Rugby Sevens season. And that final three-legged phase will start in Hong Kong with the Hong Kong Sevens. Then go to Valladolid and then Bordeaux. So Hong Kong with a great opportunity to qualify out of this division, then qualify through the next division to be one of the teams competing as a nation that has earned that place come the end of the season and be part of the new showpiece events on the World Sevens Series. It'll be great to see that journey over this course of this season and they get moving again. Won't be any problem at all for them to qualify out of this group in Hangzhou as they put pressure on Uzbekistan, and you would expect them to be able to lift the title here. They are the favourites, they have the pedigree, but you just never know. China impressing these days as well. Japan here too, so you never know. Sayers steps through, just drops it on over the line. Uzbekistan get an important tackle in on Sayers. Hong Kong manage their resources so well across a Sevens weekend. Everyone's minutes carefully monitored, and they save themselves to be performing as well in game number one as they will do in the final, if not, of course, better. So the switching begins. Bryn Phillips is wearing 9. Well played Uzbekistan to get this away and then bringing runners into proceedings. It's come out the back of the ruck. Taken by Hong Kong China. They're racing home here. Straight off the bench and over the line. Uzbekistan losing control of their own ball. Just not quite the distance from Bryn Phillips. So much height here. Perfectly on a plate for Hong Kong to win back. Uzbekistan have got it themselves though. The pressure being ratcheted up now. Hong Kong really seeking out Uzbekistan. So the last try, by the way, to give him his full reps, Sebastian Bryan, the man lining up at hooker right now, having touched that last one down. Phillips under a little bit of pressure, getting it into Boran's hands. Uzbekistan with the penalty. They want to go quickly and catch Hong Kong napping. There's only 3 back for Hong Kong. So the ball secured again. Uzbekistan, of course, looking for their first points at this higher level of competition. Higher than they've ever competed at in the world of sevens. Ilya Sokolov kicks this ahead and then chases, but he's now having to track back. Rory Stewart-Cox making a few yards. Press from Uzbekistan leaves space over on Coverdale's wing. Knows where the support is. Lovely offload from Coverdale, and then offloaded again. Bryan, and the support coming to Liam Herbert at speed, and Hong Kong sting Uzbekistan for one more. Michael Coverdale needing to take the vast percentage of the credit for this one. Lovely offload. And planned as well, right from when he got the ball in his hands. Intended to take contact on exactly those terms. He's been around the block so long now, Mike Coverdale, that everyone in Hong Kong colours knows exactly what he'll be planning from that kind of position, given his skill set. Another devilish kickoff. High tackle on Uzbekistan. And so Machinov was the man that tapped and went. And getting around their man to just keep this ball and just hope that if they can go through enough passes and phases, some more gaps will open up. Supporting nicely. And going down the blind side, flicking this back inside. Hong Kong know those kind of plays inside out. It's good ambition. At every point they've had possession, Uzbekistan have looked to do something with it. It'll be great to see them in action against UAE and Malaysia in this group. in later matches today. See how they progress from here. Probably the right way round for them to face Hong Kong, China first. Everything from here on in will be less of a task in terms of getting points on the board. Machinov, Kalandarov, there's 9. Asadbek, Olanzanov into contact. And now they open up a seam on the edge here and then look for Kozlikov on the left-hand wing. Of course, he wanted to keep it alive, but this just gives Hong Kong possession and Coverdale. Liam Herbert's in the race by himself here. Herbert opening up, looking to work those lungs as hard as he can. And he touches down, but knocking on in the process for full time. Herbert engaging in that and not quite making it. But Hong Kong make a good start to their time in Hangzhou. 34 points to 0 against Uzbekistan. Thailand and Singapore about to begin their residency in Hangzhou this weekend. We start in Group B now. Japan and Sri Lanka also here to play. But getting going are the 2 squads from Thailand and Singapore. So up she goes from Singapore. And Thailand go to battle. Great to see these two nations competing against each other on this stage. And working things to this edge. And then working things back across as well. Big, deep throw, which pressure's required. Singapore keeping possession. And resetting nicely. Good depth to this. Singapore in the red. and Thailand in the yellow. So Thailand begin from the back, forcing that kick out of Thailand, but they've got it back here. This is brilliant from Singapore, and then looking for the corner to open up for the first score. Singapore surging around the outside and diving in. Great turnover on the Thais and finished nicely. Try scored by Hidayat Jafirdin. When rolled ranking terms in their 15-a-side, Singapore ranked 62nd in the world, Thailand 71, so fairly well balanced between the two. And Thailand with possession really for the first time in an attacking variety. Paul Pathapi, oh here he goes, he's pulled back. Sirawat Wistakitakorn, the man who thought he was away. Thailand finished 5th out of the 8 nations competing at the last Asia 7 series in 2024. Finished ahead of Singapore. Singapore actually finished last year. They would have been relegated, but they've stayed at the party thanks to the expanded series. And they've begun this match really well. Daryl Liao is playing halfback. Liao off the floor, lifts it nicely to the playmaker Teng, and then the try scorer. Jafirdin. They reset well, coming at it from depth again and then bringing the speed to the party. Power from Jonathan Wong too. It's a turbocharged Singapore beginning this. Bringing in the Thai defence onto them and then looking to unleash the runners through the middle, and that's Sean Andries stepping out of a couple of tackles. High energy from Singapore. Nice loop pass over to Wong too. He keeps it alive and there's space on the edge. If the tiptoes can be kept inside the white lines. Penalty here. It's absolutely terrific stuff, this from Singapore. Bao Yuanning. And yeah, unsurprisingly, looking for the scrum. It's a great option here. It's the right option with 65 metres to play with on the open side. Much better to tie in 3 of your opponents with the scrum than to take a tap and go where everyone's well set and can watch what you're planning here. If they get this right, they'll be unlocking the Thai defence again. Good pressure though from Thailand, and really strong on the chase as well. Thailand playing that defensive set perfectly and giving away a penalty for going off their feet, but they'll be happy with the outcome from that scrum. Jafirdin goes to touch. There is a touch of wind here in Hangzhou. Just past, or around about lunchtime at the moment. 1 p.m. in the afternoon. Not seemingly straight, but allowed to play. And this is much better ball for Singapore. Really intentfully trying to bring on the Thailand defence to them before zipping it away to other parts of Hangzhou. A forward pass in the process. Really like what they're trying to do, Singapore, in the varying of their speed of play. Just not quite what they needed to make it work at full cry. Thailand with a chance before half-time. Last 30 seconds. They knock it on. Singapore will get the last say, in actual fact. Can they get this scrum right? Much better. And now they go and swoop to the right-hand side. If the pass was good, then the line was nice. But Sean Andreas had to turn, and that rather ruined any chances he had of taking things further. Singapore, though, with the better of this first 7 minutes. A good beginning to their time in Hangzhou. 5 points to 0, they lead. This is the first leg of 2 legs at this year's Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series. The second leg will be taking place in October, on October the 18th and 19th, and it's in Colombo at the famous racecourse grounds in Sri Lanka. And we'll see Sri Lanka in action in our very next match on against Japan. Their first Pool B match begins after this. Pool B's a really interesting one with both Singapore and Thailand in it too. 2 teams qualify for the quarterfinals outright by finishing in the top 2 of the group, and then a third place finisher as well may qualify. The top 2 third place finishers across 3 groups will get through to the quarterfinals as well. So lots of chances to stay alive in the competition. Thailand looking for 1 chance to get them going in this match, and they'll start from deep here, but they're running it a disorganised and scrambling defence, which then shut them down very well actually. But this is the first real ball they've had, and they burst through the middle looking for support. There are plenty of numbers to the right hand side. Brought down in the end, whipped away, 1-on-1 on the edge here. Great chance here for Thailand. There's support on the inside too, and then the show and the go. And Krad Kayang is going to sign this off. Crashing over. He's put in a shift, the big man, to make this try for Thailand. Opposite Krad Kayang. He had fleeter-footed teammates on the inside, but he used them as a decoy. And the conversion puts them in front. Didn't hit any kind of gear in the first 7 minutes, but they start with a bang in the second half. Nice change of angle here, knocked on. Thailand will get the ball back no matter what. A very good morning to you, by the way. If you're in Singapore or Thailand especially, great to have your company from Hangzhou in China. First match of the competition for both these nations. Group stages decided today. All 3 matches will be contested. Japan and Sri Lanka also in this group. Thailand's number 10, Wachirangkongsak. Good speed and the hand skills as well. Really nice. The power will be brought here by Janda, but he's knocked it on. And how frustrating is that? He's remonstrating with himself. From 20 meters. And with power that he has against Singapore's defense, which wasn't set, he has to back himself to cause a fair degree of chaos from there. Just got away by Singapore. Thailand coming up quickly. Good space here, but that drop of the ball just preventing them from taking it further. Jafirdin, he's robbed of the ball on the floor. Thailand almost with more trouble at the tap and go. Yodsakorn Wachirangkongsak wears 10. And they're calling for the scrum. Gideon Key, the man to come back on. Thailand's chance to put some daylight between themselves and Singapore. Add to that lead. Good bust initially. Penalty though. Hard work on the floor from the Singaporeans. And Jeff did in, called back. And good speed on this. And really slick handling too. Find this edge a little open. Wong and the defensive line from Thailand well set. And coming at them from depth though. Gideon Key. Jafirdin. They slow it down again. Now they have the right option to speed it up. Wong with the single hand pass, which is fired into the body a little too quickly. And Daryl Liao didn't take it. It's a really well structured rugby country, Singapore. There's 3 domestic leagues. It's a good schools competition too. And the rugby union in Singapore dates all the way back to 1966, after the influx of expat workers brought the game to the country. And of course the Singapore Sevens, a showpiece event for rugby in the country on the Sevens series once again this year. It's been over 20 years that it's featured as a leg on the World Sevens series. But this is a great chance, and it's been really enjoyable to see their national team play in Hangzhou. Are they going to find something to end it with a win? Thailand with the 2-point advantage. And on the ball. And using Sarat Janda and his big frame, but he has had it muscled off him. Well, the penalty goes and stays with Thailand. Playing to their strengths, the Thais. They have got this bigger forward pack, and they can tie up the ball here. Fixtures. No need, doesn't want to risk the ball going wider. Knows those yellow jerseys are near him, so they keep things tight. And the final seconds tick out. Little spot through the middle from Kiao. Fixtures has done enough, and Thailand have done enough just to edge themselves home against Singapore. Singapore showing much more about them in this match than what we saw last year on the Asia 7 series. They have come well tooled up for the fight in Hangzhou, but they just go down to Thailand by conversion. Sri Lanka against Japan next in Pool B in Hangzhou. Both campaigns beginning. Time to see Sri Lanka in their white colours taking to the field in Hangzhou. An exciting Sevens nation, exciting 15s nation. Rugby growing in the country, and it was building off an already popular base. They have the assets and the physical attributes to be a terrific Sevens team. Host of the second leg on the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series in Colombo in October. How much of a marker can they lay down in Hangzhou ahead of their home leg? Japan, with all their calibre as a rugby nation, stand opposite them. But in some ways, Japan needing a reboot in sevens. They only finished 6th on the Challenger Series last year, having been a coronation, an up and down coronation, often being relegated and then promoted to the top tier, but now very much finding themselves needing to earn their stripes once more. Change of coach as well behind the scenes for Japan. Phil Greening, former England international in both 7s and 15s, is at the helm after 10 years working for the USA. Sri Lanka, good kickoff. Thump down to the turf. Getting it back and then using the footwork in the tight spaces. And zipping this along to the edge. A little heavy-handed with the offload, and the standards are higher than that for Sri Lanka, and you can see both players in receipt of that next pass, saying, come on, we can do better than that. A little bit too risky on the pass. Japan will scrum this, and no doubt from this scrum have something to make Sri Lanka think about what they're capable of. Get the tap and go. Shirakuni got things moving, and this is the speed of Japan that they can bring to things on the left flank. Good tackle. Now they're coming on to things, and that kind of depth that can be so dangerous from which to start things off again. Nice change of angle from Koga. Now Sri Lanka opened up here, and the numbers lining up well for Japan, and they'll work it to the very far end. And that is how Japan can flow. Nothing too individual about the score, but the collective cohesion, very impressive. No points for the conversion. Rattling the crossbar, or rather the upright. Well, good afternoon to you if you're watching on from Japan or from Sri Lanka, joining us in Hangzhou. Great take from the restart, and Japan looking to double their money. Step on the inside. Presentation is good. Numbers here as well. Sri Lanka in trouble. Japan crossing. And this wave of Japanese jerseys overwhelms Sri Lanka. They have bought some of their familiar names, but by no means the top brass to Hangzhou, Japan. The likes of Haruhiko Uemura are here, Renouchi as well, Ryosei Takai. But certainly they are not at full cry in terms of their selection. But they are at full cry against Sri Lanka at the moment. Wrestling the ball back into their hands. Now this is Joshua Karevi. He'll be able to cause some damage. Instead he wants players outside to have a go, and again finding speed. Zipped off the floor. passing is so crisp from the Japanese. Sri Lanka tracking well. And getting out. Penalty from their efforts. Starting 80 out. Nice slip pass to Ravsinghe. 10-meter run up here. Good step back on the inside. Widan Lange. Crisp white jerseys on this green grass in Hangzhou, looking to dazzle, and that was particularly dazzling stepping, but the ball's turned, and Japan turning Sri Lankan defenders, but the forward pass. Good scrum from Sri Lanka. And supporting nicely. Japan will be so adept on the floor to open themselves up, and they are by Ravsinghe, who's going to storm towards the house and put on the extra speed for the effort. Ravsinghe, the flowing locks, and looking good in the afternoon in Hangzhou. Sri Lanka's first display of their talents. Converted as well, so 5 points the difference just before the half, and that's exactly the type of raw ability that Sri Lanka have, and that they've been showing in 15-a-side rugby too. They hosted the New Zealand's under 85 kilogram nation or side rather, in 2 test matches earlier this year, distinguishing themselves really well against the Kiwis in both those encounters in Colombo and Kandy. Japan knocking on. This is a chance for Sri Lanka just before the buzzer to maybe take the lead. It's a beefy old pack that Sri Lanka can boast, with Ravsinghe wearing 3. This is Mohamed Formi, the pivot player. And Sri Lanka begin at a more languid speed before going through the gears. Speculator needed to be kept alive, and why not? Taken into contact by Ekenyaki. Japan get it back, but the knock on, and that'll see us through to the half. Japan surviving 12-7 that they will take into the break. So Sri Lanka here now and up and running too. Finally balanced contest at half time. Japan only finished in 6th position on the Challenger circuit this year. And the Challenger is what nations who win this competition over 2 legs, here and then in Colombo next month, will qualify for. It's known as Division 2 these days, but, or rather, excuse me, it's Division 3 these days. That's what they will qualify for, but it's a one-off Challenger event, and that allows you to then compete for Division 2 if you are able to. So it's a long journey for nations from this point in order to rise the rankings and to get on to the Sevens World Championship Series. But it is possible. You have to go through your regional qualifier. That's this competition. Then Division 3. And if you're able to get through that, it's Division 2. Then the championship. Japan will be looking to do that all the way, and they're going to go all the way here. Lovely burst. The speed almost taking them to the line. Desperate tackling from Sri Lanka, but surely the points will come. Japan go quickly, and then the power comes in. The pass from Siwachi, and then the power from Karevi. Explosive beginning to the second half. Knocking on in the air, rather unfairly that, given the effort involved to get up there. But Japan on the ball. Switching on the edge. Really hard to stop Japanese players offloading in any form of the game. And they go from really wide on the right-hand side to the left and then tack it back, and this is where the spaces will come from in the middle now. Karevi steps and stumbles and offloads, and then Japan away again into the corner. The diving effort will see them home. Koki Miyasaka, the flying white-hatted Japanese player, into the corner. No extras, but the main offering superb from Japan. Taken by Sri Lanka. And taken into contact by Bamunge. Nalan Bamunge taking contact on his terms. This is headed downfield because there's no sweeper, but Japan is so speedy to get back. Good chase, however. Karevi. Zipped out wide. Good step back. Coverage from Bamunge in defence. Karevi. Switch through the middle. Japan through the white lines again. And then taking on the sweeper. Dragged back. The tackle is excellent. Muriyansalage. And Sri Lanka take the penalty out of it too. Ekanayaki. Playing that off the floor and allowed to do so. Here's Ravasinghe. Murian Salage. And they're starting to see a few holes in the Japanese wall opening up. But also seeing some players staying down a little longer than they would like. Substitutions needed. Lifted. And they concede sort of 20 metres off the bat, but this is why, to give themselves a little bit of extra room to play with, and then they recover. A lot of numbers around the ball for Sri Lanka. So they take contact on good terms. Japan fighting hard, but not getting their body positions right at all. And Sri Lanka, lovely pickup off the bootstraps, and then cutting back against the grain of Japanese covering defenders. Surging through, right through the ruck. Japan away, and free, and over halfway. And to saunter this one through the back streets of Hangzhou. That is a jaunt through the alleyways. And Japan's Renouchi, the man to enjoy that trip downtown. And all of a sudden, this second half has a very good rub on it from a Japanese perspective. 31 points to 7. And they're going to have the chance to play. For one more roll of the dice. So too Sri Lanka. Excellent counter, although illegally so. So there's been a few problems like that from Japan. They've been eager at the breakdown and incurred the referee's whistle. Coming out of the line again, and that's spotted. It's Ouchi again. His footwork is splendid. Doesn't quite get it back. Giving away the penalty. So Sri Lanka from deep with time up. Contest gone. But maybe something from those white jerseys. They are the kind of nation that can surprise you in sevens, even in sevens. Now Karevi works this over to the edge. Another one to be run in for Japan. Tomu Takamoto. And Japan helping themselves to pots of points in the second half. Singapore and Thailand to face in matches to come in this pool, but Japan off to a very good start indeed against the Sri Lankans. And they cruise to victory, 38 points to 7. Republic of Korea against the Philippines is our next match on as we move into Pool C. Korea on the right-hand side and the Philippines in the blue, getting ready to open their account in Hangzhou. It's a very warm welcome to you wherever you're watching on from, and especially if you're joining us from the Philippines or from the Republic of Korea. These are the squads to be deployed across this weekend. Ibuki Tetsuka, our referee, in the centre for us. We're well into the afternoon now in Hangzhou, and the heat of the day and the humidity is almost at its peak. It's pretty good conditions considering. Can be really humid at this time of year in Hangzhou, especially if the rains have come down in the last 24 hours and it's overcast at the moment. Pitch in great condition though, the quality is there, perfect for some exciting rugby. And Korea will be bringing all the usual speed and brand of chaos that they can deliver. And right from the start they start to go to work. Philippines putting good pressure on here and they might be in. Turned and scored, they've done them. Hamish Seddon crosses the whitewash. What a beginning from the Philippines. It was superb chasing down from Seddon, and he got a little lucky with the way that one bounced towards him. But pressure from the Philippines on Korea, and it is the ideal beginning. Those 2 points not quite knocked over. $5 points to nil. The national rugby teams in the Philippines, from all guises and in both genders, known as the Philippine Volcanoes. And they are bubbling along nicely to begin with. These volcanoes in blue. Korea, though, immediately hitting back. Draw on the inside is a good one. And two players covering across really well to stifle this attack just when it looked like they would be cruising in. Korea resourcing that ruck well, though, and touching it down for their first score. Kyung-Hwan Lee with the final touch. And it was Myung-Soo Hoo who had carried the ball deep and close to the line. Philippines restart and keeping his feet on the outside. Good depth as well from which they're attacking. Skills are nice too from this Filipino side. Lovely draw and give in that middle sector. Seddon, the try scorer, wearing 7. But now the chase is on and there's a good chance here of retaining it as well. Excellent kick option. Seddon, the man to do it again. drawing in the ball at every opportunity, Hamish Seddon. That is some footwork that Seddon has got on him to make it across town that quickly. The rugby union in the Philippines was only formed in the 90s, and in those days it didn't have all that much to oversee. It was just a single club, the Nomads Club, that they had to manage, and at that time the Nomads could only play internal games due to the lack of opposition domestically. They would play against the crews of docking ships as well as touring sides. But since then, things have really progressed well in the Philippines, and Rugby Sevens has been one of the flag bearers for the sport in the Philippines. And they've been in Manila for a 10-day training camp, this Sevens squad, to get ready, and they look ready. They look really sharp. Korea, though, with so much speed and power combined. And that's very well thwarted, and they'll start their own build from their own 10-meter line. Here comes the quarterback fake from Ström. Physical stuff to bring in Johan Kim. That's nicely done, and they're free. Support on the inside, taken brilliantly well by Ethan Moxley, and Moxley all the way home. The Philippines retake the lead. Classy sevens from the Philippine Volcanoes. Take a breather, young man, and suck all that oxygen in. Terrific score. Support from Moxley after the break right through the middle. That's knocked over. 5-point lead now. 12-7 to the Volcanoes. As a rugby nation, the Philippines are ranked 53 in the world. That's in 15s, effectively. Korea ranked 36, so they are punching upwards by 20 ranking places or so. Here come Korea, though. Oh, lovely burn around the outside after the break through the middle. It's beautifully done from Yeon Sik Jong. He's a national team player and 15-a-side for Korea, and that was full of international class. So Korea at the end of the first half, but only at the end, leveling things up in the tri-stakes. Second half to come. It's been a thrilling first 7 minutes. 12 points each. Korea getting that second conversion in the end, at the end of the first half. So they lead 14-12 against the Philippines. Crossing in the air. Korea looking to make the Philippines pay early on and quickly going about their business. Not quite taking that first pass. Doesn't matter. Philippines rush out of the line, then have to recalibrate. Whipping it to the edge again with Jong. That's landed into the breadbasket and taken by Namuk Kim. And Korea rewarded for their bold attack. Kim on the zip line all the way to the try line. And Kwang Han Lee looks for the afters this time. 19-12. Philippines stung a little, and that's really the first mistake they've made in the match. And that is the difference. That is how efficient Korea can be. Hyun Jin Kim with that kickoff, and they've retained it. And they are retaining possession. Or rather, not retaining possession from the ruck. Philippines landing the counter blow. Had to do something to stop that Korea momentum. They had begun the second period, first 45, minute 45, blisteringly quickly. Chance for the Philippines to settle back in. This is Pool C now that we're watching. China and Chinese Taipei also in this group. They're next on. Top two nations go through automatically from each group, and then a third, depending on whether you're one of the top placed third finishers in your pool, will also go through. Two places up for grabs in the quarterfinals from that. So plenty of chances to get through, essentially. Don't have to win every match in order to make the quarterfinals. Points difference becomes so important too. And the Philippines keeping close to Korea, who are the absolute favourites for this. And they're away. And the interception is good. And Clifford Dawson can just ease up towards the end here. Can save the battery pack. That was so easy. He's going to need to restore the energy reserves a little bit more as well. This to level things up. Two-point game now. Philippines recovering from their slow start to the second half. Can they hit that type of frequency that they were tuned into? Can they find that frequency again? Rugby Sevens is back on the sports programme at the Southeast Asian Games for the first time since 2017, later this year. That's taking place in Thailand. Philippines will be one of the favourites for gold there. Such an important tournament and competition for Southeast Asian nations, those games, and Philippines building towards that as well as this Asian Championship. And look at this, right through the middle, the blocking line, no. Spotted by the referee. And Dayton Amani Yobu was the man who headed off towards the try line. 2.5 minutes remaining. So much potentially to happen in that time. Korea, nice wraparound, and then the burst through the middle, the speed brought on at the end, and then the in and out, the zigzagging, hard running, and eventually try-scoring. Jung-Ki Lee bursts the game open again for Korea. Breaking the stitching in the Philippines' defensive line. Classy soloist. Are they in the clear? Korea. Getting it back from the restart. Physically taking on the Philippines with Kim. He's a really difficult man to bring down, and as is this man, Chonju Kim. Penalty though. 45 seconds remaining. Philippines have to go, and they will. And they've got the speed to get there in time. Lovely hands. One-on-one on the right wing. Korea covering very nicely. They've put in an effort to get back for that. Stepping and going is Madrona. Up in defence to shut it down, but riding out that tackle. And the seconds ticking away here. They are 8 points down, so it's not only 7 points down, excuse me. This is on. Korea have to go back and dive down. Well, all sorts of numbers being thrown up on screen here. 29-12 is not the scoreline. So apologies for that. We'll try and get our best efforts to put that back in play. But the Philippines, meanwhile, are down and aiming to level up the contest if they can get a converted try. So that's the situation for them. Jonel Madrona, lovely stepping from this wee man with the scrum hat. More good pirouetting and going, and then there's a burst through here. Korea just unsure in defence where these Philippine volcanoes are going to erupt next. And that's a lovely draw and give. Beautifully done from the Philippines. And the bump on the edge keeps this alive well. They're coming again. Opening match of real quality from the Philippines against the group favourites Korea. And they stand with a chance of levelling it up if they can get over the whitewash and convert. Ignore the scoreline on screen. Philippines have a chance. Again, there's hulking frame on the left flank. Penalty comes with it. And they'll go. And they'll score here if they can get close to the post. It's important. Score from Jordan Sandoval. Korean players lie strewn here in Hangzhou. And this conversion is so important. Is this good? It's got there. It has got there for the Philippines. What a way to finish. The Philippines against Korea. And they have come to play. They've come with all their quality in this match. The second match in Pool C sees the People's Republic of China against Chinese Taipei. China in the red, Chinese Taipei in the blue. Chinese Taipei making their debut at the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series, and it is great to have their presence in this expanded format. And they face China. To open things up. China coming third in last year's Asia Rugby 7 Series. So they're up against it, Chinese Taipei, in this opening encounter. These are the two squads to draw upon across the course of this weekend. Well, across the women's and men's competition, these two teams have had the longest to wait to get their opening match under their belts. Now is the time. China ranked 93rd in World Rugby terms, and that's in the 15-a-side form of the game. Chinese Taipei actually ranked above them, 65th. But in terms of experience at the Asia Rugby 7 Series, China have the better of that. So the last match of the first round of matches in the men's competition. China kicking off and then losing possession. Chinese Taipei aiming for this one to head to the edge. Number 11, Yuan Wu. And they reset themselves well. Good speed though from China up in defence. Quickly arriving. Good skills here, wow. Under the studs to control that one. And still Chinese Taipei have possession. They're going to relieve the pressure though. They were under some from China. China with some time here to pick a way forward and doing really well. Penalty though to Chinese Taipei. Call for the scrum. Yu Xiaohyung was looking to go, the man with the ball under his left arm at the moment. But instead the scrum called. It's a great option tactically if you can win the ball back, as long as you can win the ball back. And Chinese Taipei are going to be under pressure here. Already that scrum is bending, but they do get it. And heavy contact right off the back. China have got their mitts on the ball. Good defense from the Chinese. So they withstand that first attack and they go off on their own spearing run on the right-hand wing. Chinese Taipei's turn to have a stress test in defence. Taking of the ankles was well done by Kai Che-shu. China's turn to pick up the scrum. And this looks a little more of a banker for the Chinese. Based on that first scrum, this pack are bigger than their opponents. And the problem with Chinese Taipei's choice for that scrum was that even though they won it back, the ball was 5 meters back and the scrum half had to turn and reset things. This is much more on the front foot variety from China, and that allows them to take terms in contact. Penalty. Scrum after scrum between China and Chinese Taipei at the moment. Jia Junwu, the halfback, moving this towards the end, and this is on the end, and it's a real fine finish. Run in by Hao Sheng Ma. They get it just right, China. On home turf in Hangzhou, and the Chinese open their account. Five points to 0 against Chinese Taipei. Yeah, well timed and hammered through the rib cage. But the following players went off their feet. A real shame for China. That was so well timed. Not a contestable kick, but the worst kind of kick for opposing players to take. This has stayed in. Touchdown over the try line, so we'll come all the way back. Or rather, no, I don't think it did, actually. It must have crossed the dead ball line. Dropped at the base of his forwards and then picked, and they go, China, to this right-hand side. Set piece working so well for them, and it's setting their backs up for easy meters once they get it out there. Ma is back this way, the try scorer for China. It's straightened, and then the support line is good too. And Hao Tao Li. Second try for China. And that looked so smooth from the Chinese, just as they'd sketched it out in pre-match discussions. It worked a charm on the field. 12 points to 0. China lead Chinese Taipei. And this is contestable and taken back. And maybe before the half-time buzzer, they are going to add to this tally. Pass was meant to be dropped in on a advancing line that would have seen China surely through again, but just lofted over. And China have to be content with what they have. 12 points to 0. Chinese Taipei looking to get back to the type of position they occupied in Asian rugby back in the 70s and 80s. They were consistently amongst the top 4 teams in those days, along with Japan, the Republic of Korea and Hong Kong. And they may well be able to get back there again, but they've got plenty of nations to have to climb up above. And China being one of them. That is superb. Cleanly taken. They get a penalty off the back of it. Such strength in the wrists and forearms to maintain that position whilst moving forward as well. And China, skill level, are displaying some really super sevens at the moment. This is worked out again, and there's another bit of space to head into. Taking meters back from the gain line, but then they'll attack again, and in this shape of 3 they burn away who's ever's remaining, and China score once more. Chang Shan. So Shan adds his own extras, and 19 points to 0 now. Republic of Korea and the Philippines also in this pool, so it's probably the strongest of the 3 pools, given the quality of the Philippines and Korea. And China, of course, finishing 3rd in the Asian Rugby 7 series last year, and they've got this back once again. They are being ruthless against Chinese Taipei. Space on the outside, of course there is, and it'll be walked in. Slammed down, thank you very much. This Chinese team is hitting some form from the very off in Hangzhou. Well, every Chinese team on home soil, particularly has an almost impossibly high expectation of what they're capable of, but here they are living up to it. Sterner test to come against Korea in the group and the Philippines. They are expected to deliver, no matter the sport, no matter the situation, no matter their world ranking. 93rd only in the world of rugby, China. Once again, cleanly taken, and right from the restart, Chinese Taipei get back. But again, the right side is where the points lie, and they're in again. If it gets down, it is. China hit 30 in Hangzhou. And this restart's becoming a real problem. And when you can't take a restart in the way Chinese Taipei are struggling at the moment, that's 3 in a row. Life on a sevens field becomes so difficult. It's not enjoyable when you can't win your ball back like this. It becomes so hard to keep positive. And teams can really rack up points because scores can happen in 15 seconds and then you go again, and here they come again. And Chinese Taipei have got it. Mercifully for them, they have the ball back. They've got to keep it. Chinese Taipei get it back from the scrum. And that is no easy task. This is great speed around the edge though. The speed and the gas, and all the way Chinese Taipei have relieved the pressure. And that is wheels waiting in the wings. Chinese Taipei's turn to get the restart back, and they're enjoying this time on the front foot. Almost taken into touch. Trying to keep it in. And break the line from deep. Needing a bit of support. The sweeper does his job to fell the legs. And China keep coming. The speed of the ball again, and now the express train storming home for China. On a plate. Couple of stunning tries in a row. Well taken, but China will bundle the Chinese Taipei player into touch. No dice there from Lu. last play of the match in this Pool C encounter. Line out coming from Chong Ma and taken out of the air by Chinese Taipei. Superb work, and then Nguo gets Chinese Taipei moving again. Breakthrough from Kai Chi Su. Good to see that from the straightening line. Penalty though on him as soon as they get isolated. Chinese hands all over the ball, and surely they'll finish with something else here. The Chinese in Hangzhou in great form, and then off the floor to loop this over. It's the space again, and no one at home for Chinese Taipei. Chong Ma crosses for the final underlining of the score. And China hit 40 points. No extras, so we will stay as we are. China 43 points to 7 against Chinese Taipei.
Ladies and gentlemen, this game has come to an end. The result is 43 to 7. Up next is the Malaysia Men Sri Lanka. Please stay tuned.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the women's competition. Some thrilling matches on a knife edge there in the men's pools. Slightly more plain sailing for the earmarked favourites in the women's competition in round one, and for Sri Lanka and Malaysia, for these two nations, they who ended up on the losing side of the equation from their opening matches. Malaysia going down 22 points to 7 against the United Arab Emirates. A game that was a little bit in the balance, and also history telling us that Malaysia typically having the better over the UAE, but Sri Lanka, who were in their changed strip of green here, Fiji style, raising the ball to the rugby gods in unison, with a palm each on the ball, came up against China, who have to be probably the favourites alongside the likes of Japan. They went down 44-0 to the hosts. But reinvigorated, renewed, and retrieving the kickoff. It is Sri Lanka who are challenging the shoulders of the Malaysians early, breaking in to their 22. Shifting the ball right. Nice fend coming out. Pump action. Once, twice. Slung back inside and just about intercepted by the Malaysian cover defence, who were coming along to help their wide wingers. Taken out, but judged to have been a Malaysian player who got the last touch. So still the attack there. Dina Safika Sadali, the target, hoisted up, descended very lightly, and then was immediately enveloped by a challenge from her opposite jumper, who was laying in wait. While the wraparound play is read really so well. Swung to ground, but unfortunately it's Rosalina Maud Ridwan who goes off her feet. Sri Lanka surging for the corner. Brilliant last-ditch defence. 3 metres shy of the line as Sasrani burrows for the ball. Penalty one. Pressure still coming from Sri Lanka. Sasrani just scoops it up to Hemakarali. And now for width. Now to try and beat this fast press from the Malaysians. Nice one too. Oh, it's a granite shoulder that ends the inside runner. Sadali putting an exclamation mark in that tackle. Nice feet. Evades a similar outcome. Oh, the hints of the intercept, and it was well watched, well read, and the dummy beautifully executed from Diki Sarani. Sustained pressure from the Sri Lankans and deservedly taking the lead, but some mighty defence from the Malaysians in there. Light work of the conversion means that the tries maximise, and just shy of 3 minutes played, it's the Sri Lankans leading Malaysia at 7 points to 0. Kick-off long, awkward, and eventually gathered in by the Malaysians. Right into the stride, just inviting the pace to be applied out wide by the speedster Nur Alia Nabila Sam Subahari. Just had the edge on her opposite woman, and in no small part to the pass that was delivered right into her step. That was the difference maker, although she had a bit of work to do. An 80-metre finish, no conversion to boot, but Malaysia on the board and fighting here. Time for Sri Lanka to receive. Sharp hands, sees it into the 5-metre channel out left. That's a good turnover by the looks of things from Ridwan, and Ridwan ain't hanging around, links up with Azizan. Ridwan, just a fumble. Oh, the attack was begging to be developed into a try, but just the haste and raising the eyes a beat too soon, and the ball knocked on at the base. Flourishing rugby scene out in Sri Lanka, huge crowds for schools matches, for club matches. It is a real vibe out in Sri Lanka, which is where this competition will head to for leg 2, Colombo, our destination in October. And how Sri Lanka would love to be heading there with a victory in their back pocket, tucked away in their luggage en route back from China. They lead Malaysia by 2. Good offloading play. Drives for the hole in the defence. And as the tackles converge, the pace, the power, and the face of sheer determination takes Diki Salarani all the way to the paint. A lung-busting break. And a lovely demonstration of sportsmanship as well there from Siti Nursiami Tajuna, offering the hand of friendship when both players' lungs were screaming for air. Fine conversion as well. Sri Lanka have maximised both their tries now. It's Malaysia 5, Sri Lanka 14. A few changes before we get the last play of the game underway. Do Malaysia have a response in them to narrow this deficit? Well, they've actually got a turnover in them that falls in Sri Lankan hands. This could really swing the match. This will change the complexion of the half-time huddles dramatically. If Sri Lanka can get on the board, they probe down the narrow side, but they run out of room. That's an important defensive set as they deny Sanjiwani Wijethi Laka late in the day in this first half, but it is Sri Lanka who still go into the half-time leading Malaysia 14 points to 5. Right, back to it. Malaysia trailing by 2 scores thanks to the bullseye conversions of Sri Lanka on their 2 tries. This is an interesting group, this one. With 3 groups of 4 in the quarterfinals to come. You look at the groups, you look at the results from the first round. This has a sense that this one could be one of the best third place finishers getting to the quarter final. It's the pool winner, pool runner up, and 2 past third places. Sri Lanka, if they can come away with victory here, are going to put themselves in a very, very good position to be in the quarter-final mix. Malaysia are scrapping though, dragged down just beyond the halfway line. Again, that passing. This time a little bit behind, however, there is still gas to burn. Oh, wow. Don't give Siti Nur Siami Tajuin any room down that left edge. Had to check her step momentarily to receive the pass. But once she had it in her grip, there was no catching her. Real daylight between her and the chasing Sri Lankans. And it is precisely the start that Malaysia would have wanted. Arrears cuts to just a pair of points. An awful lot of rugby to come in this match. This is good a kickoff as you see anywhere on the globe. Dropping down from height, right on the 10. It's a great pick up. And just encouraging to stride forward and sell the dummy for a few more meters. Sri Lanka, first attack of real meaning that they're getting the opportunity to build. Switch in the midfield, a little bit clunky. And then another, one too many. Tackle off the ball, fly hack through, advantage being played. And we do come back for that advantage. Will there be a yellow card? No, play on, 7 on 7. Tapped, lifted into the path of you-know-who. Tajuddin. The game turned on its head after the half-time break. Malaysia take the lead for the first time, having trailed 14 points to 0. Three points the difference. China, the next side to await Malaysia. For Sri Lanka, it is the UAE who will be their final match. And Malaysia have turned this game. They have wrested all momentum from the Sri Lankans, leading by 3 inches from the Sri Lankan line. Malaysia go route 1 and they're repelled in muscular fashion. Presentation there, and the width 2, driving for the gap. And this time they do make it. Dina Siafika Sadali, eyes lit up at the line in front and targeted that seam between the 2 defenders. 3 quick-fire tries. And Malaysia now have a lead out beyond 1 score. Well, that'll help. That'll definitely help. 10 the difference. Another challenging kickoff that a Sri Lankan receiver has to seemingly wait an age under. And you see that scream of delight. Malaysia know that not only is that key in terms of stopping Sri Lanka, getting their hands on the ball and creating a try-scoring opportunity, they know that this scrum will chew a nice little chunk out of the clock too. Immense power from Sri Lanka, pulverising the Malaysian scrum, but somehow the women in blue emerge with the ball in their hands. A little too much fizz on the pass, and Jennison can't quite hold on. Less than 50 seconds. Sri Lanka need a try, and they need a try quick. The wrap around is caught out the back. It's a hurried and laboured pass, but it does make it to Dil Rukshi. Rukshi really flirting with that touchline as the Malaysians come through and spoil, and it's a key turnover. It's a match-winning turnover. Malaysia just need to see out the remaining seconds. Sri Lanka swarm. They get the penalty, and away they go. The hooter blast, it signals the death of Sri Lanka's dreams of a victory over Malaysia. And, well, in all the excitement, Malaysia almost go racing off for more points, and an absolutely nonchalant kick to touch from Nur Iza Azizan. Tells everybody that's enough's enough, and Malaysia have got a big win there. Trailing at the break, they came roaring back in the second. They beat Sri Lanka 24 points to 14. Two undefeated sides in the pool take to the field next, and it is the hosts, China, who got off to a terrific start in their opener against Sri Lanka, taking on the United Arab Emirates, who are victorious against Malaysia. Here they come, the United Arab Emirates in grey and black, taking on the host China, all in red. And it was a regal performance from them in their opening matchup. 44-0. Not a point conceded. And 8 tries scored en route to their victory over Sri Lanka. For the UAE, it was a first victory against Malaysia since 2012. Some of the danger women for them, Sophie Shams, no doubt about it, Alex Cook, the captain, who is bouncing the ball in anticipation to get this contest going, is talismanic for the UAE. The captain, their driver, can she inspire the UAE to a famous victory against a richly talented China? Top of the table stuff early here on day one, and the hands see the ball find their way out into the 5-meter channel. There's so much variety to how the Chinese build their attacks. Width to width, stretching, asking questions of the structure, of the physical commitment of the UAE. And right now they're standing up well. A pass that stretches the fingertips just a shade too much. A knock on from Zhumin Wang. And an enormous early opportunity for the UAE here. In the Chinese 22. Enormous blindside out wide right. Instead they go to Cook at the back. The wraparound doesn't go to it. Does second time round and she gets caught in possession. Almost upended by Shinrongdu. Oh, that's beautiful feet. Weaving back inside goes Mellish. UAE putting a bit of air on it. The ball just being released from the grip. A beat too late as Amanda Hamian came searing on from the touchline. That rhythm between her and Stephanie Enyi Amina not quite there. Promising early signs though. But the Chinese will just keep coming, slaloming. Taken, tackled, no way through. UAE reform, China rebuild, and this time they've got a bit of glide in their stride. The late switch comes in, and it's a tackle that absolutely had to be made from Georgia Barber. Passing not totally on the money from China, and the attempted kick is charged down. His hands all over it at the bottom. Bit of danger around the fringes, and then some footwork from Jia Liu. Oh, it's tepid tackling from the UAE, having worked so hard to shut China out. Couple over chasing and arms outstretched. And Shinrongdu punishing the UAE. Du Shinrong makes absolutely sure from in front, and it's China leading the UAE 7 points to 0. from the UAE. Building from far deeper this time. Those jackling intentions evident from the Chinese. We saw it in full flight in their first game, and again, a bounce back inside, wrong foots the defence who were tracking across. Ruthless, utterly ruthless from the Chinese. Du Xinrong the first time, Zhang Li the second. And with another conversion sailing over in a flash, the UAE trail 14 points to 0. Well, clear the decks. They don't want to be playing any rugby in their own 22. China really do have a policy of swarming opposition and latching upon any error. Nil, 90 seconds or so to go. That one very much under scrutiny as to whether it was straight or not. The bullet to the player coming from deep. Far too much on it to take cleanly, and a bit of advantage for the UAE to work with here. Pack with ball in hand, and most importantly back in the Chinese half. Haven't been here for a while, since their early incisions. Tumble forward, takes a few more meters beyond the 10. Cook has to check herself. Scooped up. Oh, beautiful feet. Cook sees an opportunity, sells the dummy, gets scragged. There's Shams. Amina, well, the power of the woman evident, with 3 Chinese defenders having to work together to drag her down. But as soon as one player is isolated for a millisecond, Chinese hands are swarming, and then they're tapping, and then they're going. And the UAE need to be careful that they don't concede a late score here. No roll on the bottom. Ah, the tap, how close to the mark was that? China, their quick thinking and their crisp handling, punishing the UAE ruthlessly here. Du Xinrong bookends the scoring, having opened it with the first try of the match. And she'll be in no hurry to traipse back and compose herself in a bid to make it 3 conversions from 3. Well, the fatigue of the first half getting to her 3rd and final attempt, but it is still a strong opening 7 minutes from the host. China leading the UAE 19 points to 0. The hosts take their time. They deliberately take position as Du Xinrong gets the second half underway. China leading the UAE 19 points to 0. And Cook puts a bit of distance between the ball and the UAE try line, and it's a very, very good touch. Well, thrown over just as the UAE were forming the line. The knock-on eventually comes, so ultimately the UAE will restart with possession as Alex Cook just looks for a law clarification in the most diplomatic manner possible. An integral part of the team that delivers the Emirates Dubai Sevens so fantastically every year. Alex Cook, content creator for World Rugby. She's the reason that your social feeds often look so good. She and her teammates are looking to add a few tasty tries to the algorithm today here against China. Again, they go for the wraparound. Again, trying to read it. It's Madison Mellish, who was the one scrad. Alex Cook isn't standing on ceremony. Mina, nice late change in direction. Not held, but opts to present instead of getting up for more. Here's a bit of pace, here's some power. Sophie Shams only had eyes for the contact. No knock on. Again, no sweeper. And this one, they can get on their bikes, they can get after. Whoa, was there a foot in touch? That's as close as it gets. Yi Shenji taking it to the wire. And the UAE need to regather themselves. Shams flies up. No one's at home on the right edge, and it's a brilliant tackle. A try saver. Is it a momentum swinger? Cook, he made that hit. Then first to the loose ball. It's a lung-busting passage. Can't remember the last time the ball was dead. Scooped up to Tara Cooney. She impressed in the opener against Malaysia. Advantage for the UAE. Popped into the path of a human, hurtling for a hole. Lifted over the top. But Shams couldn't gather it cleanly. And just as they'd managed to break down the relentless Chinese, the opportunity goes begging, and you can see just how hard some of the lungs are working out there. Abby Ridout, Jessica Harris onto the field. Ji Shenji replaced, and Han Jun needs a little more height out wide at prop. Stable platform for China. Skip inside that hard covering defence once more. And just as it was their undoing in the first half, the UAE guilty of slightly over chasing. And Wang Yu guilty of surgical-like precision in carving them open after drifting back inside. China 26, the UAE 0. They're zeroing in on a score not too dissimilar to their opener against Sri Lanka. It hasn't felt anywhere near as dominant from China. China, let's not forget, last summer came 6th in the Olympic Games. Fiji defeated, Great Britain defeated. And they pushed France all the way in the 5th place playoff. So this is no flash in the pan women's programme. It's one with real class. Competed at the 2020 Tokyo Olympics as well. So some women in the Chinese ranks, 2-time Olympians. And they're showing some international and 5-ring pedigree right here. Bit more comfort on the ball, bit more confidence, and that is a pass that every winger dreams of. Flying on, stride unbroken, and the try that really, truly puts the game to bed. Chen Kei-yi. Scores, doesn't convert, but China 31 points to the good with less than 90 seconds to go. Ball eventually travels 10. UAE find themselves being elevated in the contact. Ball stuck in there. And China will restart through a scrum. Liu Shuya just embeds herself, and across comes Hu Yu. Oh, the pacey arrival causes a dent in the midfield. Switch comes across. Again looking to wrong foot the UAE defence. On the inside, the turn of pace from Wang Yu is something to behold. She barely looks like she's trying. A really breezy, easy style to watch. And it's one that's delivered her a few tries personally, but China plenty. And they defeat the UAE 38 points to 0. They took every opportunity that came their way. Time for Indonesia's milestone women to stride out once again at the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series. The first time in their history. This tournament expanded to 12 teams, but also creating more opportunities for the likes of Indonesia and India, who've never competed at this level. The team who has is Kazakhstan in blue. They got off to a winning start earlier this morning. It wasn't perfect. A breezy opening first few minutes delivered them 3 tries. Then it got a bit stodgy for them in the middle of the match before finishing strong. So their objective here will be to not just win, but to play well across all 14 minutes. As for Indonesia, they're going to want to get on the ball and announce themselves to Kazakhstan as quickly as possible. Introduce their physicality to them, which is an area that Kazakhstan themselves thrive in. And you see, they're not afraid of drawing tackles or getting into the physical clinches. Switch on the left edge, and there's a gulf opening up in the middle there. Promptly slammed shut. Circling back round, need to work hard, and Indonesia do. Back though, into the hands of Drobovskia. So much good stuff goes through her. Very narrow, little frenetic from the Kazakhstanis. And the net result is a knock-on, and Indonesia will have the put-in. (31-5) Kazakhstan beat Singapore. 57-0 is the defeat that Indonesia tasted against Japan. And they're just struggling to make their way out of their 22. They've ceded possession back into the hands of the Kazakhstanis. And Drobovskia tiptoed at the back. Throws a reaching line-out ball. It's brilliantly claimed by Pichugina. And then the hands do the work out wide. Great tackle, clings on to the woman just as she looks to be moving through the gears and heading try lineward. Well, that is all about power, determination, and a little help from your friends. Oksana Shadrina lifts herself up from the floor, having been driven across. That's a very, very nice conversion attempt as well. Doesn't quite have the legs. But you thought initially that Indonesia had found an answer to that attack, that they'd stopped it. No. Sana Shadrina had other ideas. Again, Indonesia with an error that not only hands over possession back to the Kazakhstanis, but it builds pressure on themselves in an area of the field that they don't want to be playing rugby. They certainly don't want to be defending in. Drabowskia travels, just invites runners around her, asks for players to work hard off her shoulder, and she gets that hard work from Diana Andrienko. Such a dangerous runner from the base. Made the initial half break through the fly half centre channel, using the runners outside to hold the defence in position. And then she looked inside to find Andrienko flying. Simple try, made to look easy, but so much to appreciate. On comes Maris Yulita Olua, wearing 10. Can she change the record as far as Indonesia are concerned? Kick-off not dealt with particularly cleanly. Indonesia again find themselves in a defensive mindset on the outskirts of their 22. Dubrovskia wants to go to the tail. She does so. Pichugina dropped to the floor and just runs it straight. Unusual ploy from Kazakhstan to deliver the jumper to the floor, but facing the try line. And I think it was ultimately disconcerting from Indonesia. It was more surprise. But Pichugina was ready and made the absolute most of that. Third try for Kazakhstan as they look to build a score. Nice feet. Lovely balance running from Leslie Deda. All snarled up, then dispossessed. Kamenkova thieves the ball from the hands of the Indonesians and then finishes the opportunity herself. There'll be time for a conversion as well, which never stood a chance of making it, but Kazakhstan have certainly made it. They've made the most of all their chances, and they've got a handsome lead at half-time, 22-0 against Indonesia. Indonesia get us back underway through the boots of Maris Olua. Kazakhstan comfortable in attack, ferocious in defence. The delayed lift, sucking in the two defenders, telepathic from Kazakhstan. Veronika Stepanyuga, the beneficiary of some fine play in a very claustrophobic area of the field. Green grass found, a kind bounce too, and Kazakhstan look really in the mood. Indonesia slipping off tackles before concrete right shoulder comes flying in from Olua. Caught back to the mark. Vida gets Indonesia going. Hands go beyond the ball. Indonesia do need to sharpen up around that breakdown and need to make sure the ball is from the mark as well. Olua delivers. Plucked there from Yamin. Dipping under the tackles. And using some strength, offloading to Yamin. Yamin weaving away past the 10 metre, almost to the 22. Most concerted and high quality passage of attacking play that the Indonesians have enjoyed all match. Slung to the floor in brutal fashion. A fast blitz from Kazakhstan leaves little room to try and engineer the ball outwards. Another penalty against Kazakhstan. They are beginning to mount up, and Lahu beckons her players to go with her. Again, another penalty at the breakdown, and again, Indonesia guilty of not taking it from close enough to the mark. Longest passage that Indonesia have enjoyed possession for, though. But they may not get to enjoy it for too much longer. Fly hacked through by Kazakhstan, popped off the floor, and then lifted out of the tackle. Andrienko to Stepanyuga. And Kazakhstan's number one does the rest. It can be a cruel game sometime, can't it? Indonesia building, slowly making progress, forcing penalties. But one small error, and they're once again staring at a Kazakhstan player attempting a conversion which is unsuccessful. But Kazakhstan still do stretch their lead. Change of personnel for Indonesia with the injury. No change in pace for how Kazakhstan want to play the game. They are really quick to the restart and ready to get going the second they've scored. Balua. The good stuff going through Indonesia's number 10. Ball jumbling around, and we know how good Kazakhstan are in transition. The support play is incredible. You can hear the calls coming from distance, the players flying onto the passes, and the result is tries. The quality's been good from Kazakhstan, but the most impressive or the most marked is their desire, is their work rate to be on the end of a ball, to surf the shoulder of a teammate making a break, knowing that if they stick around long enough, they'll probably find themselves latching onto an offload. By tackle, and a yellow card for Yekaterina Kamenkova, Indonesia. Up against 6 for the remainder of this match. Still struggling to find a way through. Still looking up and seeing a blur of blue as the Kazakhstan defence rushes up. There they go again, hunting in pairs, suffocating their opposition of any attacking oxygen. And one last bruising and all-encompassing hit sees Indonesia dragged down in their dead ball. And the last play of the game will belong to Kazakhstan. Baki Pek is the replacement halfback. Got Shedrelina outside her, but Baki Pek goes it alone. They may have one less on the field, but it matters very little to Kazakhstan at this stage. Swiftly skirting round the edge of the scrum. One more try added, no conversion to boot. But Kazakhstan have triumphed 46 points to 0 here against Indonesia. Japan stride out for their second match of the day. They're taking on a Singapore side who showed a lot of character in defeats against Kazakhstan when they took them on in their opener. However, this is a step up against a richly talented Japan who put 57 points on Indonesia. Singapore getting their first score of their Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series adventure, courtesy of a breakaway from Jin Yi Jane Chan, who was tracking across hard here in tandem with Ting Yu Chloe Chen. Japan, change strip of white on this occasion, demonstrate world-class hands and an electrifying turn of pace. Chiaki Saigusa does the rest. She was never going to be stopped the second she caught it. And the effort's converted, and Japan lead 7 points to 0. Doesn't make the 10 though. Switch play in the midfield to open up the left-hand side. Well, there is no way through. In no uncertain terms, driven back, dispossessed, and in the hands of the try scorer, who is opening up and demonstrating a thrilling turn of pace. A second for Saigusa. And Japan striking twice with their first 2 opportunities, ball in hand. Singapore playing the kickoff cleanly. Teo just looked up and so didn't really have an avenue to go down. A cluster of white jerseys ahead of her, and from the resulting passage, Japanese jerseys pour through and they have a penalty at Singapore's expense. So much depth and spring in the feet of the Japanese here. Well, that bounce has fallen kindly, but then the draw and pass was supreme, and it's a hat-trick in just over 3.5 minutes for Chiaki Saigusa. They've all needed a bit of finishing. That one, probably the easiest of the bunch. But a first half hat-trick, you never turn your nose up at. And the extras added once more. Japan, pretty ruthless. (21-0), they lead Singapore. The Singaporeans get some phases together and they stress this Japanese defence enough to give them room out wide. The Jackal comes in. I have to say the quality of breakdown theft has been excellent from every side out here so far this morning in the women's competitions. Saigusa slams the anchors. Oh, and then just runs through the last woman. This is some try-scoring specimen Japan have out here on the left. On this occasion, it is just the 5. As we tick towards the break, Japan leads Singapore 26 points to 0. Ooh, some loose passing and a breakdown of communication yields a gift for Japan, and for a change, it isn't Saigusa scoring. Content with the hat-trick, and also the fact that it wasn't down her flank. Japan find another try. Now lead 31 points to 0. Competitive kick to chase. Claimed well and offloaded to Peiki Lily Sim. Advances the cause up to the halfway line. Good depth on offer from the Singaporeans, and a nice glimpse of a gliding arced run. And almost in danger of creeping offside at the back feet. Just about within the realms of the law. Singapore being driven back. Just lacking a bit of penetration in their carries and hurriedly shoveling offloads. Oh, it's a crunching blow. A whiplashing hit. But penalty to Singapore. Over comes Chan, try scorer. In their first game, is happy that there is no more joy to be derived from this first half from a Singapore perspective. And half time, Japan 31, Singapore 0. Japan have been a class act in the first half. They've made their tackles. Their passing has been crisp. And their finishing clinical. And they claim the first duel of the second half. The aerial battle is theirs. And the first loose pass, a commentator's curse. Just beyond the grasp of Sakurako Yazaki. And there is Savannah Bodman wearing 8, who was a force of nature in her opening match. Hat-trick and a few bone-crunching moments against Indonesia. Will the Singaporeans feel the full force of the Bodman? Developing right. Everywhere they look, there's white jerseys hungry for hits. Get the penalty though. And they'd like to restart with the scrum. Suck a few numbers in and create some space for their runners out wide. Plenty of changes. Jiu Nicole Tan coming on wearing 1 to join the scrum. Back inside. Tackles are there. Singapore muster. They suck in a couple of players. Oh, until the cavalry comes flying across. And then the steal as well. Yazaki, the hit and snatch. You don't get better than that from a winger. Decoy runners. See the Singaporean cinch. Bodman flies forward, then delivers the try-scoring pass. That is Japanese sevens. And the very essence of their game in 10 seconds. The determination and desire to hit, steal, recycle, and then work it to the other touchline to deliver more points. It's how the game should be played, how the game should be enjoyed. Conversion unsuccessful, but Japan leading Singapore 36 points to 0. Japan victorious in the skies once more. And that simply too easy for Mikio Suda. Underneath the uprights. Another half century of points. In sight. The quarterfinals, a foregone conclusion as far as Japan are concerned. races away to the touchline. Off the top they go. Oh, it's a bruising burst through the heart of the Singapore defence. A bit of wreckage left in the background. Then the hands do the rest of the work. The battering ram initially, followed by the finesse out wide. Oh, Japan running red hot here against Singapore. Shaped in for the half century. Japan hit 50 once more. Quarterfinals beckon for Japan, who are just pressurising. They're smothering Singapore at every moment they get, and they're in such a hurry to score points. Bodman collects the loose ball, and Bodman, with a flash of pink, disappears from the grasp of the Singapore defence. Smiles all round for another try for Japan's number 8. Japan 57, Singapore 0. The Hooter Blast, one last attack, and well, Bodman was so well placed for the fortuitous bounce. Singapore race up to apply the pressure. They can't quite dislodge the ball before the pass gets away. And again, some bouncing, fixing feet creates the space to lift it into the path of Sakurako Yozaki. Been raining tries for Japan here against Singapore. Japan with so much history and pedigree on the World Series, richly experienced and showing every last ounce of that in a clinical display. Final score here, Japan 64, Singapore 0. Next up, we turn our attention back to Group F. And it is India in blue making their first bow at the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series. Coming up against Thailand, who really are a class act. They have impressed over the last couple of years on the World Rugby Challenger. Very enjoyable style of attack, ferocious in defence. India, they went down in their first game but showed really promising signs that they truly belong up at this level. The 29-0 scoreline, possibly not fully reflective of some of the nice attacking moments that they demonstrated, but Dion Agraja is such a handful for any nation in any position on the field, and once she gets free and hits top speed, few can stop her. And India fall victim to a tie try at the hands of their number 16. Hard line, coming against the grain. If you're looking to penetrate the yellow defensive wall of Thailand. Kick in behind where there was no sweeper, but now there's two Thai defenders covering. Bit of footwork from Huan Kid, who was in the tries in that opening victory of Thailand's against the Philippines, 60 points to 0. Different prospect here against India. Ruksina dragged down in the 5 metre, and the scrap on the floor is illegal, and Thailand are away. One bounce and into the grass of Thanaporn. Well, this time they side down at Khwaja before she can gather a head of steam. But still the half break creates enough room for Thailand to navigate the ball out wide into the hands of Ruksina. Try number 2 for Thailand. Thailand emerge from the melee, ball in hand, in the 22. Wrap around. Oh, he's begging for a switch to be cut there. Didn't come. Instead, a shuddering hit, followed up by another. Wanari laying the second one on. An injury here to one of the Indian players, and speaks volumes of the physicality out there. It'll be a grueling weekend for everyone involved. Three pool matches today, before then moving on to the knockouts. It'll be straight into semi-finals and placing rounds. Thailand will be desperate to hit one of those semi-finals. Ball scooped up into the arms of Thanaporn. Couldn't quite skirt round the defence. Akwaja goes for a canter, those long legs almost looking to hurdle the Indian defenders. Selinda races over, taps and just backs herself. Powers home. Turns to her teammates with a big smile. Just took the opportunity by the scruff of the neck and got the job done. Another try to Thailand. India still hunting their maiden score at this level. Does it happen here? Does it happen now down this right-hand side? No. Thailand continue to swarm the breakdown and spoil and niggle. But India have the ball. Another bullet in blue arrives. Down the left they surge. Oh, she just ran out of room. Guriya Kumari thought for a second that she'd scampered clear for a historic try. Intricate stuff in the midfield, creates the space. Oh, creates too much space. Nuntadchaporn Yodhya races away. It was so nicely fashioned through the running lines, the timing, the hands. And then the final pass delivered, and they said to Yodhya, it's all on you. Had the pace to finish. and Thailand have the skills to carry a healthy lead into half-time. They lead India 22 points to 0 at the break. Second half underway, and Thailand spotting an undefended patch of the pitch that bounces kindly, but the penalty given away. They did catch India unawares, and it worked out initially. But ultimately, a penalty which now turned into a scrum. That's why Kansha, Anand, Katkade has come along in some haste to take up her propping position. Chance for India to work with a slightly less populated field, but they've got to win their own scrum first and foremost. Thailand bullying them off. Oh, a rocket to no one, and India pouring through and sensing this might be their time to strike. That's a penalty to India. Thailand desperately holding on the floor, and they're in a rush. They know that tempo's their friend. They want to catch Thailand while they're disorganised and dazed from the loose passing that's put them under this pressure. Thailand, though, go through the attacking gears again. High tackle is what it takes to stop them. And it is now Thailand's turn to practice their set piece. Characteristically, the hands let Thanach Wandi down. They go after it. It was never really there to go for. Some of these are beginning to feel cynical. India into the 22. What a boon this would be. But have they seen the ball ripped from their grip? Yes. And Thailand now dummying, gliding, and then blasting through. Narathib Manisai arching her back, hunted down quite brilliantly by Bhumika Shukla. But the recycle is quick. And the finish, merciless in the end. Salinda applies the finishing touch after Manisai looked to be home and hosed, but it was an unbelievable chase back and tackle from Shukla to give India hope. And they will be looking down the field thinking, how have we gone from banging on the door for our first ever try in the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series to down here watching another Thai conversion. Again, stolen by Thailand, but on this occasion, illegally. India, undeterred. Flash forward, oh, breakthrough. But for a tiptoe, clipped by a tap tackle. India denied once more, and India once again spun on their heels. And looking to put out defensive fires, being lit by this Thai attack. Thailand haven't been their best, that's for sure. It's been somewhat error-shrewd. They've been pushed all the way back to their 22. India, tackles raining in. Scoop up the crumbs. Thai hands in there, and it's a turnover. Both sides fighting tooth and nail. Final minute of the match. India again have shown up well here. By no means blown away by the more exalted opposition that they find themselves up against here today. And they're forcing errors as well. India running out of time to register points on the board, and they are making hard work of it as well with some loose passing, then almost a gift. A very, very scrappy passage comes to a close. Some fatigue setting in the latter stages, but for Thailand it matters not. The job was already done. the victory was theirs, and 27-0 against India it finishes. Thailand 2 from 2. Final match in this second block of pool contest in the Asia Rugby Emirates Sevens Women's Series. China are taking on the Philippines. Philippines going down 60-0 against Thailand in their opening match. China, it was a 29-0 triumph over India, both of whom we've just seen in action. Finely poised pull this, and contrary to my remarks earlier, I should clarify that it is straight to semi-finals. It is the pool winners and the best second place who will get to go through and compete for the cup tomorrow. So really, and with points, the key tiebreaker, amassing big winning margins is going to be key for many of these sides, were they to not top the pool. Calculators out. Come the third round of matches. Philippines looking for an avenue through the Hong Kong-China defence, but well organised, well motivated. The offload, getting the arms free round the back of the tackle, would have worked had the pass stuck. But Pearl, Vanessa, May Kelly unable to pouch it. Hong Kong, China, so many weapons at their disposal. Nice feet to skip through. Well, she didn't know, but Chloe Chan could have gone it alone there. She was free from the clutches of the Philippines defence. Now on the glide, now on the stride, now goes Jess Eden. Philippines defenders backing off, and Eden not missing a footstep on the way to the line. Conversion's good as well. Hong Kong trying to lead the Philippines 7 points to 0. Kickoff dropped, and Hong Kong China now looking like they can get after it in attack once more. No-look pass, opening up the midfield and opening up a chasm for the rivers to flow. Gabriella looked up, saw that no one was at home. And quite rightly just went for it, back to pace. Hong Kong China had their second. High-hanging kick. Oh, it was almost landing perfectly for Hong Kong China. Instead, is the Philippines who claimed it, and that is nowhere near the mark. I think people can sometimes get frustrated with referees for being pedantic, but that absolutely nowhere near. Oh, that's one of the offloads of the day, though. Chloe Chan flipping it out the back door to Chong Ka-yan. Chong Ka-yan did the rest. Hong Kong China, who lacking a little rhythm and cohesion in their first match, just might be finding their stride now. No name to claim it from the Philippines, but it ends up in their arms nevertheless. Hong Kong China incredibly vocal in their defence, numbering off and applying that intimidation to the Philippines, not just physically but verbally. Philippines battling to release the pressure here, and with the ball trapped in and Hong Kong China, the team advancing, they're going to have to put in what is without doubt the toughest positions to defend as far as the Philippines are concerned. An enormous blindside, as big as it gets, 5 metres from their own line, but a good shunt puts some initial pressure on Hong Kong China. There's too much speed in the feet of Kai Yan Chon. And Hong Kong China have another on the brink of half time. Hong Kong China 26, Philippines 0. This is better. Oh, there go the Philippines. Breaking tackles, racing away. A moment to savour as the lactic floods in, but so too the joy for a big, big try for the Philippines. A solo special to round off the half. A moment to remember. And the conversion good too. Hong Kong China see their lead reduced by 7. It's 26-7 at the break against the Philippines. Second half ready to get underway, and a huge boost on the cusp of half time for the Philippines, racing in to their first points of the campaign, and an uncharacteristic error acknowledged by Vivian Poon. Sees another opportunity now for the Philippines to build on the fine finishing of that woman there. Oh, Vanessa May Kelly. Scampering down the short side goes Mateo. Mateo wriggling and writhing free. Hong Kong China clamp down, snuff out the threat, and then they go bursting free. It's a long way to go. Looking round for support early is Forrest. She gets swallowed up by the hard-working Philippine defenders. And again, tempo being injected with the tap and go. The fractured field just about being picked off by Rivers, who releases, goes back for more, and finishes the job. Awareness to match the strength. And Hong Kong China get their response to that late try in the first half from the Philippines. It was at one moment going to go the other way, wasn't it? It'll remain just 5. But Hong Kong moved to 31 to Philippines 7. Well, despite that score, it's a sense that the Philippines have grown in stature since that late try. Really jolting shot, looked like an awkward collision with Vanessa Cifuentes at the bottom of the heap. Big shoulder and rise from Rivers. Oh, it's a pass that no one wants. Long, looping and high, as hospital as it gets. And a crunching shot from Chloe Chan capitalises upon it for Hong Kong China. Now the inevitable turnover. Rivers to Poon. Back to Chong Kai Yan. Once more along to Shana Forrest, who's still trying to get there on her own. The strength of the Philippines managed to drag down the big runner of Hong Kong China, but then they infringe. Rivers can't get there, and in her determination to cross the paint one more time, is found holding on the deck, and the opportunity is spurned. Well, batted back volleyball style. Unconventional, but it's worked out for Hong Kong China. Gabriella Rivers, full of running, getting on the ball regularly. And Jess Eden, who was in the tries in the first half, puts an end to the tiptoeing around. Goes straight for the line, rounds off the move. And Hong Kong China continue to build their lead, and importantly as well for them, they continue to enhance their points difference. Thailand with a positive points difference of 87, having won both their games. They will meet next. Elsewhere, they're probably looking at the likes of Kazakhstan as a potential competitor for a best second place spot in the semi-finals. The best way to get there is to win all your matches and win them well. And Julia Oyana is ever dependably good for a try. Immediate impact from the rangy running number 4 of Hong Kong China. Urgency as well to get the ball back into Poon's hands so they can go back for more. Hong Kong China 41, Philippines 7. 1 minute and a bit of change to go. Hong Kong China ideally would like another couple scores. Philippines can't break free from their 22. Hong Kong China desperate to get possession. Tasha Olsen-Thorne in the thick of things. And now more fresh legs for Hong Kong China. Beautifully manipulated defence Ball in two hands, shifting the defenders around, looking for runners whose presence had opened up gaps. And they do get their additional try. The conversion's good. And Hong Kong move to 48. They win the match by 41 points, which does their points difference the world of good in this keenly fought pool. Full time here, Hong Kong, China 48, Philippines 7.
Uzbekistan back in action for the second time today, for the second time at the Asia Rugby Emirates Sevens series in their history. They are stepping up in 2025, and after facing their first round match in which they had to go up against Hong Kong, China, no less, the reigning champions, they now have a shot at Malaysia. But Malaysia themselves have a shot at the semi-finals after their superb opening round victory against the United Arab Emirates. 21-15 they beat them. They are a realistic contender to make the final four. And what their job is now is to acquire as many points to help them when it comes to the final reckoning, when the maths are done at the end of the group stages. They're not going to win this pool, that is almost certain. To Francesco Camisa, the referee. Hong Kong China will certainly wrap up the pool victory, and that will see them directly qualify for the semi-finals. But whichever team qualifies as the second best team in terms of points acquired, if they finished in second place, they also qualify for the semi-finals, and that is a realistic shot for this Malaysian team, particularly after the draw between Korea and the Philippines in Pool C. So their job is clear, and they know it. Score as many points as possible against Uzbekistan to help them in the points difference game. They get going, and Uzbekistan, of course, with their own objectives, and really that is just to play and play and play as much as possible. We saw some glimmers of what they're capable of against Hong Kong, China. Physically very, very impressive. A nation of wrestlers and footballers. Well, that really should bode well when it comes to transferring to rugby. Malaysia, though, with the nous and also bags of speed. And that man into action, Mohamed Zizi, number 11 for Malaysia. He's one of their sharpest operators with ball in hand. Bahrudin gets things going. Lovely direct line this from Zizi. Gets the offload too. It's shelled with the try line beckoning. We'll need to keep our eyes out also for number 5 for Malaysia, Mohamed Kasim. He scored 2 tries against the United Arab Emirates. And they were facing a much bigger, more physical side in the UAE. They scored with their final play of the match, and that gave them a victory. It's a similar physical matchup against Uzbekistan, who have sizable figures across the backline and, of course, in the forwards. You've got to love the finger wag from Mubarak. And from Uzbekistan's number 4, Jakonhir Abdukadirov. Mohamed Saeed. This is Zizi. Zizi on a zigzag. But they've lost this forward. UAE going up next against Hong Kong, China in this group. Uzbekistan's Olimjon Tulganov gets it away. Good hands, and this is a wide pass which forces the winger to check, but ball still with Uzbekistan, and Ruslan Ibragimov is sent into contact. Good offload from Sokolov. Sokolov again. The hands a little too high, so having to pause every time a ball is passed out wide, Uzbekistan, before they get going. Just the crispness of the passing, not quite as sharp as what Malaysia are able to display. Chip in behind, the space was definitely there. Malaysia are going to take this off the floor with Zizi, and then spun away. Bahrudin. Scrum to Uzbekistan. They won't mind that as an outcome. Uzbekistan, one of 4 teams that have been drafted up from the trophy by this expanded format. As a rugby nation, they're ranked 99th in the world in 15-a-side, taking further steps up that ladder by sending their 7s programme into action on this level. Scrum hat's not attached around the chin, no problem. Zizi will get it back and then find the man with the loose strapping. Number 7, Mohamed Saeed. Nordin. And Sudin. And there's great chances here to get these unchallenged offloads away, but they choose not to do that. Zizi again, good hold and give. And then Saeed is going, and that scrum hat's about to come off, surely. It's not looking promising on that front. But Neither is this attack, in truth, from Malaysia, and it breaks down. They're doing everything that they weren't doing against the UAE, and that is being too loose, too fast, touch too ambitious. They were so disciplined against the UAE. One shot, one kill every time with their attacks. Just overplaying against the Uzbeks. Good outcome for Uzbekistan to be 0-0 not long from half-time, and with ball in hand, and here they come again. And Tulganov is this number 6 who's got the ball away. Good feet too, gets it back into the hands of Sokolov, and he'll drive hard. Looks for an offload, just doesn't see where the following player was. Now Malaysia will go, and there's a chance that's shelled again. Barudin wrestled into touch here. Now that is some full combat mode from Uzbekistan. Strong work from Ruslan Ibragimov. And whether you are in Central Asia and watching on, supporting Uzbekistan, or whether you are in Southeast Asia and supporting Malaysia, or whether you're an interested party outside of those two countries, it's wonderful to have your company here today. First leg of 2 in the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series this year. More teams than ever competing in this one, and Uzbekistan may be closer to scoring their first ever points. Abdul Qadirov, great chance here. Numbers our way to the left, and they're going to drive straight. Wrestling and writhing is Sergei Sokolov. Now it goes away from Mukhamaddinov. Chance here, has to be done. It's in, and Uzbekistan can begin the counts. Ruslan Ibragimov scores their first ever point and try at the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series, and that is a hard-earned try that gives them the lead against Malaysia. It is not going to script for the Malaysians, but Uzbekistan have shown up. At half-time, they lead 5 points to 0. Conversion being looked at and possibly being nailed here, just to the left. It stays at 5 points to nothing. Malaysia with the work to do now. The doors are open on Uzbekistan now at the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series. They have got their first points. They lead. And it is exotic and exciting to see a new nation, an unheralded nation in the wider world of rugby sevens, taking a new step up. Of course, they've been competing in the Asia Sevens trophy before, but now on a bigger stage, and showing Malaysia, who are much more used to this level, what it's about, and they secure that kickoff terrifically well. Light blue and white and green colours, the colours of the Uzbekistan national flag. Ibrahimov, the try scorer. Mukhamaddinov, whose vision it was that saw the space was out wide after teammates had spurned that chance and just put their head down. Taken in the middle of the line by Sudin. Malaysia, if they want to keep their hopes alive of qualifying for the semi-finals, needing to win this match and win it well. And they're on and going, and that's brilliant speed, burning round the edge. It's all the way home from Zamani, and he is Zamani. The go-to when a score is needed. Ahmed Zamani for Malaysia. Zizi hits top with the conversion. Malaysia in the lead. This will be an experience for Uzbekistan. Right in a contest, but now having to deal with a rejuvenated team, more experienced at this level, who are about to turn up the wick, and right from the restart they're heading for the line again. Head down, and the drive scored. Mohamed Rasli heading for home and doubling Malaysian money. And right from the restart is a sign that you've got your opponent right where you want them. Zizi goes double tops. 2 conversions from 2 for the number 11. And it's points difference which matters here. So not just the number of tries. Every 2 points that you can add from a conversion aids your course when it comes to calculating who will get this highest place second finish. There's so much height on these steepling kicks. Hunted down. Uzbekistan now suddenly behind. That's a lovely break though. Makhmaddinov, he's chased down, he's being hunted, he's got no one nearby to help out, and Malaysia get there. Finally, Uzbekistan cavalry arrives. They're hunting for their second score to try and keep them in the contest. Machanov, Kalandarov. They concede multiple meters, but they had the advantage on their side. Mahmoud Kalandarov taps and goes, brings in the big carriers, and they keep it close. Uzbekistan, they're using their muscle, and they're over. Mahmoud Kalandarov finding the quickest way to the try line, the Uzbekistan way. Faced with smaller opponents, they clatter through the front door, and they're back in the tussle. 14-12 now. High kickoff from Sokolov. Malaysia need to put some points together here before the end of this. They need to win the match firstly, but unless they can add a couple more scores, you would worry for them in terms of getting to the semi-final on points difference, and Uzbekistan are making this mightily difficult. 2 kicks to get the ball out of danger, and they're really not out of danger. Mohamed Kasim does the tiding in the end. Here's Zizi, and he's away, and that's beautiful balance. Needs a little bit more support, finds it on the inside. Tap tackle is good. Uzbekistan scrabbling back and driving through. They give away the penalty. It's 60 seconds to play. Zizi's recharged, and he's going, but he hasn't quite got the out-and-out gas. Good fend for extra support. Uzbekistan keep this high themselves. They are draining the batteries here to try and get this victory. From deep, setting up is Kolakov. They've got their first points in the Asian Rugby 7 series in this match. They're looking for the first win now. It'll have to come from deep. And Malaysia have done enough to keep control of this. Not over for Uzbekistan, because Malaysia have to keep scoring points. And that'll give Uzbekistan a chance, maybe on the floor with an interception. Here come Malaysia, though. They're going to get something here, surely, to end with something else to take home. Good pass from Kasim, and right on the buzzer, it'll be touchdown. It's Zamani who gets 2 for himself in this one. And Malaysia run out victors in the end, but running on empty as well, because Uzbekistan have pushed them so hard. Now we see what Uzbekistan Rugby Sevens is all about, and they're here to fight for everything, aren't they? Malaysia take the win and go 2 from 2. Great effort, that'll help. 21-12, 9-point difference. It'll all be useful when the final sums are done at the end of the day, but not taking more points out of this is a little worrying for Malaysia. Nonetheless, 21-12, they beat Uzbekistan. Hong Kong, China against the United Arab Emirates now in our second Pool A match. Hong Kong, China on the right-hand side and the UAE on the left. 34 points to nil victors against Uzbekistan in their first match, 6 tries in all, whilst the UAE went down to Malaysia 21-15. They are to have hope of making the semi-finals. United Arab Emirates need to beat Hong Kong, China. No easy task. Hong Kong, China are the reigning Asia Rugby Sevens champions. In 2024, they won all 3 legs, including here in Hangzhou. As a rugby nation, they're ranked 23rd in the world. The United Arab Emirates ranked 40th. But rugby in the UAE is on the rise. They finished second at this year's Asia Rugby Championships, which is a 15-a-side tournament, beating the Republic of Korea and Sri Lanka, losing though notably to Hong Kong, China. And this Hong Kong, China team stacked with familiar figures from Hong Kong's time on the World Sevens Series, either as a nation that qualifies for individual tournaments or as a nation, a fixture on the Challenger circuit as well. Numerous times, numerous endeavours to get onto the Sevens World Series as a core nation, but it hasn't happened yet for Hong Kong, China. As a rugby programme, theirs is extremely efficient in terms of the success they achieve, given the playing resources they have. And they make the most. Every inch of talent in their players, they form a side which is so dynamic and cohesive. And look at the way they're moving already. And this is brilliant speed here right from the off to try and bring the first points up. Liam Herbert was on the rampage. UAE have got back. Mohammed Ali set them going again. 2 tries from Ali against Malaysia, in vain in the end. Taken quickly, James Christie. It is remarkable in Sevens tournament how the team's form can blisteringly improve, even within a 2-hour gap between one match and the next, and also fall away. It is not easy to try and get into a groove for 14 minutes, then have a 2.5-hour break, and then do it again, and have another break, and then do it again. So much has to go right, and so much preparation required in between. Hong Kong, China do it better than most nations, actually, in terms of achieving consistency match on match. Here's Sayers. Cal McCulloch, Big Cal, on in the #1 jersey. Here's Herbert, off on a weave, and finding Big Cal, who cuts back and offloads nicely, taking out 2 players, and that's why there's space here for Phong Kit Fung, and Fung fights away a couple, and Fung fires himself through. The benefit of having a totem pole on the field in Cal McCulloch. Not a feature of every team that you see in the Sevens world, but teams that do play with a big man on the field, a power forward type player like McCulloch, can really change the dynamic of a match. They have such an influence if they can be used in the right way. Here's McCulloch again going up to try and win the ball. I really think teams do lack something if they don't have that hulking figure somewhere in the squad that they can use to change things up when they need to. Sayers has ripped this off. Nice line, Bryn Phillips. Hong Kong looking for number 2. Over to the left-hand side, and Herbert with the pass. And this will be touchdown. Easily done and made to look smooth. Julien Barrot with the score and the conversion attempt too. Borrell's second try after scoring against Uzbekistan earlier today. Hong Kong without a number of frontliners that they have relied on in the past, including Max Denmark, Hugo Styles. The little and large show of Denmark and Styles. They are a very sharp attacking unit when they have those two on the fields. Hong Kong, this is a great chance for others in the squad, in the programme, to get more time on the ball, to take that leadership role. Bryn Phillips, he'll go and keep things quick as he can. Offload out the back, but only to the UAE. And this is Ratu Vakal. He's doing what he does and needing support. And here is Muhammad Ali. There's great speed in Ali's shoes. He is razor sharp. And he stings. He stings like a bee, Muhammad Ali. Great break up the middle from Emosi Ratu the Canal. Herbert. Harry Sayers not impressed with Ratu the Canal, and so practices some of his rocking on the number 1. Referee's going to have to deal with that. It was right in front of him. On behalf of their players, the captains shake hands. One of those moments where it's perhaps best not to bring the protagonists back together again. Just deal with it through proxies. And that's the captain's job. Tobias Oakley. There's 9 for the UAE. There's Nisai, captain of the United Arab Emirates. Ratu the Canal. Waits for the moment to give the offload. A little bit too late. Good play from McCulloch to then release Boron. He's got support, but Hong Kit Fung can't quite pick it up. James Christie, Herbert. Has to work hard, Liam Herbert, every match, and always does, to have the influence that he does on matches. I'll take this. Herbert. Christie. Back to Herbert, and he's over. And Hong Kong China's hard work is rewarded. On the buzzer for half-time, they hit number 3. Slotted ever so nicely, and Hong Kong lead the United Arab Emirates 19-7 at half-time. Hong Kong performing to plan. And Culloch underneath the kickoff, gets it back, offloads nicely. Is it going to be allowed? They're racing away to touch it down. They scored the first try of the second half. No problem. It's Christie. He'll get his name on the scoreboard for that one. But McCulloch, the man who did the work, chasing it down. Bryn Phillips with an extra few points for good measure. Hong Kong China heading and aiming to top the pool. Only the pool winner goes straight through to the semi-finals. If you finish in second, you have to be the best second place finisher in order to get the semis, and Nardoni has again from kickoff done exactly the same thing. Fresh on the field. And a second score of the day for Alessandro Nardoni. Lovely height on this. Not cleanly taken from the restart this time by Hong Kong. So Kusa Naisai had to secure the ball firstly. Finley Anderson. Now Tobias Oakley. Hong Kong have it back. Lovely slipped offload, and Sayers benefits from Sebastian Bryan's cheeky pass on the inside. Hong Kong China finding scores everywhere they look at the moment, even down the back of the sofa. This one hasn't gone 10. UAE having been received shot after shot in the midriff. They are staggering around a little bit. But with time on the ball and maybe a chance to land a blow or two themselves, Tobias Oakley onto the left wing, well kept alive. Bryn Phillips though has it back as well, and Hong Kong China do the same until Nardoni drops it. Oakley and Ali and Naisai. Stuart Cox is swallowing up the UAE on defence. Mohammed Ali doesn't have anything he can do with the ball too much, said Bryan, with the draw and give, and Hong Kong are eyeing up another here, 2-on-1, and McCulloch with the fend and the fist, and there is one of the more calmer finishes you can see on a rugby field from Big Cow. He might be doing it at a slower pace, but he knows exactly what he is doing. Lovely score. That's much better times. Stuart Cox secures, but a knock-on call, so Stuart Cox must have bumped it into a UAE player when he was in the air. 90 seconds left, and Hong Kong eyeing up the 50, which is some going in 14 minutes of rugby. Side side. Scrum half. Puts this in. Steady scrum for the UAE. Something magical required to undo this Hong Kong China defence. Naisai. Nice straightener from Anderson. Al-Marzouk in as well. Naisai, big pass all the way over here. Nardoni has eyed up the men correctly, but that's good resilience to step out of that. What a tackle though. Flying in from Kado Lee. That was superb on the towering presence of Ratuvi Kanal. exactly how you do it as a smaller player against a big figure. Went for the ankles, came at speed, and held on for dear life. And it gives Lee a chance from this scrum, because he's going to pick up, and he's fast, but he wants Bryn Phillips to have a crack out wide, and then the hitch kick and go, and that's powerful done. Matthew Rickard, lovely finish. And they add all 7. So Hong Kong, China skipping to victory against the UAE, 54 points to 7, and they go 2 from 2, aiming to qualify for the semi-finals directly by being the group toppers. Thailand against Sri Lanka. Up next in Hangzhou. Here are the Thais in the yellow jerseys on the right. Sri Lanka in the dark green on the left. So Sri Lanka with a change of strip from their white jerseys. Maybe a change of fortune. Certainly a chance against this change of opposition in Thailand. But Thailand themselves having toughed out a first victory against Singapore, squeezing through 7 points to 5. But that has given them a very realistic chance of making the semi-finals, especially after Malaysia failed to put points on Uzbekistan. That leaves the opportunity for Thailand to finish as the top place, second placed team across 3 pools. So the team in the second position in the pool that have the most overall points and points difference, if they can perform well against Sri Lanka. For Sri Lanka, equally, 2 good performances after losing to Japan in their first match, and they could be in with a chance of still qualifying for the semi-finals. They've got to win this match and their next handsomely. It's certainly possible. Thailand zipping it over to the left, then being run into touch. Sri Lanka want it almost to go quickly, but they advise against that. Number 3 in the line-out there, Nopasit Kradkiyang. He was the try scorer against Singapore that won them the match. Watch Karonsok. Popafipi wearing 13. This is Watcharan Kongsak. Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan again. Nice pass and give. Polpathipi. Uzbekistan. Good pressure from the Sri Lankan defenders, but we've got some holes to plug in the middle of the park. Thailand's ball retention is nicely maintained. Sada Teratiem Warakit. This is Sarit Janda, big number 8, and Polpathipi with the last charge. Chokun. They have to go and put it downfield in the end. No other options they felt were on. This is going to be touchdown. And all the way back we go. Slightly overhit, but not otherwise a bad option, given the defence of Sri Lanka and how high they were up, but they come out with more credit, Sri Lanka, after that last set than Thailand did. Thailand, however, can begin again. Uzbekistan. Nice step from the number 18. Pick and go, good drive. Sri Lanka not really muscling up when the ball's on the floor. They're preferring to fan out, although maybe they were just being patient because that was superbly timed. Ravasinghe, powerful man, scored their only try in their last match, and away go Sri Lanka for opening score. One attack after reams of defence required, and it is Charani Liyange who'll get that score. They're two blessed players in combination. Kanchala Delini and Charani Liyange. Liyange making all 7. Marumali. Underneath it, and not taken out in the air, but taken in the air, certainly. Janda. Sri Lanka having to rush across urgently. Fine force in defence. All over it on the floor here. Penalty given and quickly taken by Chokon. Back from Wachara Kongsak. Uzbekistan. Big step off the left and then hairs through a gap. He's got a slashing break on him, the number 18. Janda. Wacharangsok. Kiao. Oh, he's unceremoniously thrown away with the rubbish by Liyange. Scrum selected. They're close, Thailand, and they need to make this count before half-time is out. And you'd expect this to be the kind of territory which number 18, Sirawat Uzbekistan, might be able to scoot through for himself. This ball comes out quickly, watch out for that. There he is with the ball in his hand. Uzbekistan. Janda Chokun and Kradkayang. The scrumming down pack for Thailand. Uzbekistan does go himself and breaks through, and Thailand hit full speed through the fast feet of Uzbekistan. Into half-time, Thailand level things up, needing to do so, and Sri Lanka and Thailand arm wrestling this one through to half-time. 7-all. Nicely balanced this one, isn't it? In Hangzhou, Saturday afternoon, and the wizardry of Uzbekistan lighting up the first half for Thailand. And maybe seeing them through to a second victory of the day. And that will put them in a good position, a really good position, to then qualify for the semi-finals. They would have Singapore, or rather Japan, to come after that, so I wouldn't expect them to be able to hold on to the Japanese. But Sri Lanka have plenty to say in this, and look at this speed and the range you running. Head back, the express delivery of the 5-pointer. What a score. Sri Lanka bursting into life at the start of the second half. Touchdown by Shanika Marumali. Sri Lanka kick off again, and they press Thailand. Thais have done well to keep that ball moving. Sri Lanka in fringe for not rolling away. Take the ruck. In terms of World Rugby ranking, these two nations separated by 20 places or so. Sri Lanka 47th in the world in men's rugby, and 15 aside, I should add. Thailand 71st in the world. Thailand said that coming into this year's competition, their expectation from the federation is to maintain their status in the series, to make sure that they compete and hold their place at this level. The women's team are actually expected to push for top 3, so the men with more modest ambitions here in Hangzhou. They're on track for that, and maybe something more. But they'll need scores in this second half. And they rework this nicely. Wizakitakorn. Lovely pass out wide here. 15 metres to work with. Lovely stepping back too. Kiao Kiao. Chip Pavasaskani. Janda. Now back onto the right flank. They're moving this with swiftness. Sri Lanka doing well to just hold on to them at the moment. Wizakitakorn, see space here. Oh, it was shut down well, and there was just a blocker in his way. He stepped into the path of where the defender was rather than into the space. Janda. Now that's nice. It's not just Wizakitakorn's feet that can unlock a defence. Power from Janda can too. Here's Wizakitakorn. Patient defence from Sri Lanka, but tiring defence. Kradkayang with that last carry. This will be draining for both teams. Chip Pavanasakul always going. Janda was with him. No one's going to get the ball on the floor off you when Janda is sealing off. The lithium being drained out of the batteries for both teams. But they get closer, Thailand. And a penalty for Sri Lanka. They go to the well in defence. Wejililaka, the man who eventually was awarded the penalty for getting his hands on the ball. Didn't seem like he was making much of an attempt to pull it back and rip it from his team. He was just happy to put hands on, and the fact that Thailand didn't then let their own hands go is why the penalty was given. Referee felt that Sri Lanka's efforts were honest enough. And Sri Lanka might spring into action here. They can go from anywhere with the speed in this team. And a step back inside. Sasarani's going to make the breakaway. He's going to be sealed off from getting under the posts, but he has scorched the turf again. Umanayanga Satrasani scores the try. That builds Sri Lanka's lead into a very healthy one. And it throws their chances of being a semi-final team right back onto the table. counter-attacking of Sri Lanka has been lethal. But equally, their patience in defence has as well. They've not panicked when under pressure by Thailand. And they've got this again. Sarani keeps driving hard. Ujilaka. Numbers lining up to the left. Passes back on the inside. Now there's a 2-on-1. And surely into the corner they'll go. Kanchana Delini. Second try of the day after he scored Sri Lanka's only try in their first match. That came against Japan. Really good score from Delini then. That one was a little easier. And come out well on top of Thailand. The scoreline's a significant difference, but two of their scores from breakaways, and another one there was constructed pretty quickly. Things could have been quite different given the possession Thailand have had. But if you don't make your chances count, it's all too easy to get stung. So Thailand have paid the price for that. But there hasn't been as much of a difference between the two teams as that scoreline suggests. It's going to leave Thailand out of the running though for qualification for the semi-finals. Needed a win and anything else in terms of points difference that could have helped. And they've got neither. Japan to come for Thailand. For Sri Lanka, it's Singapore. Big collision in midfield. Janda likes those sort of exchanges, but this time wants to move it. Terati and Warakit. Janda. Loop over. Pitisakalut. Nice change of direction. Chock on. Sri Lanka again, 5 meters from their line. They become so precise with their tackling and jackling. And they've done what they needed to do. Sri Lanka booking their first win of the weekend and giving them a chance at making the semi-finals. Thailand's hopes rather fade with that loss after an opening win. 24 points to 7. Sri Lanka beat Thailand. Singapore now in the second match in Pool B. Japan having won their first encounter. Singapore having lost theirs. They lost to Thailand by 2 points. Sonny Lin, the man in the centre, with the whistle. Japan beat Sri Lanka 38 points to 7 in their opening encounter. Choose 2 scores each from that man there, number 10, Kota Nakama. Not the man with the ball in his hands, but the man just behind him. The man about to kick off is Jisoo Lee. And other scores coming from Joshua Kerevi. Singapore, meanwhile, their solitary score was a very good one from Hidayat Jeffedin, Singapore's number 6. Lee kicks us off, and Japan all too easily claiming this out of the skies in Hangzhou, this afternoon fixture in China, first leg of the Asia 7 series, and Japan at speed, opening up Singapore right on the game line. That was a lovely pass to bring Japan into proceedings, and the rate is so high. Here's the first big opportunity. Kerevi, Joshua, good tackle to bring him down 5 minutes short, and maybe stolen on the floor. Japan will get it back, and the try will come in the shape of Roesei Takai. Just simply too quick to get their pistons pumping. Takai's first score of his time here in Hangzhou. And Lee goes exactly to the same position, and Kerevi does exactly the same job. And they play scrum half. Kerevi, good speed from Lee, and the feet is a wonderful big distance between those steps, and the high speed, high octane Japanese style coming out as simply too hot for Singapore. Koki Miyasaka. A little bit further this time. Penalty one though. Kerevi. Japan are just cutting through Singapore right now. Great tap tackle, but Kerevi's there, and he takes the long route to the try line by going over and then down. Picks up an air mile for that. Joshua Karevi. Singapore have it tapped back on their side, and they've got it under firmer control now. First chance for them in an attacking sense. Comes 4 minutes into the match. They have been under pressure. It's no fun when you're just chasing shadows. And they have a chance to cut a shadow or two themselves. This is Jeffedin. He's their most attacking player. Japan have robbed him of the ball. Karevi almost had it in his grasp. Here is Jeffedin, bringing some physicality to proceedings. It's much needed. Abdullah, now speed as well, matching the Japanese for that and making some grounds. Good arcing run back inside. Jeffedin spreads the play, and these are good skills here from Singapore. Nice to see the connection. And they're under pressure, really are under pressure. But playing it nicely out of the harm's way. Jeffedin has set off again. Fires a good pass away. Jonathan Wong looks for support on the inside. This is going to get swallowed up though by Japan. Support is there. Andriesh. Jeffedin. Hasn't gone back, hasn't gone forwards. Jermaine Abdullah secured that ball. Jeffedin found it in his arms. Jeffedin sends it back to Liao. This is sent from left to right again, and there's a bit more about the width play here. That's nice. Singapore keeping possession, and as long as they do that, they've got a chance. Doesn't matter how much ground they're making, but it does matter if they can see possession, and Japan will look to hurt. Good double tackle in midfield. Jeffedin's holding his shoulder, however. Singapore running out of options, and they're going to be hurt here. Brilliant defence, though, by Daryl Liao. It's so impressive from Singapore to keep the engine ticking over for all this time against these finely tuned Japanese Sevens players who come out at the end of it all, at the end of the first 7 minutes, with a score. A beautiful passage of play, and that underlines more than anything Sevens rugby, the depths you have to go sometimes in defence, and then making that extra effort to pick yourself up and go and attack. Japan did it there well. Half-time whistle sounds. Japan comfortably leading Singapore in this one, 26 points to 0. Certainly one of the toughest assignments here in Hangzhou is facing this Japanese men's team, with the conditioning of a sevens team which have recently come from the Paris Olympics last year, and of course the home Olympics before that, and they're racing away to add fuel to this fire which is starting to roar. They are making it look easy. It is easier for them. The Japanese program is a good one. It is one which prioritizes fitness and the ability to play at speed. They like to play a chaotic style, a fast style. That's the style which they've been training for over the last couple of years under Simon Amor, to be able to bring that to the Olympic Games in Paris last year. That was a style they felt would serve them best in their endeavours to make it through to a quarter-final or even compete for a medal. It didn't happen for them. It does mean that when they come up against someone like Singapore, who haven't had that level of professionalism in their programme, we see tries scored like that. Sevens programme in Japan hasn't caught the headlines in the way 15s has in recent years. It did initially. They were the nation that were performing so well above themselves a decade or so ago on the sevens circuit. But ever since then, it's the 15-a-side team which has impressed the most. The sevens team haven't really had too many glory days in all that time. I'm sure you can remember when they beat New Zealand and Kenya at the Olympic Games in Rio 2016, finishing 4th overall, the Japanese, just missing out on a medal. It was a terrific games for them, and this is terrific from Singapore. They're fighting hard, and they are all the way. Touchdown by Sean Andriesch, created by Sean Andriesch. Singapore grin of the number 13, and they're on the board. Taken down and then pushed back inside. Japan bursting through again, straight back and on the scoreboard. That is superb. Japan back to their old tricks. Points difference shouldn't be too important for them. But every little helps. Heading comfortably towards topping the pool, Japan. Only the top-ranked team from each pool goes directly through to the semi-finals. There's 3 pools, so 3 automatic semi-final qualifiers, and then for one of the teams which finishes in second across those three pools, they'll also make the semi-finals, depending on their pool points to see if they finish as the top second place team after that. And below that, everyone else will be competing for 5th place and below, and valuable series points to take into the second leg in Colombo in October. Nicely flinged around the back to open up this corridor of space on the left wing. Singapore heading back in here. Tapping and going, and then turning, and lovely hands here. It's so slick. Japan with a skip, and they add another 7-pointer here. Renouchi adding to his tally this weekend. Over the last couple of years in this city of Hangzhou, they've performed well, but they've never come away with the top prize. 2 years ago at the Asian Games, they finished with the bronze medal. The competition was played on this pitch. And then last year in the second leg of the Asia Rugby 7 series, they came second behind Hong Kong, China, losing the final. Eyeing up the 50-point mark, and will make this a contestable kick-off. Good speed over the ground to then tap it back. Singapore have it. And maybe something for them towards the end of this one. It's been a tough one. Maurice Wong with that ball. It's going to be back on Japanese sides after they were hauled into touch. Up and down we go. And this will go off. So Japan happy with what they've come for, and happy in going 2 from 2. Comfortable victory over Singapore. 47 points to 5. They are heading towards winning the group. The Japanese in Pool B. The Republic of Korea and Chinese Taipei next up in Hangzhou. Chinese Taipei on the left and the Republic of Korea on the right. Well, Korea in a tight 24-point all draw against the Philippines, which has rather got them off to a full start in the pool stages. This is the hardest of the three pools because the People's Republic of China are also part of this group. The Philippines playing some great ball earlier on today, and Korea, of course, as well, a force at this level. And Chinese Taipei, well, they went down to China in their first match, and they rather struggled to keep pace with a well-conditioned and disciplined outfit. Korea will be much of the same, plus an additional layer of creativity. So Chinese Taipei needing to go above and beyond themselves again to have a chance against Korea. Chinese Taipei kick off. And for Korea, if they are to have any chance now of qualifying for the semi-finals, they have got to win this match well, and then they've got to go and beat China. Such a slick outfit. You can really play fast sevens when they're on form, and they'll show all of that here, and they are from the off. Pick up and pass was beautifully done in one motion. They have some big players too in the side who can carry physically hard. This is Park, Gya Yun, and then Jong Yun Suk, Hwang In Jo, little hitch and a dance, and Lee Yun Ji. Kim with the next carry. It's all looking formidable for Korea as they stretch the play here, but at the very last throw of that phase, things break down. They do look a dangerous outfit though, don't they? Good line-out drills from Chinese Taipei. Nice gather as well. Counter ruck is excellent, but illegally done. Kai Che-shu kicks to touch, and the first objective for Chinese Taipei in this match has to be to slow the pace of the match down, because Korea will want to accelerate and play it at the fastest possible speed, which will favour their fitness level. If Chinese Taipei can keep things slower, that's got to be the first step. It will make attacking that little bit harder, however, because Korea won't be too stressed in defence. And look at the shape to their line. They're able to just shimmy across the pitch, keep a very close, connected defensive alignment. Chinese Taipei are going to get the ball back. And even just holding on to the ball for a minute like that and then getting it back on their side from this line out is an achievement against a Korean team which have a very impressive 15-a-side program. A lot of the players from the 15s team are in this 7s team. Very well conditioned. Chinese Taipei stepping up a level from the trophy in this expanded format. We've gone from 8 teams last year to 12 teams this year in both the men's and women's competitions, and Chinese Taipei are one of those new 4 teams that are joining the competition. So they've got to get used to the likes of Korea, who know what this is all about, know their way around this competition particularly. Holding on, and Taipei with a good chance to break downfield, which has rather been ruined. The idea was good. There was no one at home for Korea, so the foot race would have been a well-contested one. But they have done, Chinese Taipei, a good job in slowing this first half down. At the back of the line out, good reach, and Korea hammer it through the middle to begin with. Park Hyun-yu. Onto the ball is Kim. Hyun-yin. There goes Kim again. Chris passing down the line, and the 2-on-1 is there, and Korea head for the corner and get it down. Jong Yun-suk, one of the fully fledged 15-a-side internationals in this Korea team, and that is a test quality finish. Korea with the first try in the match after 5 minutes. Taipei resilience in the end. Just snagging a little bit as Korea went through the motions. They do struggle in their North Asia area for regional competition that's suitable to their level, because Chinese Taipei's neighbours are China, of course, Japan, the Republic of Korea, and Hong Kong, China. But really their level at this present state is more of a Southeast Asian level, the likes of the Philippines, Malaysia, Thailand. Those are the nations they would be better suited to competing against, so they're making measures to get more fixtures against Southeast Asian opposition to try and help them build back up to be competing on a 15-a-side and sevens with the likes of Korea. And they're very much giving this a very good show. Chonju Kim. And a scrum. But one of the measures that Chinese Taipei have taken is helping to set up the Unions Cup, which includes Singapore, Thailand and the Philippines. That's a 15-a-side competition. First started last year. And that's been a big positive for all those four nations, but especially Chinese Taipei, whose geographical location places them with nations who are that level above them at the moment. But to be included in the Unions Cup is going to help them a great deal. And trying to return to a level from where they were in the 70s and 80s. They were amongst the top teams in Asia, amongst the top 4 teams in Asia in those decades. And they could even lay claim to being the third best, because they finished in third position in the Asia Rugby Championship in 76, 84, year 2000 as well. And they've got a stronger pedigree in rugby than one might imagine. Big carry into contact. Jong Yun-suk with the tackle for Korea, and they'll take it out of the back here, and Jong will just sneak down the blind side. Hard work pays off for the number 14. He made the hit in defence. He gets the spoils on the scoreboard. Half-time beckons. So 10 points to 0 to Korea over Chinese Taipei at half-time. Second half brings Korea to the halfway line again, and it's a great take out of the skies from Junyi Lin. And now they're flooding through the middle here. Good step from Liu Xian. Heavily stocked blindside by Korea. They're reading the Chinese Taipei attack very well. And so Chinese Taipei having to be a little more creative in the middle of the field. Lin Junyi, number one, with the stepping ability. And how about the double step here and the jump from Guo En? Most purposeful attacking set of phases by Chinese Taipei in the match. Passing is on point too. Need to work this to the edge and profit from the space they've created here. Not that it was all that much, but they've worked that back in lovely. And Wang Jiaxian, this is beautiful from Chinese Taipei. Support is there. Got to control it at the base of the ruck. They do. Liu gets it going again. Chip over the top, and this might work out nicely if the bounce is good. Chinese Taipei in the hunt. And Zhong doesn't touch it down, so he can play. That was smart from the winger. Really smart. And forward pass here, just overrunning it. Well, it would have been a great rugby injustice if Korea had gone from there against the attack from Chinese Taipei. They went full gas, Taipei, for that try, and they very nearly pulled off one of the most hard-earned scores of the day. And this is a much better performance from Taipei than what they managed against China. They lost 39-7 to the Chinese in their first match. And the improvement across matches for teams who are getting used to a new level of rugby sevens can be so quick. Chinese Taipei highlighting that. They've had 2.5 hours or so since their match against the Chinese. And they have really, really set about their work here against Korea with so much more purpose and aggression, commitment and structure. Look how deep they are here, resetting to then come again, and they're being closed down really well by Korea, has to be said. Korea timed this perfectly on the counter ruck. Passed away by Lee Kwang-kwan. Lee Junyi. Nice straightener. Big carry from Kim Yo-han, just what Korea needed. They were going a little too laterally. And they used one of their bigger players to fix the defence, allowing Kim Hyun-jin to have more space on one flank. If you can fix a defence on one side of the pitch, there's almost certainly going to be a payoff when the ball comes back the other way. And that was Kim Yo-han's job. But he got completely flattened when he next got the ball there. Scrum called by Kim Namuk. They're treating this Chinese Taipei team with great respect. Respect which has been earned by Taipei. They want to tie them up. They want to get rid of three forwards, keep them in this scrum. Try and have a go at the backs. And if they didn't think the Chinese Taipei defence was up to all that much, they would have tapped and gone by now. So full credit to Chinese Taipei. Hong Yu Chao in the number 4 shirt comes on. This is Yi Kwong Wan wearing 10 for Korea. Yi gets it into the back line, and Kim makes sure there's players looping round. One of them is Lee Junyi. Does well to add some extra meters to that forceful carry of his. And they're poised to be unleashed. But Kim Chan-ju drops it on the floor. And Chinese Taipei with another feather in their cap. Next match is coming up for both these teams. We'll see Chinese Taipei against the Philippines. Korea against China. And for Korea, they will have to win that to go through to the semi-finals if they are to hold on to this match, of course. And it's not gone from Chinese Taipei. They're heading downfield. Look at the speed here. Chinese Taipei in the backfield and scoring. Superb. Absolutely first class. Chinese Taipei's Wu Yuen with a score which throws everything into doubt. Korea stung with 1:40 to play. Has that got the bend on it? Not enough. But a 7-pointer sees Chinese Taipei win the match in the next 90 seconds. What a turn-up that would be. For all their endeavours, it didn't feel like they were going to break through Korea and get on the scoreboard, but they've done just that. And now Korea, under a degree, albeit a small one because they've got the ball in their hands, of pressure. But they're relieving that pressure here. Cut back in from Kim Namuk, and then Kim Johan. He's got the legs to go all the way, and he'll put this one right into the pigeonhole for delivery. This will send Korea through to the next round of matches with a chance of making it through to the semi-finals. So they might have qualified for anything after this win, but it gives them the chance to then qualify. And that worrying 30 seconds put behind them. What a kick from Korea to add an extra 2 points. They all help. With 10 seconds to go. 17-5. Korea lead. They might well feel they should have had a few more given the way this match started. Chinese Taipei have really dug in ahead of their match against the Philippines later tonight. Second last match on the bill. Korea's will be the very last match of the night against China. It'll be all out for them in that one. Wherever you are watching on from around the world, make sure you join us for that one just before 10 p.m. local time in China. The hosts against Korea. Korea needing to win in that final group stage to go through to the semi-finals potentially. This one has been Chinese Taipei proving their worth. Korea win it 17-5. Chinese Taipei with sizable improvements all over the park. China against the Philippines now. The hosts, the People's Republic of China, looked in very good condition against Chinese Taipei in their first outing. And this second outing will be overseen by Craig Chan. The Philippines with a superb draw against the Republic of Korea in their first match. So the Philippines with an outside shot of the semi-finals, but with a shot nonetheless, especially if they can conjure something against China. Oh, this is from the off impressive from China, and they're going to burn away all comers to dot down under the sticks in Hangzhou. The Chinese turning up from the start in match number 2. Ma Chong with a long distance effort. And knocked over for all 7. Philippines looking to get their hands on the ball, but Ma tidies things up for China. And the Philippines scrambling as China just picking off individual defenders. There's not much cohesion at the back for the Philippines, and China race through again. Lee Haitao. There's an extra force with which China are playing with in Hangzhou. Seems to cause their opponents to panic somewhat. It was the same against Chinese Taipei. They were racing into 3-score leads within a couple of minutes, and they've off to a flyer. 2 7-pointers after just not even 90 seconds. Just over. Restart work has been impressive from China, but that's too short. And the Philippines' Ethan Moxley claimed that. I don't think any team are going to be underestimating the Philippines in Hangzhou after their 24-point all draw against Korea. They scored a try which levelled things up in the final stages, and actually it was the conversion which levelled up the match. At the time there was a degree of uncertainty around the scoreline, and I have to wait for confirmation for that until later, but they did draw it. 24 points all. It's made life very difficult for Korea to qualify for the semi-finals. If the Philippines can come back from this again, that would be even more impressive than that opening draw against Korea. On the defense again here, and needing to cover a lot of ground because there's spaces opening up, and that is sumptuous. Just a flick of the eyes is all it took. Wang Shuxiao racing home from 50. The difference in converting all your tries and sevens is significant. 21-0 versus what could be 15-0 if you had missed all three. That is a very different place. 3 converted tries required just to draw level versus only a point more than 2 full scores on 15 points. So lovely spin and go. Clifford Dawson with that raid down the blind side. Kai Strom. Edging that one as far as he dare. China will like the look of this set piece, and their set piece is very tight. They can move this quickly away. And use something from the chalkboard in the backs. They do run a set piece well. Very diligent with their lines of running. Tried and tested over and over on the practice field. And they get round the outside here to create that overlap. And then the speed being brought on by Ma Haixiang. Philippines get back as quick as they can, but they're being tested again. That was put down by Xiao Bowei. Philippines will have their last chance at the half. We're heading towards 6 p.m. local time in Hangzhou, in China. Very near the east coast of China, not far from Shanghai. And the Philippines with a first attack of the match with any meaning. Edlen Hernandez, the man tackled in the end. Big fake. Hamish Seddon, where's number 7 for the Philippines. Had a really good first outing for the Philippines against Korea. And if the match is to stay as a possible contest, then they need to score before half-time, but the Philippines deciding to end things so they avoid conceding any more. May be sensible come the final count of things, but does rather leave this match out of reach. We will see. China having done the most professional of jobs in the first half to give them a 21 points lead as they line up a second victory of the campaign. Heading into quite an interesting last match against Korea. 10-10 local time in Hangzhou. And if Korea win that, then they'll be going through to the semi-finals, even ahead of China. So despite the job China have done so far, it'll potentially count for nothing if they don't turn up against Korea in the final pool stage match. Strong scrum. And taking this a little closer to the defensive line to profit from the gaps that open up. Good speed on the inside from Yi Zhiwen. Pops it back. Philippines get to grips with China, but they knock on in the process. The Philippines should have a good match with Chinese Taipei in their last fixture. Looking forward to seeing that one. off the base and spun away. And nice hands here, and there's a good line coming, and China surge towards the line. Good finish. Yi Jiwen on the end of another move from the set piece, which was composed and executed with a calmness amidst the fire. Not quite 10 metres. The Philippines can play this if they want. They'll get a free kick instead. Shrima. Where's 9? Jason Kale. Shrima. The Philippine Volcanoes haven't yet shown what they're about. This is a little more promising. More invention behind or just in front of that Chinese defensive line. You do need to cause your opponents to think. No matter if you're conceding meters, if you're making them think and not know where you're coming from, and that's the first step, and Philippines are now doing that. Good offload out of contact. Back to Shrima. Ball pops up again into the hands of Moxley. In the blue scrum hat, Moxley, a lively character. Seddon now lobs this over. It's going to be taken by China, and if they can get quick access, there'll no doubt be chances. Taken by Shan, and this is quick access indeed. And the 2-on-1, Moxley is back here, having to cover a lot of ground for the Philippines, and he does. But China there in numbers and resourcing this well, and now a burst of speed and a sprinkling of more points. And with 3 minutes 30 still to play, this match is resolutely put to bed. A potentially tricky encounter, negotiated expertly by China. Yi Jiwen waits for his breath to return. A high hanger. China again. The best nations we've seen today in this men's competition have all been expert from the restart, and China are exactly in that vein of form. Good identification of the space, and numbers running out for the Philippines. China rampaging. Wu Jiajun, the latest to ride roughshod over Filipino defenders. Again, the timing, it's superb. And the Philippines Can't even hoist a player into the eye line of the Chinese. They're picking their spots so well. It'll be interesting to know. I'm not sure we'll find out, but how China and Korea spend the period in between their Pool C showdown. Whether they completely unwind or whether they keep the motor ticking for those 2 hours and use light exercise just to make sure they don't go cold, or whether they want to tune out completely and then turn things back on and get it flowing early on before their match. Rafael Phillips with the carry, and Shrima. Philippines using a raft of different players in this match to make sure they share the load around the squad. I'm sure that frontline team will be back in action against Chinese Taipei. There will be a blend of the players from this match and from the last, but they've all in the first match very much impressed, and in moments in this numerous players have shown some nice form too. Kai Strom kicks to touch, and they'll have one last chance from the line-out. And because you never know how things will play out, even a try here would help them in a points difference sense come the end of the group phases, and that may well help improve their positioning. May even mean the difference between a semi-final and not qualifying for a semi-final. Who knows? We still can't predict how things will play out. Good hands here, but the last pass not going. Moxley was arriving a little too late. Good pass off the floor. China on the front foot with energy to burn and with points to pile on. 40 points is reached and breached. China's Chang Chunshan doing the damage. Knocked over. The Philippines also knocked over. China at full throttle on home soil. Faultless so far. The Chinese, they have been a juggernaut en route to 2 from 2. But that match against Korea at 10-9, 10-10 tonight will be all important.
Sri Lanka. Trading the UAE here. And these games so crucial now in the final pool reckoning, which is going to determine our Cup semi-finalists. UAE looking to break down this defence, gliding round on the arc. It didn't seem like there was anything on, but the pace outstrips the Sri Lankan defence, and it's going to be 2 for the UAE here. The more they score, the better their points difference as they quest to reach that semi-final spot, that coveted semi-final spot. They finished 7th in last year's Asia Rugby 7 series. That was the edition that stretched over 3 tournaments. South Korea, China and Thailand. They finished just a solitary point above Singapore and 1 below Malaysia already. Having beaten Malaysia, they're on an upward trajectory here. The UAE, Sri Lanka, who weren't involved at this level last year, as has been the case much of this opening today as the sun has set, find themselves working their way out of their 22, tight to their try line. And the pressure drives Sri Lanka back once more. It's a swarming defensive display from the UAE. And now, as far as attacking real estate go, it doesn't get more prime than this. Centre field, 5 metres out. Options are plenty left and right. Sri Lanka need to keep an eye on those passing lanes. What a hit. Thunderous left shoulder. The damage being done by Stephanie Enyi Amina. They're so fired up for this, the UAE. And now they go the long way round. Herring round the corner. Flying to the line. Not a Sri Lankan anywhere near the ref. The only soul capable of keeping up with a flying Madison Mellish. And it has been a first half blitz from the UAE, who continue to build that lead, build that points difference that could well be crucial. The task looks tall, given the standings in the other pools. But they're doing absolutely everything they can right now. Second half underway. Sri Lanka chasing some elusive points to give them a semblance of a foothold back in this game. They led against Malaysia. It looked so promising for them in game two. 14 points to nil before 24 unanswered points. Set the record straight, and they're coming up against an inspired UAE here right now. It's another try to the women of the Gulf. And having come into this with a points difference of -23, they're back in black. Sri Lanka, is there any way for them back into the contest, or at least to take some tries into day 2, where they'll be in the ranking rounds? It is all part of a bigger growth picture. It's all part of establishing a firmer foothold and testing themselves against the best opposition. UAE have been building towards this. A strong start to the international tournament campaign in the Gulf earlier this year, and they've really got their designs on going deeper into this Asia Rugby Series. 7 so synonymous with the region. Given the spectacular that is the Emirates Dubai Sevens. Sri Lanka toiling under the desire of UAE. Play ready to resume. UAE leading Sri Lanka 29 points to 0. Kick through. Sri Lanka chasing. It's not a clean pickup. And the green jerseys pour in to try and resource the ball. Searing through some fatigued minds and fractured field, proving a try-scoring dream for the UAE. Georgia Barber dots down for another 5-pointer, and the UAE continue to build this score.
China, 5 to the good already. Form and history would suggest that this one is all there for China. Untidy kickoff reception, but they do find a way to move the ball right to the edge. Kick coming in, but the whistle having already blown. Situation as it stands, barring an absolute mathematical deluge and miracle against China, they'll be heading through as the pool toppers, and they're looking like they're going to do so in killer fashion. The hands created the space, and then the footwork and the speed and balance of the running just allowed her to pick her spot almost. Malaysia set themselves for another kick off. Wow, allow it to bounce and get fortunate. It is a cruel and untrustworthy beast, the bounce of a rugby ball. It's an excellent kick. No 50-22s in sevens, it should be pointed out. But still, excellent pressure reliever and territorial gain. Beautifully claimed. Then the wraparound from Liu. And there's a lot of room. There's a lot to defend. The ball inside, uncharacteristically dropped by Wang Shumin. So often you see clunky handling like that, especially off a launch play. It was crystal ball off the top as well. But Malaysia in rare waters, not just for them, but for any side who play China, in the 22, set piece to launch. And Nur is a Azizan, just directing and dictating the traffic outside her. Poised. Got to win the ball back first, and goes in the tunnel and straight back out. So that'll be a reset, and it'll be a Malaysia ball. One thing about the scrum is that the ball must go in and be struck by the hooker to come out the backs of the legs of the trio in the scrum. It can't go in the tunnel and out the other side or out the one it came in. Ah, the ball was perfect for Sam Subahari to accelerate onto, but it is an intimidating presence. That Chinese blitz defence rushing up and arriving fast on your horizon, just maybe taking her eye off the ball. The resulting scrum sees Liu in a position to instigate one final attack from depth. To the left they move, and again the handling lets them down. That's Du Xinrong, who usually does no wrong. So some lethargy and some ring rust for the Chinese to talk about come the half-time huddles. They'll hope to be heading in 10 to the good. But from almost a carbon copy position, albeit mirrored on the other side of the field, this time the right flank, Malaysia have that chance once more. Clean strike and clean ball. Nice tactic, trickling a ball in. It's untidy, it's uncomfortable for China, but they may have just about dealt with it in the end. What if they'd gone wider? China were defending very narrow. Ball tossed up. It does feel a little bit loose from the Chinese. That's a lovely bit of footwork. Darting in and then bouncing back off. Clear picture shown to the referee of the jackling intent, but you've got to lift the ball as well. You can't just lie on it. So wash it away, and China, it's their turn to put the kick in. Here's Azhar. Well, had options to the left and right, had Sam Subahari in support, but confronted with the wall of black jerseys, opts for the salvation of the touchline, and Malaysia go in at half-time, trailing China 10 points to 0. Malaysia trailing by 10, but showing signs of progress in the latter stages of the half. Spent much of it here in the Chinese 22, albeit at the other end, but refreshed and reinvigorated from some, you'd imagine, critical half-time words. They haven't been at the high levels that they demand of themselves, China. They come out flying. Shape to kick over the top, then backs herself to sear inside. The arrival, the timing, the support. Oh, that is a try to savour for the Chinese. All the best elements of their game wrapped into one move. The icing on the cake coming from Wang Wanyu. So within a minute of the restart, China stretched their lead by another 7. They came here with a big reputation. They came here as the reigning champions after victories in South Korea and China last year. The only competition they failed to win was Bangkok when they lost out to arch rivals Japan in the final. But the Olympians from Paris and from Tokyo have come out firing plenty of shots in these opening 3 games today. Yet to concede a point. 82 plundered prior to this game, so they're sitting pretty on 99 at the moment. The pool toppers and one of the best runners up from the 3 groups of 4 heading to the semi-finals. Who needs a lift when you could just ping it to the front? Work smarter, not harder. The philosophy employed by China on that line out. Malaysia screeching up to cut off the options. They do just about, but already there was advantage being played. Replacements inbound from the touchline, and also some forwards to set for a scrum. You can see the height profile of both teams. It's a vast difference. Malaysia giving away an enormous amount of height, but also weight too. Sometimes that can act as a positive. The lower body positions able to get underneath. It's a telegraphed crash ball, and Malaysia dealt with it with a good tackle. Now it's whipped to the right. Now it's whipped out to one of the speedsters. Zhang Ya, foot to the floor, leaves the Malaysian defenders grasping at thin air. Well worked. The hit up through the middle, the quick recycle, and then the width in a flash. Beautiful strike. Oohs and ahs of approval from the crowd in here in Hangzhou. And a couple more for the Chinese ledger as they pass 100 points scored on the day. Still yet to find themselves conceding a solitary point. Wrapped up is Etonius. Malaysia just spot a glint of light down the 5-metre channel, but no sooner do they dart for it, is it snuffed out by watchful Chinese defence. Taken to the line. Almost to the 22. Back to the left. Has to stretch to take it. Now 1-on-1. Oh, gritty, nuggety defence. Gets a bit of help from her friends. A lot of Malaysian jerseys sucked in there. Could create space out wide to the right now. It does. And it's punished. Chen Kei. A quality finisher. And all that width, all that room to work with. There was only going to be one outcome. Another try to China. And a conversion now to move them past the 30-point mark. China, it should be said, are doing all this without one of their superstars, Liu Xiao Quan, who has been an absolute try machine over the years in the World Rugby Challenger. But it looks like there is a pretty high caliber conveyor belt of try-scoring talent following in her wake. Wang Yu, who got on the end of that try to commence the scoring in this second half, latching onto another, this time out wide left. Last act of the match is a well struck and almost converted kick, but China will have to settle for 34, and they will settle because they've topped the pool, they haven't conceded a point, and they're off to the semi-finals tomorrow. Full time, China 34, Malaysia 0.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Singapore in red and Indonesia in white bound out in search for their first victory of the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series 2025. The women in white and red, Indonesia, who huddle together tight down to the left, are pioneers. They're breaking new ground, even in just being here. Along with India, their first time competing at the very top level of Asia 7's rugby. An expanded tournament of 12 as the rugby footprint seeks to widen itself across the continent. And for Singapore, 8th in last year's championship, they were thinking that they were going to go to the trophy, but this expansion has given them more time at the top, and both of these sides will have been targeting this match as their opportunity to score tries, to collect points. Only one try scored between the two sides, in fact. Breakaway try from Singapore against Kazakhstan. Yi Jian Chan flying down the right-hand side. So there are threats in red. And so too Indonesia. An unenviable remainder of the group in Japan and Kazakhstan. Two seasoned Sevens nations. And ones that'll be going head to head in a moment for a winner takes all in terms of topping the pool, though were either to lose, they'd both still be in contention for that best runners-up spot. Indonesia getting some phases under the belt, keeping it very narrow, very tight, playing to the strength of their bulky runners. Singapore, to their credit, aren't wilting. When it comes to the defensive duties, no slip tackles. But in amongst all of that, a knock-on of sorts. Trina Vida crouches in preparation to get the ball in at the beginning of the tunnel, where Dina Verdananda Olua is the bookend. That one came out the tunnel, but it is play on. Kicking behind, but Singapore maybe with a shallow sweep, but nice feet, almost does herself in fact. Liana Ilyas Ong arriving on the scene in the nick of time, but it's Singapore who are being driven back. Good retention from Lily Sim. Nice dart round the fringes. Now ask questions of the Indonesian tacklers. That's Samantha Teo. Building nicely. Late switch arriving from Amanda. And then popped out of the tackle. Here goes Ming Lee. Samantha Teo doesn't quite arrive at the line, but she's got the support from her number 7, Victoria Anasarius Chu. Right place, right time, right woman to finish the move. It's the second try of the day for Singapore, and it's a first lead of the day as they take it against Indonesia here with just shy of 3.5 minutes gone. Ball slides right of the upright. So the damage just to the tune of 5. Singapore 5, Indonesia 0. More than half the first half elapsed. It's a tentative sort of style of running and returning, but that was to free up the hands to link up with Kitara Naro, who's taken high en route into touch. So Indonesia use the penalty to tap and go. Driving challenges arriving from the women in red. Take Indonesia back almost into their 22. Bit of room here in the 15-metre channel. Popped off the floor, but sadly, that's slid forward. Right idea. Just lacking a shade of accuracy. Off break, Singapore switch at high velocity, and the netball style pass out of the tackle works well to bring in Peiki Lily Sim. Singapore beginning to enjoy themselves out in the wide channels. Oh, and just as it looks like there was scope to continue probing down the short side, the ball just fumbled forward by the try scorer Chu. There's an elevated intensity to Singapore in this match and a demonstrative desire for players to get their hands on the ball. Ball flashes out on the arc, sucks in a few defenders, and arm comes out, offloaded beautifully out the back of the palm, but it had already been fumbled forward. Close to creating something from real range there. They'll have a 5 metre scrum to defend first though. Try and stop us is the motto of Indonesian women's rugby. But it's a case of try and stop Singapore in the dying embers of this first half. Start back to the short side. It's brilliant vision, and the feet aren't bad either from Ning Lee, Samantha Teo. She's been a live wire this half, and she doubles Singapore's try scoring tally. And with the kick, that's half time, and it's Singapore leading Indonesia 12 points to 0. Indonesia prepare to kick off their final 7 minutes of action of the opening day of the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series 2025 here in China. Fadrin sending it long and into the willing arms of the Singaporeans, who are beginning to show us what they're all about. Oh, but it is matched by the desire of Wahana Nurul Fadrin, coming in with a big counter up, not rewarded because one of their teammates hadn't rolled away. They had to wait long until they get their opportunity to reply. Advantage being played, but none coming from the knock-on in the midfield. Huge shunt from Singapore. And it's on here for the women in red. Accelerating, take it to the line. Just popping it up on the switch. And another one arrives. Switching direction. Bringing the elusive feet in. But it's really well watched and wrapped up in the tackle from Indonesia. Still they're being stretched here. All the room out wide left, but instead opting to surge inside. Crucially getting the knee to the ground. Indonesia sent to third. Wang Lin Amanda stopped in her tracks, 10 shy. Dogleg in the defence, and the arms coming up to get in the passing channel, but no real attempt to intercept or no credible opportunity. So a yellow card for an intentional knockdown. And from that penalty, Singapore opting for the scrum. It's going to be tough for Indonesia to defend. Very central, down a player, remember. So there should be a mismatch out wide, but it's outstanding work by the halfback, but it only delays what was feeling inevitable. Another try to Singapore, and another one on the day to Jing Yi Jane Chan. Who was impressed all day long, the number 10 for Singapore. She's rewarded with another try here on day one. Five more points and Singapore, they're beginning to feel that breathing room. The more points they score, as well, the more in contention they'll be to be in the 5th place semi-final. 5th place semi-final will be the 3rd best second place team, the 2nd place best place second team, and the 2 best 3rd place teams from the group stage. So there is a little bit of calculating to be done. And then we're watching how the drama from the other matches unfolds. Because one of the 3rd place sides will be heading into the 9th place semi-final. Ball dislodged in the collision. There for Indonesia. What can they do? You feel that a bit of tempo here would suit them well as we enter the final 2 minutes of the match, but they need to move forward. It's too lateral at the moment and they're piling pressure on themselves. Oh no, they're not. They're fashioning a try scoring opportunity, a moment in history for Indonesia. And Ni Kadek Rani Puspa Niamala, the first ever Indonesian try in the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series. Tournament debut for the emerging nation, and a page in the history books for that woman, Niamala. Well, it's game on. And he's going to move on, Indonesia. They're trailing by 10, 2 scores. But they need the ball first. It's in the possession of the Singaporeans. Lovely lift behind the tackler, and that pass is right into the stride of one of the Singaporean flyers. Well, a gift now for Indonesia. Can they use it? Offload out of the tackle. Decides to step back into the traffic. They've got 10 seconds to get their next score. Then they'd be in contention of the win. Take it to the line. The switch is on. But read a little bit late by the try scorer. One more offload. The hooter blows. The game is gone. But is there another score? Already one try. The hunt for a second. In the dying embers of this match. Oh, but the desire to do so brings a penalty, and it brings to a close an entertaining match that sees Singapore prevail. But a special game and a special memory for Indonesia and Indonesian women's rugby. A first try in the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series, but ultimately defeat to Singapore 17 points to 7.
And now we have a group decider. All across today, Japan and Kazakhstan have stood out in this group as the two teams vying to qualify for the semi-finals. And now we are about to find out who will be the top dog in this pool. Japan and Kazakhstan having both blitzed through early encounters against Singapore and Indonesia, featuring some of the best players in the competition as well, including Michio Suda of Japan, who has the best record in terms of conversion rates from tries, and therefore she may well be decisive come the final reckoning. Kazakhstan, meanwhile, with the likes of Ekaterina Kamenkova and Oksana Shadrina, have two of the top try scorers in their ranks. So we're all set to find out who will book a semi-final spot outright, and whether the loser in this contest has done enough to make it through on countback via the second spot, the top second place qualifier across the 3 group matches. Japan on the left-hand side, Kazakhstan on the right. The Sakura Sevens ready to rumble. They've not conceded a point so far, Japan. 64-0 against Singapore, 57-0 against Indonesia. Kazakhstan have fared similarly, 46-0 against Indonesia and 31-5 against Singapore. The only blemish, a single try against their name. They've had a long-established sevens programme in the women's game, and they've got plenty of experience, names that have been for a long time operating at the top end of rugby in Kazakhstan. Anna Melnikova wears number 6 for her nation, and the two we've already mentioned, Oksana Shadrina and Yekaterina Kamenkova. For Japan as well, there is familiar faces across the squad. Sakura Mizutani, who wears number 10, as well as Michiyo Suda, who wears number 9. Sunny Lee is in the middle for us, the referee equally bringing a fair amount of experience to play in this Group E decider. The winner between Kazakhstan and Japan books their ticket automatically for the semi-finals tomorrow, and the loser will have to see whether the numbers fall in their favour if they are to get that final semi-final spot. But the only way to control your destiny at this point is to win. Japan racking themselves from deep and getting set to cut through the Kazakhstan defence. Nice footwork to keep the attack alive. Into the hands of Nagata. That's back in Kazakhstan hands. And Kazakhstan securing the ball nicely. Good turnover this. There'll be a more physical side than Japan have faced so far in the competition. But Japan themselves well able to physically impose themselves on teams. And one of the other names we should have mentioned right from the off for Kazakhstan is that Veronika Stepanyuga is also in their ranks, and here she is, Stepanyuga, heading towards the scrum. One-way traffic for both these two teams so far today. This will be the first test of their time in Hangzhou. And this is a foot race engaged in by Kazakhstan. Smartly done, and the race being won as well by Kazakhstan. Great chase back by the Sakura Sevens, just about hanging on. Now the support arrives for Kazakhstan. They've got to make this one pay against the Sakura Sevens. Perfect option to go for the kick, but they've lost the ball on the floor, and Japan immediately relieving the pressure. 3-on-1. The sweeper's back though for Kazakhstan, so there's some defence, but they're going to be burnt away here. Japan striking from deep. The chase is a good one, and that hold down. It's brilliant from Kazakhstan. And from both the Sakura Sevens, defensive-wise, they've been excellent to make this count and turn it over, and now they'll score in the corner. The fixture we've waited for in this pool, and that's exactly why. Both teams able to go from depth against each other and reeling each other in as well. Just the superior quality of the support for Japan is what brings the try home. Conversion can't be added. Five-point beginning for the Sakura Sevens. It could well have, and Kazakhstan may feel it should have been 5 points to nil in their favour. In that sense, that passage of play is going to have an awful lot to say in how the way this match turns out. Picked up and secured by Mizutani. And they keep their depth, and the hands are so crisp from Japan. Kazakhstan having to track back. They run such a professional setup in Kazakhstan for their Sevens team. They have the physical attributes to deal with this vastly more experienced Japanese team in terms of what they've done in recent seasons, and the offload is good and the follow-up too, and they're in for number 2. Hana Nagata making sure that she was giving everything to get there in support. And that's brought her the second try of the match. Knocked over this time. Japan 12 points to 0 against Kazakhstan. Kickoff is contestable, but just out of reach. Kazakhstan haven't knocked this on, importantly. This is Shadrina in the black scrum hat. Doesn't get a chance to show what she's capable of. Kazakhstan kit is a work of art. It's always colourful, it's always a very well constructed colour-wise, but this with the flag copied and the emblem right on the chest. It's a very, very handsome kit. Japan get back. And Japan playing with elegance themselves. Happy to go down the short side. There's still space there and they'll break 2 tackles. Kazakhstan with the turnover. Next score really has to come from the Kazakhs. And it really has to come before half-time. And it'd still, of course, be within a shout, but for their own team talk and confidence levels, getting on the score sheet before the break will do them a world of good. Great opportunity this. Then into the scrum, comes straight out the back, but it's collected well. Little step back, but now Kazakhstan have a chance to play with it, and choosing that kick downfield rather plays into Japan's hands. And they'll look to have a one-on-one here, and this is where they can be so devilishly dangerous. A second player beaten. Good drive forward. The Japan women's 15s team just 2 weeks ago winning a World Cup match against Spain at the end of their group. Impressing in many parts across their 3 matches, but getting that Spanish victory was all important. It was the match which they came for to the World Cup in England. It was always marked as the one to do, and they did that. Can their sevens team, off the back of it, impress as well and go through to the semi-finals and on to the cup final? 12-0 against Kazakhstan at the moment. turning round with a decent bit of headroom, Japan. And once again, that is right where it needs to be. Knock-on was in the air from Japan's Sakura Mizutani, giving Kazakhstan first set-piece possession. And typically they're known for their physical power and fitness, Kazakhstan. Really have been impressive and dominating of quite a number of nations when they play sevens physically, but they can do that across the 14 minutes. I'm really keen to get Japan turning to try and win this ball back. They will have analysed Japan for that and seen that there's more chances for them to get the ball back by kicking it downfield than keeping it in hand. Might seem improbable, but a number of times they've done that. It shows how that is the tactic for them. For Japan, this is the tactic, the speed and the handling and the footwork, and it's going to lead them all the way to the line. Mizutani is turning and going, and she's burrowed in at the base of the poles. Can't touch it down there, of course, but there's one more pass to make, and that is score number 3 for Japan. Keeping it is in hand, the plan for Japan, and it works a wonder again. Sakurako Yazaki scores the try. Whether you are watching on from Japan or from Kazakhstan or from anywhere else around the world, of course, it is excellent to have your company at the first leg of the Asian Emirates 7 series in Hangzhou in China. First of 2 legs. The overall champion heading to Division 3 on the 7 series, the next stage of the season, but only the overall champion. So it's tough to get there, to make it through to the next division. And in order to do that, starting well in Hangzhou is imperative. And Japan have started very well in this group decider. All for Kazakhstan to do if they're to recover from this and get some all-important points to see if they can maybe finish second in the table and qualify for the semis that way. Japan are going to land another blow to them in that regard with Yazaki's second in quick succession. China have already topped their group. The UAE came second on 7 points. Thailand and Hong Kong, China are in a shootout in the next group to see who tops that. So one of those 2 nations will be an automatic qualifier. Japan will surely be the automatic qualifier from this group to go with China. And that leaves one more nation who will get to the semis, courtesy of being the top second place finisher. And that will either be the UAE, Kazakhstan, or the loser of Thailand and Hong Kong, China. Whoever has the better points difference between those 3 teams will get there, and that is why these last 3 minutes are so important for Kazakhstan to try and limit the damage in terms of points difference. They all started on a similar points difference, with Thailand and Hong Kong, China ahead of this match. But conceding 26 unanswered points is really going to eat into that points difference. If Thailand and Hong Kong, China therefore have a close match, it'll be one of them that finishes as the top second place team. So a try, 2 tries, really, as a minimum, you would have thought, is going to be required here from Kazakhstan. But Japan are in no mood to be kind. No mood to be polite. Kazakhstan get going. Shiznana Popovic. He's taking it quickly. And they'll go for the scrum. Taken at the back to Peck. Japan's defensive alignment is good, and that encourages Kazakhstan to take the contact. But they need tries, and they need them quickly. Stepan Yuga's drop pass gives Japan more chances. I have to say that it feels Kazakhstan's hopes of making it through to the semi-final are ebbing away. Japan's Konishi quickly gets it out the back of the scrum. Gap in the middle. Taken in by Suda, and then coming round the corner goes Yoshino. Good hands, nice step as well, and then the final pass is a good one. Hat-trick time for Sakurako Yazaki. Lovely holding of the defence from Marin Kajiki with her hands on the ball right now. Yume Hirano kicks Japan off again. That hasn't gone 10. Kazakhstan with a tap and go from the centre of the park in the final moments. Japan will top this pool, and they will face the winner of Thailand and Hong Kong China in the semi-finals. So job done from them tonight. Sakura Sevens going home having safely done what they needed to do, and doing it better than Kazakhstan in every single facet of the game. So the Kazakhs came with hope. They leave with no points on the board and little hope, one fears, of making it through to the semi-finals now. 31 points to 0. Sakura Sevens. Very impressive. India and the Philippines will round out their group stage efforts in the next match on. It's been a debut participation for the Indian women's team in the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series. They've been stepping up for the first time in this expanded format, and they've given a good account of themselves as well, keeping their opponents' points under 30 against Hong Kong, China and Thailand, and that's no mean feat. The Philippines, meanwhile, have struggled to do that. They've lost by 60 to Thailand and 48-7 to Hong Kong, China. So in this final group match, it's a chance for both nations to get their first win in Hangzhou. For India, it would be their first win at this level. Philippines on the left and India in the blue on the right. So here we go. This Indian women's team aiming for history and a first win at this competition. The squads all the way through this competition, so important, but especially at the back end of the pool stages when a couple of injuries may well have crept in. Christabel Lim, the referee. Well, India have been runners-up in the trophy series for several years in a row now, and this expanded format gives them a chance in the top tier in Asia for the first time. Their age grade representation has been consistently improving at regional tournaments, and they're captained by former South African SA Sevens player himself in Paul Delport. So there's worldly wisdom backing them up, and they're coming onto this after regaining the kickoff with some good depth here. Switching on the end with Rout in the number 11 shirt. Nimala Rout, she goes off by herself, looking to reroute and find support in the shape of Tudu, who will get this on the board. First try for India in Hangzhou. Decisive. Speed of thought as well as feet round the outside. Rugby in India is taking a number of steps forward, especially in sevens with the Rugby Premier League having taken place in Mumbai this year. That was just the men's side of competition, but if the rumours are to be believed, it may not be long before a women's competition joins that successful franchise debut. It'd be great to see that. Look at the hits coming in here. Double team. Pulverising the ball carrier. Philippines' number 10, Lorimal Mateo, has kept the ball here, importantly. And the Philippines look to play. They're known as the Philippines Volcanoes. Any form that Filipino team takes to the fields adopts that nickname. And what a day the men's side have had of it. Really impressing with a draw against the Republic of Korea, no less. 24 points all in their opening match. Great prospect for Filipino rugby. And India looking to switch the play to the try scorer. Cutting back is Tudu. Ball doesn't go to plan. Shukla was the intended target. Ball for the Philippines. Swept away nicely from the base of the scrum, and this set play has worked some space on the edge here. This is well done by the Philippines, and then the straightener from Vanessa Cifuentes, but she's just got a little too far away from her support. Kumari thinking quickly, running hard. Tudu. Kumari again. Offload attempt from Amandeep Kaur. They still have it, India. Shandarani Tudu. Now Root, who set up the first try. Philippines have slapped the brakes on there. And slowing the pace at which India can play. Short line out, which does the job. Raciel Sales, the recipient. Nice pass from Kelly. In the end, it has to go to ground, but nice shape and flight to things over a fair old distance as the Philippines look to be expansive, and now they need to be tight around that ruck. Going down this blind side. Goodness me, the most has been made out of that. Excellent yards. Got to be on your feet to play rugby. And India penalised for continuing to try and search for the ball after the Indian player had made the tackle. Didn't let her hands off the ball before trying again and getting back to her feet. So, touch of ill discipline, which India have made a big point of saying that's one of their frontiers, to get exactly right, to play disciplined rugby. In the shortened format of the game, ill discipline can not just harm your chances, but bury them completely. India lucky really to get away with that and get a chance with ball in hand so soon after. 60 seconds of the first remaining. Just about got away. Penalty though for India, so it gets even better. Yadav, the captain, in the number 4 jersey. Penalty comes again. Yadav says go left. Kumari, nice draw and give, and the numbers are stacking up here, and it's in the hands of Tudu, who with a surge and a burst gets the second score, and it's her second as well. The magical number 7. Last play of the half. India push it deep, and this may well beat everybody. It's going to stay in. What a difficult ball to deal with for the Philippines, and India are over the line and maybe scoring. Such bad luck for the Philippines that ball didn't go out. It was an awful one to handle, and the last thing you want to be doing with seconds remaining in the half, because if this one is touched down and given, it puts India almost out of sight. And I think this might well be held up and given. Now going to check upstairs. Very smart kickoff, given the number of seconds remaining. And spotting that the Philippines were a little flat. Put some money in the fruit machine, pulled the lever, and maybe it is all three symbols aligning for India to get a third score. Nothing that the referees can do at this point. They are in the hands of the TMO. Half time after this. But they're on the way, aren't they? India to their first victory here this weekend, and therefore their first at the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series. Debut involvement in this level of sevens. And this is why there is talk of India Women's Sevens team, and rather a franchise version in women's rugby for the RPL. It's been given. So half time between India and the Philippines, and India in control. And that will call us to a halt. 17 points to 0. India lead the Philippines. Philippines send this skyward back underway as an awful lot of road to claw back here for the Philippines. India's first half was spot on, just what they needed. It was disciplined in the main and aggressive and purposeful in attack. The Philippines beginning with more vigour here in the second half, looking to keep India penned into their own quarter of the field. But India do get this to an edge and they'll have a one-on-one on that right side. Feather in the cap for the Philippines here because they're going to turn over ball in a dangerous position. Engaging India physically. Change of direction. Dixie Star U. And then this is Cifuentes. Taking on all comers. Securing the ball too. Just as much as India are desperate to make their mark in this competition, the Philippines are too. Heavy carry through them, traffic. But knocking on, that was Pearl May Kelly, which took on a good line, but didn't keep it under control. We have the group decider coming up after this. It will be Thailand against Hong Kong, China. Next match on to see which team qualifies automatically for the semi-finals and whether the loser has done enough to finish ahead of Kazakhstan as one of the best placed second teams. Guria Kumari plays scrum half, flicks it off the floor to Tudu, and she elegantly goes off on an arcing run. Lovely switch back, and it's Routs who hits the gas, has a fend in here, needs support, gets it from Tudu. Beautiful link play. Philippines back in numbers, they'll need to be here. Kumari finds the captain Yadav. It's bobbling around and out of possession. It just escapes India. What a try they were building there. Sanjay Rai straight on into the pack. Meanwhile, Jacqueline May Rodriguez Leiden comes on for the Philippines. And Dumani Mandi, the vice captain, on for India too. Philippines with good set piece possession, nice half break. Buchanan made that half burst, but India have turned it back over and bringing in Mandi, a new player on in the 9 jersey. Rout plays scrum half. Tudu with the switch back, the power is good from Ulwaya Guge. Tudu again looking for an outside break, and she'll squeeze herself through the hole. There's a gap opening up here if they can drive straight, and India crashing over again. Arti Kumari, but she's held up. Takialani Buchanan underneath that. Kumari had done almost all of the work required. unlike in 15-a-side rugby, when you're held up over the line in sevens, you get the scrum rather than the opponent with a try-line drop out. Lovely hands, Turu, this'll go over, this'll count. Bhumika Shukla scores off the back of the set piece. The Philippines shut India down at one facet of the game, but they couldn't stop the points from coming in the end. 24 points to 0. India lead the Philippines. All their work with coach Paul Delport over the last month and the build-up to this competition is bearing fruit for India. Deep kickoff. Taken well. Jacqueline Lydon making the most of her time on the park. Her presence very much felt by India. Contact on her own terms. Buchanan makes sure of touch with 90 seconds to play. Philippines still looking for their first points in Hangzhou. Excuse me, correction. They had that one try scored against Hong Kong, China, so they have already got on the board, but looking for their first points in this game. Break downfield, that's nicely done. Just the finish line to reach, and Buchanan will get there. Takialani Buchanan from a long way out, seeing off the chasing Indian pack. The Philippines make the scoreboard work. India's free kick on halfway. Mandi. Interested in what's going on to the right, but also interested in what's not going on at home, and there's no one back there. And India tapping it forward an extra couple of meters. It's in their hands with Shukla. And there's numbers away to the left, and there's so many numbers. The pass needs to be slipped on, and it's knocked on instead. Well, two players away to the left, but that shouldn't cloud the clarity that this Indian team has delivered. Sandhya Rai, apologetic to teammates, but nothing that India need to be sorry for in this one. 24 points to 5 over the Philippines. They have their first score at the Rugby Asia Emirates 7 Series. They have their first W, something to build off ahead of the placing ranking matches tomorrow. Now this is what will decide the group. Hong Kong, China against Thailand. The final match of the day from the women's competition. Thailand in the left and the yellow colours. Hong Kong, China on the right. Two undefeated teams so far. Both India and the Philippines have been served notice in the previous two matches. These two teams, right from the off, have been out to top the pool. And the winner of this contest will go on to face Japan in the semi-finals. That's guaranteed. The loser may well still make the semi-finals, but they'll be facing China. I'll take your pick between who you prefer to face, Japan or China. Not an easy set of nations to take on. Much of a muchness there, really. But the automatic qualification spot is what both nations want. Victory guarantees that. Hong Kong, China. With possession early on, but Thailand's force a penalty as the next piece of play. And they call the scrum from it. Thailand got experience on the challenger circuit last year and really benefited from that. They have some very fast and talented backs that they can work with here, and one of them is on the ball right now. Wanari Michok with a runaway score. Didn't need anyone else. Thailand landing the first blow on Hong Kong, China. They've scored more points than their opponents across their matches against India and the Philippines, which doesn't necessarily tell us too much, but suggests they are, on paper, a touch sharper, with a weapon or two extra, but Hong Kong, China with plenty of their own as well that they can lay down. And here's one on the edge who is sauntering home. Hong Kong, China with their first score immediately in reply. Not taken from kickoff, so Hong Kong, China straight into it again. And looking to deliver things on to the edge. It was Julia Oyana who scored the try, by the way, her 6th of the competition. She has been one of the most prolific in the try-scoring stakes. She is now equal with Wong Won Yu. 6 tries each. Chong Kai-yan wearing 11. Here's Oyana again. Chan. Ah-yun. Stephanie Chan again. Oyana in the 4 jersey. Chloe Chan in the 2. Chong Kai-yan. But that's excellent defence from Thailand. Hong Kong, China are one of those nations that very rarely get caught out on the floor because they're so well organised in attack. Quick to arrive at rucks, make sure everyone's supported. So if you are going to get the ball off them on the floor like Thailand did then, it's going to be through toughing it out when the rucks clear outs are flying in. There's a rare mistake from Chong Kai-yan. Looked around at the ball with disgust, really, at where it ended up. Not in her hands, not with her running back at the defence, but in between her legs. Wandi flips it away. Michok in the 8 jersey has to tidy up. She's clattered into. Julia Oyana now gets it back, and she sizes up the first opponent. She's going to go onto the edge as well. Jalajim is knocked away, but she has a second bite, and she'll get Oyana at that point. What a tackle that is. Penalty comes though. Danger far from over. Hong Kong taking it to the line, slipping the pass into the hands of Ah Young. Chan, Chong, Oyana, and from here, Oyana's legs will see her home. Big strides. And Thailand's can't stop her. 2 scores. And that takes her into the top try stakes. Not just across the women's competition, but the men's as well. Number 7 for the day for Oyana. Good conversion after. Hong Kong 14-7. 60 seconds to play the first half. Chan's kickoff, not taken cleanly, but Thailand though crucially getting it back, and they can go from this distance. They won't mind a long run to the line and having to pass their way up the pitch at all. They're under pressure though here. Hong Kong China have taken it back, and it's going to be them who ends the first half with something extra. Nam Kaman. Hong Kong players flying into the yellow jerseys from all angles, and it was just overload. Thailand being swamped by Hong Kong. Bouncing it off the inside of the posts. Hong Kong China leading Thailand 21 points to 7. Great first half from Hong Kong after going a try down to begin with. Hong Kong full of work ethic in the first 7 minutes and precision. Just get it slightly wrong from the kickoff. A little too short. Needed to go another metre or so to be retainable for them. Instead, Thailand given a crack at things, and they really need to up the ante in this second half. 2 7-pointers down. Pass away from Fakawandi. Nice speed on this from Yodya. She's got so much pace. But she held onto the ball on the floor. Still, her introduction will help Thailand in this second period. It may well have been perfectly timed. She is the kind of player that doesn't need any more than a single opportunity. So much so, it's a surprise she didn't run that one home. Maybe the perfect time to deploy her after the break. Hong Kong, however, surviving that first attack from Yodya. Taken away, and then front foot hit, brilliant from Chong. Doing what she's done so many times. Causing chaos in opposition ranks. Good straightener from Maggie Young. Chan. Jess Eden is on for Hong Kong now in the 8 jersey. Oh. Stephanie Chan was on a hiding to nothing there in taking that ball. Chong Kai-yan tidies up well. Hong Kong China have been sent backwards in numerous meters, and they kick this away all too easily. Yodya collected it. Penalty Thailand. Call the scrum. There are hopes from the Thailand Rugby Federation that this Thai team can compete as a top 3 team at this year's Asia Sevens Rugby Championship. If they are to make the top 3, making the semi-finals in both legs is important. Well, imperative for that ambition. Big fence coming in here from Nawakawa. Manassi. Slinged pass out wide for 1D, and 1D with a cool step and then a go. And Thailand begin the fight back in the second half. Conversions all important here, with Hong Kong having hit 3 from their 3 tries. A reminder that the winner of this match will top the group and therefore go through to face Japan in the semi-final. And with the scores similar on the scoreboard, that also bodes well for whoever loses this match. Because the nation which finishes in the best second place across the 3 pools will also go through to the semi-finals. And if you're that nation, you will face China. Thailand not getting their kick. So 9 points down instead of 7. But with plenty of time. Chong Kai-yan to throw in. Almost taken at the back. No knock on given, so Thailand moving straight through the hands, getting it onto the edge here. Here's Yodya. This will be a speed test. And she's got away here. Wonderfully done. Yodya is going to storm all the way home. Brought on in the second half to have this kind of impact. And she has delivered. Nunchachapon Yodya seems to get faster and faster. And she'll need to get back to her marks and do it again for Thailand, because the conversion hasn't got them any closer. But they're 4 points away, so a conversion not required if another try can be found to take the lead. 90 seconds to do it. The pool stages come down to this next phase, or few phases of play. Hong Kong, 4 points up. And at the moment, heading for a semi-final against Japan. At the moment, Thailand heading for a semi-final against China, given the way the points difference will work. That could all change. They could switch roles, depending on how things play out from here on, and Thailand have the ball back. And it's not just that. It's not only what this means for tomorrow. It's also the outcome in its own right. The ability for Thailand to say they took on and beat Hong Kong. And the encouragement that may give them if they are to face them later on in the competition too. Last play of the match incoming. Resources-wise, Thailand have played this perfectly. They kept back Yodya from the first half. Although they were 21-7 down, they are now the team in the ascendancy. And it might be the perfect time. Wrap around, lovely pass. Initially, that was a little too slow to get to Yodya, but look what she's going to do. She's on the edge and she's bundled into touch. And Hong Kong are going to hold on here. Chong Kai-yan sweeps it between her legs. And they have the scrum. But it's going to be played. It is going to be played. Chong Kai-yan needs the ball back here. It's up for Thailand's scrum to get it back if they can. They don't, and Hong Kong hold on for the victory. And to top the group, they go through to the semi-finals, where they will face Japan tomorrow. Thailand, though, will be there as well. They'll finish as the second best, or the first best second place finisher.
Yeah.
We know our women's semi-finalists now. Time to find out over the course of the next 6 matches who the men will be. But first, the UAE and Uzbekistan lock horns. Both nations looking for their first win in Hangzhou. The UAE's day was torpedoed right from the off in their first match. They lost to Malaysia. And after that, hopes of qualifying for the semi-finals went by the wayside. Craig Chan, we'll see how they fare, closer than anyone else, as the man in the middle for this final match. And Uzbekistan have been getting better, improving across the course of the day. But the UAE, certainly the heavy favourites for this final group encounter. The UAE go deep. Uzbekistan's Ruslan Ibragimov, who scored their first try of this series on their debut participation. That's a lovely break through the middle as well. Bristling with intent was Ilya Sokolov. And over halfway, and Uzbekistan taking this all the way to the UAE and still going. Chucking UAE players out the way. Just letting him know exactly what he thinks of them. Here's Sokolov again. Contemptuous contact. UAE get the penalty though. Their turn on the front foot to impose themselves. Good break through the middle. Aaron Dubois. Lovely offload here. Looking one way and chucking it over the other shoulder. It's time to play some code for both these two nations in the final group match in an attempt to get their first win of the day. Here's Muhammad Ali. He's got a good pair of wheels on him. Ali. Tobias Oakley, wearing 22 now. His shirt got torn earlier in the competition, so he had to change that around, giving him that different number. Here's Naisai, breakdown, and looking to go downtown with Ethan Matthews. Penalty Uzbekistan. Very engaging 2 minutes of play from both teams. Uzbekistan wanting to go quickly and delivering speed on the ball in Sokolov now. Sergei Sokolov. 2 Sokolovs in the side. Sergei wears 8. Ilya wears 12. Both making inroads into United Arab Emirates' defence. They really have been a pleasure to watch so far today, Uzbekistan, and they have gained in confidence in their debut participation at the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series. Comfortable scrum from Uzbekistan. They're not going to struggle in that department. Nice eye. Good footwork from the captain. Big carry this from Big Bradley James. But he needed to let go. Couldn't take that extra roll and then pick up the ball again. Mukhamedinov. on that last charge, but now he's knocked it on. Mistakes arriving from all over. But that's really coming out of the endeavour that both teams are showing. There's a freedom that they're playing with. Oakley waits for the scrum to set. And ideally to settle, but Uzbekistan have pinched it back. The fellas up front for Uzbekistan doing a lot of damage at the moment, but this is a dangerous position. Nice. He has to be watched so closely. And even when you watch him, you then need bodies in the way. Uzbekistan did exactly that then. James passes it on to Oakley. Tackle from Nuraliev. Ethan Matthews wearing 2. This is Bradley James now. There's Matthews. Nice out with a run up. Dangerous proposition for Uzbekistan, and they're just holding on to a piece of nylon that is on the back of Nice. And somehow he did hold on to that. Oakley fancies this for himself, and he's got speed. Tobias Oakley is kicked out. And kicked away deliberately. And therefore, the ball's going to be back in UAE hands with a 5-metre scrum. Oakley. Great position this for the UAE after 5 minutes to score the first points in the match. Nice owl, big fence. He won't be stopped from here. Wide tree trunk like legs. And once he's in behind you and he has his eyes on the try line, a hugely difficult man to stop, even for these committed Uzbekistan defenders. The captain comes up with the opening score for the UAE. Sakiusa Naisau. A high hanger. Just enough time to breathe and then think for Uzbekistan. Taken in by Olimjon Tulganov. Almost losing possession. Uzbekistan needing at all points in this match to perform with the same intensity they showed in the first few minutes. And that knock-on has handed possession right back to the UAE. Hasn't been their day, the UAE. But in this encounter, we're getting a glimpse of their experience and the growth as well in UAE rugby, because at 15-a-side level, they have been taking significant steps recently. Second in the Asia Rugby Championship this year. Oakley bobbles around. He doesn't knock it on. Uzbekistan coming through but infringing. James storming into open fields and finding the line. He sensed that Uzbekistan numbers were not sufficient for a man of his size. And doesn't he get up ahead of steam, Bradley James? So half-time between the nations. UAE leading 2 tries to nothing and looking to end the day on a high. Uzbekistan pushed Malaysia quite close. 21-12 they went down in the end in their second match. And they are right in this contest too against the UAE. Nice out. Such a physical presence, and Oakley plays a link role very nicely. Good vision as well that the number 22 has. Nice out in the middle. James looking to release Ali. Here he goes. Great speed from Muhammad Ali. The step back inside. And he will say see you later to Uzbekistan. Muhammad Ali delivers the hammer blow. He's been kept back for that reason. Uzbekistan, some of the air punched out of them with that try from Ali. And they've got a few fresh legs on themselves here. One is Nuraliev, but the ball is ripped off him. Not the same kind of speed that Abdulaziz Nuraliev has, that Muhammad Ali might. Nonetheless, he physical offering. Knocking on in contact. Nice out. Good hands from Dubois. But a forward pass in there. Uzbekistan. That scrum as solid as ever. Good to see they've got that side absolutely nailed down. Machinov. Oh, his spin intercepted here. UAE close to another. Uzbekistan manning the barricades, sounding the alarm at home, but the UAE are pushing this right to the edge. Oakley steps back, waits for Janes, and Janes fights off one, fights off another. He's a powerful man, Bradley Janes. Oakley. Ali has to pass this to his captain, Naisau, with the spin and the big sidestep. Interception. Now, he'll need to stoke the boiler to go further and downtown, but the UAE are back in numbers. Interception, well timed though, from Ibrahimov. James, oh, he's gone again, and he's looking at a one-on-one here, and that's not a fancy proposition at all. Oakley has a more direct line to the attack. Nice finish. Tobias Oakley waving to his fans back home. Bradley James is having a say in this match, isn't he? So Dubois sends it long, very long. Uzbekistan will run it out and take the challenge on, and that's lovely. And they maybe overextended themselves, UAE, in the chase here. Back up to halfway. Uzbekistan enjoying themselves and enjoying this challenge laid on by the UAE. 2 more minutes of it. James. Al-Mansouri. Feisty collision with Yusuf Lakshkari. Here's Nausau, and he will go in. Sakiusa Nausai doing it again. Follow-up is good. Couple of tries in this one now. Nice out. And still UAE desperate for the ball to keep the points flowing. Nowhere near straight. So Uzbekistan ball. Great platform and nice hands to work it straight to the edge, and nice wraparound ball as well. Brilliant from Uzbekistan. Now they're in the clear with Nuraliyev. He is going to add the score that they've earned. Perfectly planned. That was sketched out in a classroom long before this match began, but it was executed to near perfect perfection. Well done to Uzbekistan, as is Kon Nuraliyev. That concludes the match, and that concludes the day for the UAE and Uzbekistan. United Arab Emirates finishing today with a win, but neither nation going through to the semi-finals. Nonetheless, we'll see them tomorrow as they compete for ranking places. Hong Kong, China against Malaysia now in Pool A, and Hong Kong, China, the defending champions, with a victory here, will top their group and book themselves into tomorrow's semi-finals directly. Referee Sonny Lin in the centre. Now, Malaysia's situation is an interesting one. They've won 2 matches so far, so therefore they are in with a very good chance of qualifying as the second placed top finisher. And that means that they haven't won the group, but they might qualify for the semi-finals nonetheless by being essentially the 4th best team out of the top 4 semi-finalists. Now, to do that, they're going to need to minimise the damage in this match, because Hong Kong China will look to be racking up points and finding their stride ahead of day 2. If Malaysia can limit that damage, then they're on points difference, might well be in with a chance. It'll be between them and Korea, you sense, if they can get through. Korea in China's group. That'll all come down to the numbers at the end of the night, but Malaysia looking to stop Hong Kong, China from hitting full flow, and they do that from the very off with some sterling defence. So that's the setup here. Hong Kong are going to top the group, really. We know that. We know that Malaysia are going to find this tough, and simply limiting the damage here would be a successful outing for them. They've had a great day, though. Begun with a victory over the UAE, 21-15. That was a bit of a surprise and very impressive. Then they beat Uzbekistan, and their defensive strength being tested here. Hong Kong with so many numbers over to the left. The touchdown from Harry Sayers to get things moving and the scoreboard ticking. But yeah, in this quest to become the fourth semi-finalist and be the top finisher of the second place teams, it looks like no one will come from Group B because everyone is on a negative points difference already. Whereas at the start of this last round, Malaysia on a plus 15 points difference and Korea on a plus 12 points difference. So whoever can maintain the best points difference, even if they both lose these final matches of theirs, and Korea face China, so it's a good chance that the Chinese will take that victory. It'll all come down to who's kept the better record at the back and stopped points being scored on them. It's not going to be easy though for Malaysia here against Hong Kong China, who are already doubling their money. Bryn Phillips sliding down into the turf. Bryn Phillips with try number 3 of the weekend for him. He's the top point scorer for Hong Kong China. And the reason being is because he's also taking the shots on goal. And he's taking them very well. That wasn't far away from adding to his tally of 5. Good take under pressure. Mohamed Kasim. Little juggle with it. ZZ, I think, is dropping it on the floor, and Hong Kong are profiting. Bryn Phillips adds a 4th try immediately after his last effort. Well, this is bad news for Malaysia, because as much as China will be the favourite against the Republic of Korea, you wouldn't expect Korea to be put away by a great number of points, but Hong Kong are putting Malaysia away by a great number of points at the moment. Julien Boron. Well spotted by Nardoni. His legs are taken, but he can get up and go again. Sayers. Boron. Change of plan. Goes himself. He gets back up and slips the pass into Phillips, who's going to have one of the fastest hat-tricks you can possibly acquire. Number 3. Bryn Phillips goes bang, bang, bang. That's much better, but still it's in the hands of Hong Kong China. Nardoni back to Sayers, and they look so slick when they put it together like this. Hong Kong's ability to put away teams that aren't quite on their own mettle is ruthless, and they're showing it again. Nardoni underneath it. No knock-on from Malaysia. In fact, they get the advantage for a knock-on. What a first half. Knocking it into touch, and it is Hong Kong China with a healthy buffer, 33 points to 0 against Malaysia. Hong Kong skip back to their marks. Matthew Rickard with the kickoff duties, and Sayers on the same wavelength. Brian, good hands. Phillips looking for number 4 himself. He needs support. Brian, Sayers, the overlap well resourced here. And then the finish just needs to be applied, and it is, with absolute aplomb and a surety. They are banking major points, Hong Kong China, against Malaysia, who will finish second in this group. There is no rival in Pool A to Hong Kong China. And with these points, with every one of these points, the news for Malaysia is that they are going to be further and further behind in the race to become the best second place finisher. They need a major recovery in this second half in terms of points. Zamri got things going here. That's a little better, but good in touch. Nardoni. And Hong Kong just love to play. They're very rarely let up because they're ahead on the scoreboard against a team. Bryn Phillips is called off. told that they can't risk him scoring a fourth try. Kadoli. Dropped by Ricard, so he has to set Hong Kong up again. He's doing that very well. Ricard. He's got good speed with the ball in hand. Matthew Ricard. This is Coverdale. Brian. Lee. Liam Herbert. And Stuart Cox. The try scorer in the right-hand corner just at the start of this half, by the way. Rory Stuart Cox. Brian Nardoni, he will go straight and he will burst right through, breaking the red stitching and then seeing off the final man. You might think you've got him, Nardoni. Defenders like to size him up. But then quite often there's another gear, and it's a subtle gear. Getting your hands around those wide thighs of Alessandro Nardoni is not as easy as plenty of defenders here in Hangzhou have thought it might be. Ricard to knock this over. Hong Kong China here are well on for their biggest margin of victory of the day. They scored fewer points against both the nations who Malaysia beat, UAE and Uzbekistan. Maybe they can reduce that point difference. No penalty given. Malaysia. Zaidi stumbling into contact and stumbling into too many Hong Kong jerseys. Nardoni resists the temptation to go quickly. Kadoli. He likes a scrum situation, Kadoli. He's got an arcing run off the back of scrums, which has left many a defender from the elite game in World Sevens grasping at air. And he'll get away again here. But he'll change direction too. Looks for Herbert. Skip and a go. Nicely done, Herbert. Offloads too. Here's Nardoni. Count on him to make the right decision. Coverdale too. Brian with the step back in field. Tackling was from Zamri. And he's still going, Brian. Nardoni whisks it away. Loop over, lovely landing pass for Stuart Cox. Sauntering in, Rory Stuart Cox. And Hong Kong hit 5-0. Was there for Hong Kong, but knock on. Malaysia running out of gas, but with some gas to burn here. Herbert. And this does happen. We see this quite often. Teams that have had a great day in their first two matches, unable to come to the intensity level in their third match, particularly against a superior opponent like this. And that's what Malaysia are coming up against. Shouldn't detract from their achievements today, and it doesn't at all. 2 victories over the UAE and Uzbekistan today, make it a terrific day in Hangzhou. But they're only hanging on by a thread to these white jerseys of Hong Kong, and Herbert with a swerve, Herbert with a jump in the air, and Herbert with a try. The final say in the final match of the group stages in Pool A. It's Hong Kong all over. Christie with a few more. 59 points to 0. Hong Kong China defeat Malaysia. They are through to the semi-finals tomorrow automatically as the group winner, and Malaysia, I'm afraid to say, will be struggling now to make it into the semi-finals as the best second place finisher. The points difference will be significantly in Korea's favour, but you just never know. Sri Lanka and Singapore are back for their third outing in the group stages. Both nations looking for their first win of the day. Singapore have come the closest in their opening match against Thailand, just going down by a single conversion, 7-5 to Thailand. But this could be tight. This is a well-balanced matchup. Neither nation looking to qualify for the semi-finals. That pressure is off. All about ending day one with a victory. For Singapore, number 6 Hidayat Jeffeddin is their go-to playmaker. And for Sri Lanka, there are a fair few numbers across the back line that can do some damage. Akash Ravasinghe, number 3, is a powerful runner.